Greetings, everyone. Good evening. As you can see, this is not Dr. Damages. Dr. Damages is going to be back, and he said I should step in for him just for the time being. And I appreciate you all for taking the time to come in and join us this evening. And we'll be running through the headlines, and I will try to be as much as possible a perfect clone of Dr. Damages. And that is what I'm going to try to do today. The first news of the week, it's been an eventful week actually in the Nigerian space. Let me play the first one. The US names terrorists, sponsors in Nigeria. So let me play that video now.
Many powerful people in Abuja and the dark forests of the north have been dreading. For years, we have asked the same question over and over again. Who is sponsoring these bandits? Who is buying the anti-aircraft guns? Who is funding the terror that has turned our middle belt and northern regions into killing fields? Well, the United States of America has just blown the lid off the entire operation, and the details are messier than we ever imagined. The headline you saw is not just a rumor. It is based on a groundbreaking legislative move happening right now in the US Congress, involving the Nigeria Religious Freedom and Accountability Act of 2026. The Americans have finally connected the dots, and they are pointing a shaking finger directly at a deadly alliance between illegal Chinese miners and Fulani militias. We are talking about a massive revelation that could change the security landscape of Nigeria forever. Two prominent U.S. congressmen, Representative Riley Moore from West Virginia and Representative Chris Smith from New Jersey, have co-sponsored this explosive bill. They are not just talking, they are taking action to cut off the money supply that feeds terrorism in Nigeria. The core of their finding is something that security analysts have whispered about for a long time, but now it is official U.S. policy talk. Illegal mining is the fuel for this fire. The bill explicitly states that Chinese illegal mining operations are paying what they call protection money to Fulani militias. Just let that sink in for a moment. Foreign nationals are entering our bush, digging up our gold and lithium, and instead of paying taxes to the Nigerian government to build schools and hospitals, they are paying millions to armed militias to protect their theft. This money is what the bandits use to buy the heavy weaponry that terrorizes our villages. This news is shaking the tables because it moves the conversation from herder-farmer clashes to organized international crime and terror financing. The US lawmakers have identified these mining operations as a primary revenue source for violent extremism. It is a business transaction. The miners get the minerals, the militias get the cash, and the Nigerian people get the bullets. But the United States is saying enough is enough. This new bill is designed to shatter this unholy alliance. It directs the Secretary of State to officially determine whether these Fulani militias should be designated as foreign terrorist organizations under US law. This is a game changer. If they are designated as FTOs, it means anyone supporting them, whether a local politician, a foreign miner, or a logistics supplier, automatically becomes an enemy of the United States. It opens the door for the US to use its vast resources to hunt down the financial networks supporting these groups. Before we dive deeper into the specific punishments awaiting these sponsors, I need you to do something very important for me. If you want to keep seeing the truth that the mainstream media might be too scared to tell you, please go ahead and smash that like button right now. It helps us push this video to more Nigerians who need to wake up to what is happening. And if you are new here, do not leave without hitting the subscribe button and turning on the notification bell. We are tracking this bill closely, and you need to know when the sanctions start landing. Thank you for your support. Now let's look at the consequences for the sponsors. The most terrifying part of this bill for the corrupt elite is the section on accountability. The prompt mentions that the US is revealing names of terror sponsors. While the public list is being compiled as part of this investigation, the bill proposes strict targeted measures. We are talking about visa bans and asset freezes. This means that the individuals, whether they are Nigerian politicians, traditional rulers, or business moguls, will be banned from entering the United States. But it hits harder than just travel. It hits their pockets. Their assets in the US will be frozen. You know how much our elites love to stash their wealth abroad. The US is threatening to seize it all if they are linked to this funding of extremism. The bill, according to the announcement made on Tuesday by Rep. Riley Moore via X, specifically targets domestic or foreign networks providing support to these militias. This includes the Chinese nationals involved. The United States is effectively telling the Nigerian government, if you won't stop the Chinese exploitation that funds terror, we will. The legislation urges the Secretary of State to work with the Nigerian government to counteract this hostile foreign exploitation. It is a direct challenge to the sovereignty of our mining sector, but many would argue it's a necessary one, since our internal mechanisms have failed to stop the bleeding. The bill describes the practice of paying protection money as destabilizing, which is a diplomatic way of saying it is destroying the country. We also have to talk about the victims. For the first time in a long while, a major international bill is focusing specifically on the Middle Belt. The violence in Plateau, Benue, and Southern Kaduna has often been ignored or mislabeled, but this act calls for the delivery of humanitarian aid directly to these regions through trusted faith-based and non-governmental organizations. This suggests that the US does not trust the usual government channels to deliver aid, likely fearing that the money would be stolen or diverted. They want to work with the churches, the mosques, and the local NGOs that are actually on the ground helping the displaced people. It's a vote of no confidence in the official handling of the humanitarian crisis.
Yeah, that is the news that the US has revealed the Nigerian sponsors of terrorism. And from what he said there, again, make no mistake, they didn't reveal anything. All right, so now that's the way I like to, cut through the noise so that people understand what they are hearing. Because what has they released here that is different from what we've heard before. Let me go to the next one. It says the army. This one is very interesting. Let me play this one because regarding the repentant Boko Haram in the that they are saying should be working with joining the Nigerian military, and some people, let's just play it.
Good morning, Nigeria. Welcome to today's newspaper review. Let's take a look at the stories dominating today's newspaper headlines. But first, we'll start from the Guardian newspaper. On the Guardian newspaper on page 4 and 5, with a big story written, posers over ex-governors, push for legislative seats. At the top of the newspaper, high petrol prices persist as Nigeria faces $11.5 billion crude oil loss. To get that full story, go to page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. Appeal court to hear ADC order suits against deregistration on July. This is coming from the appeal court to hear ADC and other suits against deregistration. That is on July. To get that full story, you go to page 7 of the Guardian newspaper. At the bottom of the newspaper, Ramaphosa denounces xenophobia as more Nigerians orders leave South Africa. This is coming from the South African president, Ramaphosa. He's saying he's going against xenophobia, and as more Nigerians and other African countries are leaving South Africa, he's still denouncing xenophobia. To get that full story, go to page 7 of the newspaper. Atiku, PRP, Falana raises concerns as Labour Party, Afenifere, Sanwo-Olu back move. This is coming from Atiku, PRP, Falana on terror financing. Federal government moves to charge US sanctioned BDC operator. To get a full story, go to page 9 of the newspaper. Still in the same newspaper on xenophobia, federal government repatriates 66 more Nigerians from South Africans. That is 66 more Nigerians who believe in South Africans back to Nigeria. To get a full story, you go to page 9 of the newspaper. Lagos Mall collapse. Baby girl, 8 others feared dead, 26 rescued. To get that full story, where Lagos Mall collapsed, and yesterday there's another building that collapsed in Port Harcourt. To get those full story, you go to page 7 of the Vanguard newspaper. Away from that newspaper to the Daily Trust. On the Daily Trust, which is boldly written, 7 residents, 2 cops killed in Katsina, Kaduna. At the top of the newspaper, 8 die, 26 rescued in Lagos building collapse. This is still on Lagos building collapse as 8 died, 26 are being rescued. To get that full story, you go to page.
This building collapse business is another serious issue. I'm surprised we don't talk a lot about it. Maybe it doesn't even make the news anymore. Almost every week, buildings are collapsing and resulting in casualties. And it's something that the Nigerian government seriously need to tackle too.
Page 19 of the newspaper. Motorists demand cheaper petrol as crude price falls. Motorists are demanding cheaper petrol as crude price falls. To get that full story, go to page 5 of the newspaper. Away from that newspaper to the Daily Sun. On the Daily Sun on page 7, 9 and 2. To get that full story, go to page 26 where Oba of Benin constitutes rational security net. Boldly written, 36 speakers back state police. Final test begins. We hope he keeps to his words. Away from that newspaper to the Matrix newspaper. This is coming from Spyro, a celebrity and security crisis. At the top of the newspaper, on page 3 and 5, CBN orders assets of 6 individuals, 4 BDC's accounts frozen. At the bottom of the newspaper, still on Lagos building collapse, death toll hits 8 as building collapses. At the top.
Okay, that news is not covering the issue of repentant Boko Haram as I expected. I will be getting that video and they're providing it. I think that story is quite important to cover today. So let's go to the constitutional amendment for state police, and it appears to be progressing through the lawmakers, with the lawmakers. So I'm not sure where it is right now. They said it has passed the 3rd reading. So it's probably going to be heading towards the presidency too. No, actually, it's going to go to the states, I think, for 2/3 of them to approve it. We'll see how that goes anyway. I think you guys that know better about these things will probably educate us on this. Let me play the video.
The proposal for state police re-emerged as the central issue on the agenda.
Do solemnly swear that I will be faithful.
The Senate President begins with the swearing-in of 4 new senators following the recent by-elections conducted by INEC. Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa of Ondo State was among dignitaries present to witness the ceremony. Moments after, attention shifts to the state police bill, with lawmakers voting to exclude governors from witnessing the proceedings from inside the chamber. The 3 governors of Ondo, Ogun, and Kaduna states are subsequently allowed to stay and observe.
Plus means yes, affirmation. 0 means abstain.
The test run is indicative of a system's dysfunction, prompting the Senate's leader to move a motion for manual voting.
Of some of our colleagues whose machines are not working. I am moving that we give every distinguished senator to answer his or her father's name by doing manual voting.
The bill is considered after the Senate's leader presents the general principles as well as the submission of the report by the Deputy Senate President.
The report of the Committee on Constitutional Review on the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria Alteration Bill 2026 SB 1055. I so move. Flag of the Senate.
As voting commences, there is a lone dissenting vote from the senator representing Kebbi South Senatorial District, who had previously voiced his opposition to the bill. The senator subsequently exited the chamber. The bill subsequently scaled 2nd and 3rd reading after a clause-by-clause consideration and a broad backing by lawmakers.
If you count people to hear you. Count. what we will also pass today is also to make sure that in those aspects of the Constitution, because I've seen 2 or 3, where it says that the president will merely write a letter and take over, or merely write a letter to... No, we think that not just the president, but that power must also be shared with the National Assembly.
What we are merely doing now is to see that all this pseudo state police that is created across the nooks and crannies of the country metamorphose into state police.
A key provision of the bill empowers state governors to appoint commissioners of police for their respective states, subject to confirmation by state houses of assembly. Under Clause 17 of the proposed constitutional amendment, a state police service shall be headed by a commissioner of police of the state, appointed by the governor of the state on the recommendation of the National Police Council. With the passage, the legislation replaces the existing Nigeria Police Force framework with a dual structure comprising of a federal police service and the state police services. From the National Assembly, Gloria Omezuke, Channels Television News.
Yeah, that's the state police bill, which a lot of people will welcome, and I'm not exactly one of them, but I'm sure a lot of people like it. So today is a good day for some people. Let me play one more topic. There are 2 major topics we've not covered. The Boko Haram one, repentant one. I will find an appropriate video to play for that. And then the court verdict on NDC registration. So let me play this.
The substance of the ruling, well, the ruling is predicated on the application of the applicant who has approached the court after the court delivered a judgment on the 10th of December 2025, wherein the court directed that the INEC should register the Nigerian Democratic Congress as a political party. Now, in making that decision, the court had relied on facts which the claimants before him had presented, stating that they owned a particular logo and that they had certified the constitutional requirements for registration. Now, after that judgment was delivered, the applicant, realizing that that judgment had been delivered and was predicated on its logo, which the applicant itself has submitted to INEC prior to that, the filing of the action, the applicant then approached the court asking that the court vacates that decision because its right had been affected by reason of the appropriation of its logo. So what you have witnessed today is, in the ruling, is the court considering the facts before it and arriving at a just conclusion that the right of the applicant was affected in his decision of 10th of December 2025, and that as a result, he has set aside that judgment and has ordered parties to revert to the position where they were before the judgment was delivered, and for the claimants before the court to take appropriate steps to bring in all parties and ensure that the matter is effectually and effectively determined. The parties involved are, well, some pro tem national officers of the Nigeria Democratic Congress. They had sued INEC, but the applicant that has approached the court for the purpose of the ruling we just listened to in court is the Peace Movement Party, whose national legal advisor has also come forward as a representative on the face of the processes. Now, the court in the judgment of the 10th of December had ordered INEC to recognize Nigeria Democratic Congress as a political party and register it, issue a certificate of registration, and allow it to be contained on the ballot papers for the purpose of the elections. So those were the fallouts of the judgment. The judgment having been reversed this morning, those steps taken by INEC to do so in recognition and issuance of certificates would also need to be reversed. The certificates will have to be retracted. The registration and recognition on INEC database will also have to be taken out, and wherever they appear on ballots in any election before this suit is now determined, they would now have to be removed. Is ongoing by the reason of the distance. The court just vacated the orders he made and asked parties to come back. There didn't say maintain status quo. There was no such thing.
I don't know whether people have understood what that lawyer was saying. I think by the time he finished, I got confused. It's all right. You know, I'm not a lawyer after all. Let me play this video of another news agent trying to explain why this was reversed.
News are. We'll start off with judicial matters, where a federal high court in Lokoja has set aside its December 10, 2025 judgment directing the Independent National Electoral Commission to register the Nigerian Democratic Congress as a political party. Justice Issa Desham ruled that all parties with a direct interest in matters must be given a fair hearing before any substantive decision is reached. He held that the Peace Movement Party successfully established its legal interest in the case. The court declared the earlier proceedings constitutionally defective because the interested party was not heard, describing the previous judgment as a nullity. Justice Desham ordered that the status quo be maintained pending the determination of the substantive suit. The judge also held that material facts were suppressed during the earlier proceedings. He directed that the case should begin afresh with INEC, the Peace Movement Party, and the Nigerian Democratic Congress joined as parties to the suit.
Now, in making that decision, the court had relied on facts.
And the court has relied on facts. Okay, now I will go and play these other facts. All right.
Report of a renewed push to expand the role of rehabilitated former insurgents and sparked resistance among some military personnel. According to reports, several soldiers have expressed reservation about any arrangement that could place former members of terrorist groups in positions where they may have access to operational information or security activities. The concerns stem from fears that such a move could expose military operations to intelligence leaks, compromise sensitive missions, and undermine trust among troops on the front lines. The discussion is linked to the federal government's de-radicalization and reintegration program known as Operation Safe Corridor. The initiative was established to encourage insurgents to surrender, undergo rehabilitation, and eventually reintegrate into society. Government officials have repeatedly described the program as a key component of Nigeria's broader strategy to combat violent extremism. Supporters of the initiative argue that rehabilitation programs have helped reduce the number of active fighters by encouraging defection from terrorist groups. They maintain that providing a pathway back in society for those who genuinely renounce violence can contribute to long-term peace and stability, especially in conflict-affected communities. However, critics remain unconvinced. Some security experts and military observers argue that while rehabilitation may be necessary, it should be approached with caution. They contend that former insurgents should not be placed in positions where they could gain access to classified information or military operations, regardless of the rehabilitation process they have undergone. The debate had become increasingly significant as Nigeria continues to confront security challenges ranging from insurgency in the northeast to banditry and kidnapping in other parts of the country. For many serving personnel, trust and operational security remain critical elements in the fight against terrorism. In response to previous controversies surrounding the issue, the Defense Headquarters has consistently denied claims that repentant terrorists have been recruited into the Nigerian Armed Forces. Military authorities have maintained that individuals who complete rehabilitation programs are reintegrated into civilian society and are not enlisted as soldiers. Despite those assurances, concerns continue to surface whenever discussions arise about expanding the responsibilities of former insurgents after rehabilitation. Families of victims, civil society groups, and security analysts have also called for greater transparency regarding the monitoring and reintegration process. As the conversation continues, the issue highlights the challenge of balancing rehabilitation efforts with national security concerns. While authorities seek ways to encourage more insurgents to lay down their arms, Minister.
All right, thank you. I think that is the end of the videos. I'm sure a lot of people will be glad to see the end of it. I'm just still trying to, be a clone of Dr. Damage. Let me bring everyone in the backstage in onto the stage. Mr. James, Ife, Okberolo, and the illustrious AY. Thank you, everyone, for joining me this evening. It's been an eventful week. So welcome, Mr. James. I'm sure you've had a good week, and same for all the other panelists. So what do you make of the week so far, Mr. James? We start, with the normal warm-up that Dr. Damages do. Pretend I'm Dr. Damages. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Good. You left out something very important to the people of Edo State. Dokubo Azares challenged the authority. Dokubo Azares challenged the authority of the Oba of Benin. And the Benis in general, not Edo State, the Benis in particular are terribly angry over what is going on. Some are issuing, anyway, I don't want to take sides. That's just what happened. It's very important. It's potentially explosive.
Are you referring to Asari Dokubo challenging the Benin throne?
The Oba called him a 419 and the Oba is under him, something like that. Because according to him, the just living in Benin area are not fairly treated. And, some other flimsy allegations. Anyway. And you left out something concerning Nonuga, the misguided statement he made during a television interview, and also the First Lady, who the First Lady said certain things that shouldn't be associated with a woman of her status, considering what Nigerians have been going through. Anyway, some of this could come up during the discussions.
Yeah, that I think I saw a video that was played yesterday by Dr. Damages regarding her comments. Man, that woman, she doesn't mince words. She just says all kinds of crazy things. Her husband doesn't even bother saying much, and he just gets away with murder. So, is there any further, any news you want to share from the week?
The funny thing is that the woman is a university graduate. She holds a bachelor's degree in, I can't remember, from the University of Ife, and also a postgraduate diploma from one church or something like that, and NCE. She's a well-trained teacher, so she's not an illiterate. If you compare her with a woman like Hillary Clinton, it's a whole world of difference. She's, how do I put it? She was even saying, I gave 1 billion to this, some millions to this for charity work. Where did she get the money? If in future political dispensations, they call her to order, the office, the so-called office of the First Lady is not recognized in the Constitution. Where did you get the money? How will she answer the question?
That's exactly what I was thinking, the way she was saying it. She was saying it as if Nigeria, somehow they have the money of Nigeria, they decide who to give it. It seems crass, the way she was saying it. That's exactly what I was thinking when she was saying that.
In Romania, there was a president called Ceausescu. When his government fell, both himself and the woman were put to death. I'm not saying they should put her to death. In France, French Revolution of 1789, Louis XVI and the wife were put to death. In Tibet, there was an uprising not long ago. The president was overthrown, and the wife, in fact, it's a God that saved her. They nearly stripped her naked, though they did not. They subjected her to humiliation. So they should learn from history. They should learn from history. The country is not their property. They are just custodians, and power, according to people, is transient. Nobody can hold. Anyway, I'm consuming too much time till we get to the actual discussions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. James, as always. Madam Ife, thank you for joining us this faithful Saturday. So how was your week been, and what have you made of the news of the week? Anything that we didn't cover? Madam Ife has gone and done something else now. Okay, let's go to the Akpagolos. Oh, look at that. What is that? Is it
This is
kuli or
Akara. Hold on, this is Akara. If you are living in Atlanta, please. If you are living,
oh, I see.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Can
if you started selling Akara, that's good. That's good.
OVA, if you are living in AY, but James, if you are living in Atlanta, I now sell Akara. So,
do you ship to other states?
Yes, I do. If you want to patronize me, please do.
Do you have
we are private chat me. Amazon will help you. Amazon.
Yeah, it will spoil. That's why I'm saying just selling to those living in Atlanta. So this is my side hustle.
Do you have Kulikuli account too? I want.
I don't have fun, but I have account, and I have Kulikuli. I have granuts. So if you want to patronize me, I have it here. Thank you.
Wow, Nigeria has also found. You
know, hi guys.
Wow.
You know, forget the fact that we are laughing. This is not a laughing matter. I don't have no problem with anybody selling kulikuli. I eat kulikuli a lot, or anybody selling akara. But for this woman, I call her this woman because she's completely out of, with no respect. I don't even have no respect for her. For her to come on national, first of all, again, you know, one thing I always consistently ask, whether we practice democracy. And of course, you guys can see that's not what we do. If we say that we copy this democracy from United States and other countries, I have never seen Michelle Obama come out and talk about how much she has given and people should do this and do that. Even Melania Trump, even Bush, I have never, Hillary Clinton, I have never seen any of these people to come out to tell us that, you know, this is the woman that told us that during the campaign, she borrowed $2 million from the vice president's wife. All of a sudden now, she's giving him billions. She's no longer giving him millions. For this woman to come out and insult our intelligence, I mean, when I mean insult, okay? And you ask her, remember, I don't know if you guys saw the video of her daughter. I think she lives here somewhere in New York. Everything, people calculated everything, everything she was wearing, everything, even her shoes, they are all designers. I don't think that girl is selling akara. Neither is she selling kulikuli, right? Sheyi Tinubu, what does he do? The first daughter, the daughter of the president, she is a yanoloja, whatever, you know, she's called. Her husband also, you know, some sort of minister for housing and all that stuff. None of her family members, including extended family, none of them are selling kulikuli, none of them are frying akara, none of them are selling corn. But you have the audacity to stand up on the national television. This is the same woman that gave out cars to non-APC distant states and told them that they're going to get it in 1 week. And you come on national television, what is the essence of education? So you're telling people not to go to school. Only in Nigeria that somebody will go to school and come out and graduate with 2-1 first class. They are POS operators. They are, you know, frying akara. They are selling kulikuli. They are doing one business or the other. It's not that anything wrong with that. I think at this point, I don't know who is advising her, but Mr. or Miss President's wife, whatever you are, it is high time you shut the F up at this point. Stop talking. Because anytime she opens her mouth to talk to us, it's just very annoying. She can never say anything. No, this woman, she does not have empathy. Nothing whatsoever. The arrogance in her, and she calls herself a pastor. Well, the pastor she bought with money. Anyway, that's not a pastor. The arrogance in her that she will come and talk to us as if we are stupid. But again, you know, I don't blame her, to be honest with you. Guess what? I blame Nigerians. I blame Nigerians because we keep swallowing all this nonsense from these people. right? And she calls herself a mother. I don't think she is, because she birthed a child does not make you a mother. This woman doesn't have conscience. And, I hate to say it, but this woman is worse than her husband. She is a wicked person. She doesn't give a F about anybody in that country other than the people around her benefiting from the stealing that they are. By Ononuga, that is how, as stupid as he is, came to Arise TV and told us that, he doesn't see it. How can you see that, sir? When all your life, you and your family has been benefiting from the stealing that Tinubu has been doing, right from Lagos State and now in a country called Nigeria. You people have been living your life based on the money you have stolen. Tinubu, all of them are stolen from the government. And then you're going to come on national television to tell us that you have people working for you. They're telling you everything is good. Well, we are telling you that everything is not good. Period. Stop insulting us. We are smarter than this. Nigerians are one of the highly educated people in the whole world. But you people come on national television, talk to us as if we are idiots. We are not, but you people are. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, man. I never saw that one coming. The angle she saw just now was like, no ambition for your people. Kakara and Agbado. That's the only thing they keep telling us. And tomorrow they give them rice. What is this? Is that what? Let me go to the next person, Jare.
Hold on. When you see people escaping Nigeria, escape because they're not living, they are escaping, right? It's not nothing but just that there is no job. That is number one. We're not even talking about insecurity. But imagine, I know how long I've been in this country. You went to school, you came out from school, you couldn't even find a job. I came here, started my life all over. What I'm making here in this country, nobody will pay me that in Nigeria. Even the federal government cannot pay me that, right? And you work so hard in this country to support people back home just because they do not have the same opportunity that I do. And you come on national television to insult my intelligence, go punish you there.
Yeah, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. And AY, welcome. So what do you make of the week? How was your week? And I'm sure you must be raking in, you are making a lot of money in America. That's why you went there. And,
I pray so. This Trump economy. Trump economy and Tinubu economy. I don't even know who with the one that is the best. You see, yeah, good afternoon, everyone from here. So I want to quickly add to, I think she basically said everything on the issue of First Lady. My own concern is the arrogance at which she was saying what she was saying. Like, I gave you people 2 billion for this. I gave people 1 billion. Who is giving her money to share? And the other thing is, what is 2 billion in the recess? You gave how many women 2 billion? How many 1,000 women, if they share 2 billion, let's say for example, how much each person is going to receive? I look at it, the way she was calling the money, the arrogance, we are in trouble, to be honest. I think the government, they don't have mercy right now. They are completely out of touch with reality. That's my issue now, because look at what they are doing to Nigeria all over the world. Almost in so many countries, they after Nigeria, leave our country. I know one day, because people will not have where to go, they will go back to their country and take over their country. South Africa are pushing Nigeria out. Ghana are pushing Nigeria out. Even some other African countries. In UAE, the same thing. In America now, you saw what Trump is doing. If you give him opportunity, he will even denaturalize, especially Africans, and take them home. So the joke is getting really, really too much. When I watched that video, I really feel sad. Like, it was just very annoying and irritating. That aside, I think this thing you forgot though. Oga at the top, Oga Trump, yesterday he said he has kill all the terrorists. So he has saved all the Nigeria Christian now. So I need you to discuss that issue. You can refer to the video. You see, on that, when we were discussing this issue, when America were ready to send military to Nigeria, a lot of us were against it. Even till now, I'm against it. But some people that supported the foolishness, it seems people don't know what Trump can do. America don't have interest in Nigeria whatsoever at heart. They don't have interest of Nigeria. I have said it repeatedly, Nigeria, we need to fix our whole problem. Nobody is going to fix it. Now he's bragging. That is how history are created. He's bragging, oh, I've stopped the killing of Christians in Nigeria, blah, blah, blah. Where meanwhile, since you brought in military, in American military to the country, the rate of insecurity has actually increased. I don't even know how people listen to this man. Me, I'm tired. On the Iran issue, you see what he's doing. For the past how many years, today we tell you, oh, we destroyed the whole Iran military. Tomorrow we say we destroyed the nuclear. Tomorrow we destroyed this, we destroyed this. This is Trump. If you show off an economy, if you want to discuss it, the same thing. I really, sincerely, I'm tired of the current kind of leaders we have across the world, most of them. There are leaders that still putting in the work, you know, try to fix stuff for the people. One example is the Prime Minister of Canada is doing a lot. There are leaders that are very genuine in solving national problems. Not the one we have in Nigeria now, where the opposition, you don't want them to exist. I don't like that. I don't care who support Tinubu. I don't care who support Peter Obi or Atiku. Let the country function. Don't destabilize the little structure we have. Don't destabilize everything. We need to have a system that is working, that will work for everybody. For me, I don't care who is the president of the country. What I really care about is let's have a system that is working for every Nigeria. You know, we don't have to be in politics. If you create a system that is working, if you want to do little business, you can go there and succeed. You know, if you want to, whatever you want to do in the country, you are safe, you are protected. The insecurity is an issue in Nigeria right now. You know, I don't know why we don't take along this line, because part of my fear sometimes is even the people that are canvassing for power, you see, they don't also have the interest of the country. This is my biggest fear. Even the people that are shouting today, when you give them the power, most of them will do worse or do the same thing. I mean, Tinubu was there for years, bashing Goodluck Jonathan, even Buhari, despite they were from the same party. You know, he was not saying much, but he kind of like stay away from the government. Sometimes he's gonna say stuff like, right from the time of Nadeko, these guys have been at the forefront, but they were able to get power. Nothing is improving. And if you refer to the Bayo Nonuga that was saying that, where is the poverty? Like, are you crazy? How will you say that? If you are not from a village, go to your village and go and see how poverty is ravaging villages, communities. Insecurity is increasing. The kidnapping going on is as a result of the poverty. I'm not supporting anybody to go and kidnap. You know, the Yahoo, that one is big one. Prostitution is there. A lot of things going on just because people are tired. Now, you see situations where people even sell their children. I'm not even supporting anybody to do that, but at least they should direct the country and actually let Nigerians know at least this is where we are going the next 5 years, the next 10 years. Thank you. I'm going to stop there.
Thank you for that, AY. You know, I feel like this Tinubu government, there's going to be a blowback by the time they leave office of some of the things that has happened under their term. And man, people of that party, they are not going to like the consequences. of what's going to happen. And Chris, oh no, Okpegolo is next. Okpegolo, I hear, everybody have asked about Okpegolo. They say he's not in the right party, but they did say that he's doing some good things in Edo State. I have to say what I'm hearing on the ground.
No, let me help you with that before Okpegolo come on. Okpegolo is a partisan politician. So for me, I will give you the good analysis. Governor Okpegolo is doing amazing work in Edo, but there is still a lot. I will give him a lot of credit, to be honest. I know massive project is evolving across the state, not only in Benin. In terms of infrastructure, he's doing amazingly well. I'll give him an A straight up. But insecurity is doing a lot. Now they've approved what is it called? An independent court that we do like a speedy trial for kidnappers and court-related killings. I really approve that. I'm in support of that. If anybody go and kidnap anyone, you are involved in the killing of anybody, you should be by no mercy. If I'm the governor, I will sign. The madness needs to stop. People that are using why will you kill? Why will you kill anybody? If for me, as long as you go ahead and kill somebody intentionally, you deserve to go too. There is no mercy. Even the issue of banditry, the terrorism, that is what the federal government needs to do. Special call for terrorism. If you are caught, not rehabilitation. It's not going to solve the problem. If you investigate person, you've killed people, you've killed anybody, the person should go. It's an eye for an eye. That's the only thing that can stop this madness. That's why you see, you think you're gonna go do terrorism in Middle East. No, you're not gonna do that because you are gonna go. They are not gonna waste time. Even drug-related cases, they will buy you for nothing will happen. So we need to have strong laws that will make sure that will stop the madness going on. But in terms of work, infrastructure, Okpegolo is doing amazingly well. I really applauding for that. But we can look at other area. But infrastructure in Edo State, give him an A. Thank you.
Wow, that's crazy. Now this one, his head is not going to feel. His whole head is going to fill the whole screen now. We are going to hear the head of. You've just now taken over everything. So you can talk about other issues of Okpegolo now that you've already settled this matter with your man.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Why are you angry with our mother now? That's the mother of the nation. That's our mother.
That's your mother, not mine over here. I don't like that word, mother of the nation. We need to stop all this nonsense. Okay, in Britain, in Canada, all over. It's only in Nigeria you say, please, you all need to stop glorifying all this.
That's true. That's
in order to have children, I'm not mother to anybody. Honestly, this is not funny. I don't find it funny. I hate when people say this. Now our mama be this, so we don't get that. Somebody who has never impacted anything about your. I mean, I just don't get it. I mean, I'm trying to find the right word to use without being rude to her. You all need to stop it. She's the mother to her children and not to any other person in Nigeria, please.
Come, if you see that wear suit, that is a sign of seriousness. I'm serious, okay? Don't make me laugh. I mean, thank God you acknowledge that I'm not just making it up. That's how Nigeria regard father of the nation, mother of the nation, mommy Gio, daddy Gio. So no verse for me, okay? So if a mother is trying to encourage her children that there is nothing wrong with humble beginning, there's nothing wrong with that. People like Timaya started from selling plantain on the roasted plantain for that matter, but today, Dangote was started as an almajiri, went from one house to another begging for food at one time. You know, the young man you see on the screen today, you know, as an official spokesperson for the greatest governor of our time, and started by hawking Coca-Cola and Kunu and Yaji in Boronu. So there's nothing wrong in humble beginning. That's what she was trying to say. Okay, more than no less. That's what the mother should do. You know, encourage their children to. There's nothing wrong with starting anywhere. It's not about how you start, but the journey to how you finish. I think to Nigeria, one news that we are not following, but you know, more of politics. China officially moved on Taiwan. They passed a law called the ethnic law. You know, and their argument is that that every state, every country has the legitimate and lawful necessary reason to pursue suppress separatists. You know, they have they extended the legal ability to not just individual and organization. That's exactly what they did towards Hong Kong in 2000. So before you get to the full-blown war, you always start by the legal phase. That's how this thing work. Then you move to politics. The next stage now war. So they have officially moving to that realm. So a lot of people they project that the 2027 season is pretty much the war, what they call the war cycle. So you are eventually going to see war between China and Taiwan, Iran, Israel, India and Pakistan, again, Ukraine, China. So pocket of like that. That's how the world is going to. That's the next the war we will enter. So that is very important. It might not be out there on the news, but that is the first move to say we are officially going to take Taiwan. And now how the rest of the world will react will be the so I think that is important. And AY, you try, but at this point, power no need to be sold. with the village people, we know what we are getting. So the contract has already you go win. So you don't need to oversell out. you are living in Atlanta. You are just it's different than you are saying, but I will give you that. Then show will they arrest. Okay. That was another shenanigan, but I think we will talk on that when we talk about the Obi and the rest. So I will tie my to that. That will be because that dominated the news between Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, right? If I'm not mistaken. So we need to talk about that.
Okay, thank you for that. I think it's Chris next. Chris, how did you find the week? This story about repentant Boko Haram looking to start working with the Nigerian military, and the military raise alarm is quite interesting because it's the other way around. People always accuse the military of, but the military clearly, and this is what I suspect was always the case, the military is being the one to raise the alarm. I don't know what you make of it this time.
Well, I think you are the one that I am supposed to ask this question because you keep on talking about the military. You are the one that keep on recruit. So you kind of find somebody now asking somebody to go to join army, and then you see that the enemy is within. So you are the one that's supposed to answer this question for us here. Because every time you're on this program, you keep on asking people, go to Nigeria, recruit. Recruit 15 million. What are they going to eat? Agbado, Emore, corn in the morning. And, that will be this thing for the farmers.
Chris, the reason why I mentioned it is because to let you know that the military don't allow it. The military rejected it. That is the point. The military don't allow it.
This is the one they rejected because it's become obvious for people. It's been made public. If it weren't made public, probably nobody would have known. You see, let me say this to you. Most of you come here every day talking about leadership and as if the problem of Nigeria is leadership and leadership. And people should cut slack to Tinubu because he is working, he is trying his best as a leader of a criminal enterprise, that Nigeria is. So what it is like if you are a criminal in Nigeria, you will understand that he's trying his best. It's because most of you are not in Nigeria and are not probably you are not criminally minded. That's why you are looking at it as if they are doing something wrong. For me, when it comes to the army, somebody have told you that the Nigerian government knows every terrorist by name. They know every terrorist by address. And then why would the army come and say that, that they wouldn't be part of it? Are they not part of the government? Why haven't they destroyed the terrorists? So, it doesn't make sense. You come here every day, keep on talking about something that where that's not the problem. The problem is the system. Okay? The problem is the system. If you look at other countries, here in UK where you stay, just you have lost another prime minister over something that, ordinarily, people will just ignore and say, oh, that doesn't matter. After all, they have sacked him and all that, And you even in America where you say, oh, you have a Trump, but the system sustain everybody. It's any system that is meant for good people. System. Okay, because the system is supposed to cage the bad leader and enable a good leader. That's what a good system is supposed to do. So, if you are talking about the woman, giving if you are angry, look, there is an Amajiri system. The project is Amajirization of Nigeria. That is the culture. And that's what I have been trying to explain to you people ever since. The problem is cultural. The people in the north wouldn't bother about this marginalization of Nigeria because it has been in their system all along. So if the wife of the president just decide to key into that culture, she hasn't done anything wrong. She's just working with the system she has or she met. So I don't know why we're not talking about the real system, the real problem of Nigeria here every time we come here. Because everybody will now say, oh, if we have a good leadership. Leadership for me is a vector. It carries a vector role. That's what they do. They disperse things that they don't produce. So they can have a bad vector, a good vector in that real sense of it. What you have is efficient vector or non-efficient vector, And if you look at it this way, the real reason why, Tinubu got into power in the first place is because the system throws him in, If we have a robust system, such a system cannot happen. Look at, and then, he's now in the system, he's now making it to suit him because what they are trying to do is like, you get into power, you do what you do according to your own.
Hello, is it me or is it him? Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, I think his network.
In Nigeria.
Maybe he's got Badenoch's phone line. I don't know. It's always possible. He's a UK guy.
Chris does not go to Nigeria. He goes to Biafra land.
So there is the matter. I think it's what's his name? Where is he? Where is he gone? Oh yeah, Oku Dike, isn't he? I got it right. Oku Dike. Yeah, look at that. Let him say it. You see, yesterday I saw something in Nigeria that maybe it's not very often you see that. Like there was this Fulani guy doing apprenticeship with a Yoruba guy, and man, I've been to a lot of workmen places. They were so friendly, and when we say friendly, joking around and all kinds of different things. They were even laughing at him because of his Fulani this and they were joking about it. It's very interesting when you actually go on the ground, what is actually going on the ground. So, and I never thought I would see a Fulani guy doing apprenticeship in machine stuff. So,
do you not believe that? Can you not believe that now we with the internet they amplify this division that we think exists?
If you don't see it, you will not know. So this is what I'm telling you.
And they tell you say that's how we grow up, but you know, yeah, they follow the argue. Not everybody grew up for abroad.
To Ovie speak outside. Have you listened to him?
Yeah, you see, that's another thing I'm beginning to find out too. There are many Southerners that grew up in the north that are just everywhere. Like it's like I see more of them in Abuja than the ones that come from the south, which is strange. Nigeria is not a country. The country you like we have in our heads though, it's quite different.
That's why I thought even the places where we have crisis kidnapping in the core north today, if you go there, you go see Igbo man, you go see Yoruba man, you go see every tribe there. Those places that are ravaged with war,
where
you will see every Nigeria there. In Borno State, in Katsina.
Go to Zamfara. Go to Zamfara. Sincerely,
you will see Nigeria living their normal life. They relate
everywhere. There is nowhere you don't.
Sorry, let's let Oku this is speaker. Oku Dike, thank you for joining us. And this NDC this registration. How was your week anyway? I hope you had a great week.
I had a great week. I think it's very hot here. Forwarders can attest to that. And in the school where I work, so the school was closed from Wednesday to Friday because of the heat waves, right? So I've been at home since Wednesday till today. I'll be resuming on Monday. So,
wow.
Yeah.
I'm
sorry. Even you two the fear heat wave. Sorry, even you two the fear heat wave.
I don't know. Now we're asking just now.
It's not about me. Wait. It's not about me, right?
Oh no, that's okay.
Yeah, it's not about me. I don't care. So I think one thing we omitted is recently there has been reports alleging that a helicopter with the serial number RA 25659 operated by the Turkish Forestry / Fire Management has been busy operating in Nigerian forests, meeting with alleged terrorists. So, and I don't think any ministry, like the ministry that is charged of security in Nigeria, has made any statement about this helicopter, right? And mind you, this helicopter has been alleged to have been seen or sighted in Kwara State recently, and I don't know, but this is a foreign helicopter operating over as in Nigerian skies, unchecked, right? So I think that's an issue that should be confronted, if it's true. But yeah, it's been alleged. Yeah.
What are we gonna do? Shoot it down with what missiles? Do we have defense shield?
So you don't have to. That's the thing. See, you don't have to ask me what you're gonna do. I'm not in charge of security in Nigeria, right?
No, I'm asking if
what you cannot defend. What you cannot defend is not yours. Even if you know if you defend your wife, nobody you get out. That's the reality of life.
Exactly.
We cannot defend our airspace. So you are bound to see all those kind of shenanigans.
Okay, does that mean Nigeria is not ours, since we can't defend it?
Oh,
that's true. That is a fact. It's a factual statement. Until you can lay claim to it, you see what Iran is doing. They are beginning to lay claim to Strait of Hormuz because they've not been able to defend it. Sorry, you mute yourself over here. You know these Okwegolo people. I try to calm down. Oku Dike, have you finished your? Keir Starmer stepped down. As somebody in the UK compared to the accountability you see in Nigeria. I'm quite impressed actually that the UK, with all the kind of lack of accountability of world leaders today, that the UK is still trying. You still see signs that their system of accountability is still quite strong. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I think I will try to relate it to what I'll call social capital, right? I think in the UK, people care more about their integrity than in Nigeria. That's just the simple answer I can give to that, right? Which is what I call the social capital. People are more concerned about how people see them and what posterity will remember them for than how it is, as in than how we view it in Nigeria.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you. Chris, have you finished your submission? Because you froze. Just to be fair, you want to conclude?
Well, what I wanted to say is that, well, let me leave it there. Let me leave it there. Let me be listening, because any day we are serious to talk about the real problem of Nigeria. I think we know what to say and what we do. But right now, I don't think we are serious. So let me leave it there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next time, try to buy top up from, stay away from Kemi Badenoch's lines. That's why you managed to freeze. Okay, who is next? Jagun came next, isn't it? I was one of those people that are saying that.
One.
Oh, look at that. I'm one of those people that are predicting that Kemi Badenoch is going to be hard to get rid of as a conservative leader. I saw that a very long time ago, and the woman is sticky. She's an original, and when you have an original as a politician, it's not that easy to get rid of them, because for some reason they just seems to carry on and get stronger over time. And I see her getting stronger in the UK. What do you make of the events of the week, Jagun, and everything that has been going on? How's your week been too? And it looks like you're a little bit fresh today, and the background looks more warm. Color is, I don't know whether it's the heat or something. So, how are you?
Very well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hope you're well as well, and everybody on the panel, everybody in the comment section, and those just watching. We are glad to present to you the Nigerian mafia all over again in the comment section. Three things actually. I like your question as well, and your perception on who Kemi Badenoch is. You see, as a Nigerian, she is going to get stronger and stronger. And I think me and you both agree on this. As she came in, I thought strongly that she's not going to be easy. That's without her actually being the head of the Conservatives. The Nigerian blatancy, whether right or wrong, that she possesses is too strong sometimes for those around her in the good old Houses of Commons. I will tell you that for free. We Nigerians, we have a strength. How we use it is the problem most of the time. But I would like to be lighter and letting you understand that the stepping down of Keir Starmer is nothing to do with humility or integrity or any of these things. Nothing at all. Get it out of your mind. He's gone, and I think unwisely, I wouldn't have gone based on the fact that I didn't take Britain into the idiotic war in the Middle East. That is the best thing he has ever done. And somehow he doesn't know how to capitalize upon it. So I don't give him any plus marks at all for that. He's gone because he did that, and he wasn't able to do what he was asked to do by those behind politics, by those persuaders of different wealth brackets, those who position him to do a job whereby it brings them closer to a one world government. I don't think he was achieving that program very well at all. So now we have a fight of a new head, a new prime minister. Indeed, is what we're. It's not even that he's taking a position. It's a new prime minister. I've forgotten his name. I do like him, but is that boring? And he is 11 years out of parliamentary politics, which is a long time in politics. I don't know if he's going to be. Could you remind me of his name, brother?
Andy Burnham.
Thank you, Andy Burnham. He's a good guy. However, I don't think he's the person that would take Labour into a winning next term. And this is where I see the danger again of Kemi Badenoch. I don't want her to be Prime Minister of this country for a second. She will do anything the British tell her to do, the white people, the oligarchies in this country. The way that they will target and position her is exactly what she would do. So I think we all better
Will you prefer Naja Farage then over her? Because that would be the choice going forward.
Not for a second. I would not prefer Nigel Farage for a second because both of them are absolutely crazy. You know, it will be like having either of them in will be like having Trump in the UK politics, basically. And that's not what we can see what's happening in the States. I wanted to touch on two other things. And I've nearly forgotten the second one. So I'll go on to the first one. I wanted to be a bit lighter. I wanted to talk about the World Cup and how tremendous it's been. Tremendous level of football. The fact that those who are looked at as underlings or
other dogs,
you know, underdogs indeed. Thank you. They're holding their own, man. They're holding their own. And what this exposes, especially to Americans, especially again to Black Americans, is that you're not the only Black people in the world, you silly assholes. I beg your pardon. But I had to say that based on the FBAs of this world and some of the other unfortunate language we hear from Black Americans about who Africans are and how much mouth they have for our continent when they know very little. Largely, they know very little about who we are, what our country are like, and the fact that we are rather, especially Nigerians, who try rather more sophisticated than they are. And that's without boasting. I haven't begun boasting. I'm just laying down facts. Whilst I say this, what I've seen that they've observed is that it doesn't matter which European country and how distant they may seem from Black people, they would have 4 or 5 Africans playing for them. Switzerland, Sweden, all these kinds of countries. Africans, they'll be playing football for them. Caribbeans at times. The England team, we know what it's like. The French team is all Black but for 2 or 3, if that. Then the South American teams, all Black. The Middle Eastern teams, big entry of Black people, Saudi Arabia or whichever one of them. Or now Black people, they're there. So when the American Black look at this, they have a better appreciation of the fact that they are not a minority in America. At least they're not a minority in the world if they include us. And I don't want their inclusion because we're the people that started. It starts from here, Africa. Simple things. So I did appreciate that a great deal, as well as it being a wonderful spectacle for those of you who aren't watching. For those of you who aren't even football players or ballers, myself. That's how we grew up, and that's what we talking about. Yeah, me. Play for Nigeria. I don't play for school for Nigeria back in the day. You know what I mean? And then London, again, we know what we're doing here. Most of the footballers that you see in the Premiership, I know them. Why? Because they're from South East London, right around here. From Brocastle to Ian Wright to this our guy, Eze. Eze is from down the road there in Greenwich. We're all around. This part of London, South East London, is where the most talent into the Premiership comes from, in actual fact. So I like to lay down and boast upon that as well. Lastly, I thank you for the time given. I've forgotten. It was something that forefathers said that I wanted to contribute to, but it's gone out of my mind. Thank you and welcome to the weekend. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Dexter, thank you for coming in. And so I hope you've had a good week. And, this week has been relatively eventful, different things going on. And so what do you make of the week? Is there anything we have missed out and, something you would like us to talk about or highlight?
Forefather, thank you very much and greetings to everybody. Are you swapping the show with Dr. Damages today? Is he taking your session and you're taking his session, or are you on a marathon?
What do you mean?
Dr. Damages normal call.
What do you mean? Dr. Damages is sitting right here.
Oh, really? He's sitting there with you?
I am Dr. Damages. What do you look at that? No, I'm seriously him. Why do you think I'm doing all this session? I'm not arguing with you. What do you think? Yeah.
Well, I'm just thinking you're going to do a marathon, so you might need a lot of water.
I would have been arguing with people by now. Look at that.
Okay, so you've changed your personality now. You've taken on the Dr. Damages personality. That's good. That's good.
Yes.
As at yesterday, I just felt like Nigeria is hopeless. We must tell ourselves the truth. Nigeria is in a hopeless situation. It's just in a hopeless situation. If you look at the news coming out, from the week that was, you had the presidential spokesperson, the person that literally stays in the bedroom telling people that there's no hunger. I don't see the hunger. Among all the other atrocious things he said, you just know that the country is gone. Then yesterday, you had a court that had given judgment. Reverse the judgment. The judge reversed it. Look, if you even look at the genesis of it, the party in question tried to register, I think it was 2015, and didn't get registered. And that is the basis. There are some things that we just deceive ourselves like we are in a civilized society. We are not. I think that's, so I think we really, as Nigerians, we really don't have anything we should be smiling about, And then the second thing I want to talk about, I think we should start putting up a challenge here, because the truth is that if tomorrow power falls in Obi's hand, Opebolo, if power falls into his hand tomorrow for any reason, for any miraculous reason, I don't think he will do anything better. I personally, in fact, many of us on this panel, if power falls in our hands, even you forefathers, if power falls into your hands tomorrow to manage your state or to manage the country, I don't think you will do anything better. Do you know why? Because I have not seen your blueprint of what you want to do. We come here and chat and we talk a lot, but I think time has come whereby if we really want to make change, it's not just talking. We should start challenging ourselves.
Wow.
Where are you from? If you write out what you would do differently, it's not hard to get out what is the money that has been allocated to your state. In fact, it doesn't have to be your state. Forefathers, you live in Port Harcourt. Check out the allocations to Rivers State and tell us what you would do differently. Bring it to the panel and present it. Let's interrogate it. Because if not, if power drops in your hands, what is going to happen is that there are people at the corridors of power that will swing you immediately. It's no coincidence that someone like Alex Otti is doing well because he had a blueprint of what he was. All the governors in Nigeria that did well, I don't mean building bridges. I don't mean building bridges. Building bridges is not development. Building bridges in Africa is the way to loot. You know, all the governors that have done well, they had a blueprint, they had an intention of what they wanted to do, and they were able to drive at it. But I think all of us, many of us come here, we just chat, and that was the week that was my reflection. We should start challenging ourselves on this panel. Maybe the first 1 hour, 30, 90 minutes, people that come in, you have 10 minutes to deliver what you would do as a challenge. What would you do if you were in charge of River State? And you do it with data because the allocations and what the governor has done is there. Do it with data and tell us exactly what you do and what is going to be the impact. And what do you expect? Where do you expect that state to be in the next 5 years, 10 years? We have to start challenging ourselves intellectually here. You know, not just coming to rants. Because if we go to rants, the truth about the power falls in any of our hands, we're not ready for it. And there are people that are the corridors of power in Nigeria that will be there forever. You have people in Nigeria, they will never take any political position. They will just remain around the corridors of power and they will be swinging. They hold the joystick to push the government. Example, the Shaguri that is taking most of the big contracts in Nigeria. Does he hold any political position? That guy got Wale Edun out of office. That guy literally got Wale Edun out of office. You know, he doesn't hold any political power. He is just around the corridors of power. He was around when Babangida was there, and he's come back again now when Tinubu is there. So we need to start interrogating ourselves. I mean, then look at the state, and why I'm telling you that, because if you listen to the statement of Remi Tinubu, she was telling people to go and do akara and kuli kuli, it just tells you that we are not ready. And if we don't realize as a country that we are lost, then it's even a worse, we are in a worse situation. We are in an absolute worst situation. You know, so one, we must realize where we are. Nigeria, when what's this guy's name? Paul Adefaras said, I think last month or 2 months ago, that Nigeria is gone. What happened yesterday? His statement just, recording. It's actually gone. Nigeria is dead. It's absolutely dead. That's what it is. The president just wants a coronation. That's what he wants. There'll be no election. He just wants a coronation. So, but I think we need here to start challenging ourselves intellectually. Thank you.
Excellently said. Very well
thank
said.
you.
I applaud you.
One of the things I'm seeing in Nigeria is that everybody says it all the time, but sometimes when you see it, it makes it even more impact. I think Masca was supposed to go next, but it's not here now. Is that when politicians get into office, suddenly
Masca is there now. Masca is there.
Well, where's Masca now? I can't see him.
No, it's not on the platform. It's not here.
I see. I thought he was the person next to me.
So when they become politicians, even a councillor, you need to see how much money they just start displaying and building houses and stuff like that. It's crazy. Like, if that is how Nigerians see politics, as just a way to make money, wow, we are in trouble. Because nobody wants, it means that because it requires a lot of money to get into politics. That's another one. So if it's so much money to get into politics, how would any good candidate make it there?
Family is a situation whereby we listen and we don't care.
Somebody is talking. I'm not sure who that is. So yeah, that's what I find, that because there's so much money involved, everybody spends a lot of money to get elected, because they have to pay people. They have to pay different people, all of them. That's how the mechanism works. Everybody you speak to, they always say the same thing. And it's just a matter of fact of life. And maybe that is why a lot of people say the country is dead, because how do you break out of that? That is why it's hard for politicians to change course, because all of them, they pay money to get in, they have to get the money back, and the first thing they do is to recoup their money back. That's exactly what they are doing. They are not governing for the people.
Well, I
And
think that this is essentially why Dexter has said what he said. You know, that he said that we have to challenge ourselves and increase our intellectual discussions. This is the only way. It's only if people like us are doing this. Because you know what? If we're all honest to ourselves, the people around us as individuals, they are not as concerned as we are. Whether we've got the wrong or right answer is secondary. They are not as concerned as we are about speaking about issues of Nigerians' destitution, the destitution of the state, and how we are going to correct it. And can we correct it? And we're the only ones dealing with that. So if we don't raise the way we challenge ourselves here intellectually and be able to design in our minds a way forward, I don't like the statement Nigeria is dead, but it will be if we don't do something about it. I don't like that statement, but
Let me also.
it's coming like a true statement. So we need to wake up. Simple.
Yeah,
even so, let me just add this one. Even somebody that works in that one is a little bit. I don't want to be a downer. Somebody that works in National House of Assembly that monitors everything. He too said the same thing. That if you see what is going on there, something about Nigeria is gone. Nigeria is gone. Nigeria. I don't know where this tone comes from. Where they get this language from. I think I think Jago is right, and just as much as Dexter is right. We have to figure out a way. We all know the solution. Like in my own case now, you have to have a form of ideology. Stick to that ideology has to be relevant to the people so that it provides for the needs of people, and have a test like a blueprint, like Dexter said. You have to have a way of testing it out, and so that people believe in the ideology. And because these parties, what they do now is the leader tells them where to go, everybody goes. It's like then I ask them, why do you follow your leader? Because if you go to church and your pastor converts to Islam, you don't exactly become, all of you become Islam. Why do you do that? It's because you don't have any core belief in there.
No,
that is the problem. And
the reason they do that is the money, right? Is the money. So
that's the only
Nigeria
belief
election,
now.
you said something very right now. Nigeria election politics has become so expensive to the extent that if people tell you how much they spend for just primaries, you will not even believe it. Not the main election. I'll give you an example. A House of Representative, somebody that is vying for a position for House of Representative, and the level of primaries, they spend millions of naira. So in the election, they spend a lot. So how you solve that problem is to have a system, electoral system needs complete reformation. You need to have an electoral system that is working in that way that if you have idea, you are capable, you can talk to the people can even support your election in such a way that you work for them. Right now, if you don't have the money or you don't have the godfather that have the money to sponsor you, you can't be there. It's really, really difficult. Don't let any Nigerian pressure deceive you. Nigeria elections are very expensive, super expensive. They spend a lot of money to the extent that some people even sell their houses to contest for these positions. That's why they go very desperate. And not only that, the issue of violence in the election, we don't discuss it much. A lot of these Nigerian politicians, they sponsor courtism, they are member of courtism, they spend money on courtism to make sure they help them defend their elections. All the bad boys across the country, in every state, write it down, telling you, majority of Nigerian politicians are involved in this madness. This is what is going on. Except you clean up the system where if Ovie is willing to contest, he can leave America and said, I want to go work for my people. He will come, he will bring his plan, like Dexter rightly said. Okay, this is my plan, this is what I can do, this is how I'm going to do it, this I can resolve these issues. If the people buy in, they can even sponsor. If you watch in 2023, Obi did a bit of that because people A lot of people, there are a set of people that really believe in Peter Obi. They spend their money. They contribute to Peter Obi. So if we have such people are willing to contribute money. So that's where the problem is. The money banks, they don't need this money. They don't want you to even contribute £1. So they are fine. They have billions of naira to spend on the election. Nothing. They can go ahead and do that. This is part of the problem we are facing.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And so, in other words, it's just about money now. That's the only ideology in at the core. I really feel like you have to have a belief, a core set of ideas, other than just to recoup the money that.
Forefather is lost. Network. Where is if he come and moderate? Forefather has disappeared.
No, he's there.
James, do you have anything to add? Yeah, his network is really bad. Yeah, Mr. James, you want to come in? Go ahead. At least let's move around before
we will select topics to talk about. We spent almost 1.5 hours. We've not concentrated on a particular topic.
Probably we can start discussing the police bill.
That's a nice complaint.
Right?
Police bill?
Yeah, the police bill. Probably if you want to throw some opinion on that.
Yeah, I don't have confidence in the bill for one reason. The federal police has disappointed us. Why did they disappoint us? We should investigate it. And also, if we are to have state police, what is the guarantee that the state governors will not behave the way the federal government is behaving now? And also, if you look at the concurrent legislative list, health is run by both federal and state governments. None of them is living up to expectation. The judiciary is run by its own concurrent legislative list. None of them is living up to expectation. Health, roads, water, all the areas of all the items of concurrent legislative list, both the federal and the state government, they are not doing well. What is the guarantee that if police happen to be on concurrent legislative list, the state will do better than what the federal government is doing now? There is no guarantee. The issue is that we are solving the problems piecemeal. Let us take police for now. Tomorrow we take immigration. The other day we take water supply. The entire system has crumbled. We need a government that will revamp the whole system at once. That is how I see it, because where are we going to recruit the policemen? We are going to recruit them from the Nigerian society. I think it was Makerfield, one of his writers, who said that a rotten or a corrupt society cannot reform itself. If the society is rotten, we have to cleanse the society first before we talk about Forefathers is back.
Forefather, welcome back.
Mr. James, apologies. Technical issues. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. James was just discussing.
I didn't know KJ was around.
He just
came in.
Oh yes, yeah, that's where we're going. Yeah, that's where we're going next.
Yeah.
Please go ahead, James.
Another problem with state police is if the governor of a state appoints the commissioner of police for that state, the commissioner will be accountable to him. And if the governor wants to misuse him, there's nothing he can do about it. And also, assuming the governor is a sponsor of terrorism, because they are pointing accusing fingers at some governors at the moment. If the governor of the state is a sponsor of terrorism, he will certainly use the police to his own advantage. What can we do about it? So I agree that all crimes are local in a way, but if we have a federal police structure, it is better than a state, what we call state police organizations. There's an example I always cite. When Lawrence Anini was disturbing Burnham State, it was discovered that it was a Benin man, George Yamu, who was selling guns to him. So they brought Paris Ayande from Lagos, federal police, to solve the problem for the state. You get what I mean? Now, if Yamu, who is a member of the state police command, is conniving with armed robbers, what is the guarantee that a state police commissioner or a top-ranking police officer in a state will not connive with criminals in that state? Because it's not their internal affairs. So it's going to be a very nasty situation. There will be no federal government to effectively intervene. What we should do is to revamp the whole system. The root cause of the problems of Nigeria principally is the judiciary. In those days, when George Yamu misbehaved, the judicial system was able to hold him to account, put him on trial, condemn him to death. It was the father of this Omar Agege, the former deputy Senate president, the father, James Omar Agege, who sentenced him to death by firing squad. He was executed at the Kewa firing range. I was there live on Valentine's Day when the man was executed. Now, after the execution, that organization, Anini's organization, fizzled out completely. So what we should do is to revamp the judicial service. And all the crimes in the country today, we seem to be afraid of certain people. We don't want to point accusing fingers at them. We're waiting for United Arab Emirates or United States to mention them. Now, if, for example, a governor or a top-ranking officer happen to be involved in terrorism and is found guilty and is taken to Bar Beach and executed by firing squad, that is a clear-cut warning for everybody. Just like coup plotting. In the military, the penalty is well known, death. This is what is scaring a lot of soldiers from engaging in that practice. I mean, the practice of toppling government. So as long as the judiciary is rotting, there's nothing we can do about it. You get the point? I can commit incest. Nothing will happen. I can do anything in the Federal Republic. There's nobody to call me to order because the judicial service is rotting to the core. So this is the problem we have with the country, not the policemen. The policemen are Nigerians. Nigerian policemen were not recruited from Zimbabwe or Ghana or Togo or Gambia. They are recruited from Nigeria. If Nigeria is rotting, the police force will surely be rotting. A corrupt society cannot produce a clean police force. That is how I say it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, KJ, thank you for joining us. I didn't see you the last time I was in. AY and Ife in that order can take over in my absence. Or the people that are on the panel can self-regulate until I am able to return, because I'm in Nigeria now. You can always, the connection is a lot better, I have to say, but it's not always stable. So what do you make of the state police?
KJ in charge now? KJ internet is stable. And he is stable too.
That's what I said. That KJ, AY, and Ife in that order. All right. So, KJ, what do you make of the police, state police? Do you think it's a panacea for the solution of that's to resolve the insecurity issues in the country?
First and foremost, yes, partly. But the problem in Nigeria has not always been a problem of policy, but policy implementation. Now, when one man decides to, design a policy to suit him and his cronies, it becomes difficult for you to serve the public good. In this case, of all the members of the National Assembly, the whole team, as senators and House of Rep people, couldn't form and be able to bring out a draft that's acceptable to them to be penned down and sent to the president. The president had to be the one to do it. to send to them for approval for them to now debate and pass. It looks a bit worrying to me. That's one. Two, if they will implement it in the way it should be, then it will not elicit people using it for corrupt practices. For instance, in some of the developed world, the police chiefs are elected by the people. So every now and then you go back to the people to get your mandate. But since that will be so difficult in Nigeria because we don't like to do things the proper way, we don't like best practices. Maybe, just like Abaribo suggested, the power to remove, hire and fire should not only rest on the governor, but also on members of the National Assembly. And having said that, knowing also that people in Nigeria can take public money to bribe all the members of the National Assembly and their state assembly to get something done, it will be good that we also ask that the people, each state, let the policing in that state be done by their own people, by their own tribesmen. If you are going to Burnham, if it's for Plateau State and you want to institute a assistant superintendent of police in one local government that is majority Burnham local government, let that man be a Burnham man. He knows the people who are criminals. He knows the look and cranny of the place. If he decides to allow his community to be overrun by criminals, so be it. But if you do that, you will take away a lot, because we see people who wear uniform and they mistreat Nigerians all around Nigeria in any which way they can, all because they don't belong to that community. They do and undo. So when we bring policing to the people and their own people, being the people who run the security outfit in that state, we will reduce to a barest minimum some of the injustices being done by police and other security forces. Now, having said that, I'm not oblivious of the fact that people can become corrupt, because just like Mr. James has said, a corrupt system have no ability to correct itself. It cannot self-correct. It has to be somebody who is outside of that circle who can bring correction to it. Now, who is that person who bring correction to it? Majority of the people. If we have 100 people in the federal service, 99 are corrupt, and 99 don't seem to be bothered of what is going to happen. And so because they don't seem to be bothered what's going to happen, everybody is busy packing for themselves whatever they can pack, so that when the house comes caving, they will all escape through their routes they've already planned ahead of time. Majority of people who are in Nigeria do not have their families and cronies in Nigeria, so they don't care what happens. And so it becomes very, very interesting. Let me not say interesting, because I don't want to use the wrong word here. It becomes very challenging why you have a sitting government, and every day in the national and international news, you see people, your own people, being turned to shish kebab, and it doesn't bother you. Nobody says anything. The life just continues. Okay, some few individuals come out and cry. Then you people make that stupid statement they always make every time: we will leave no stone unturned until we get to that stone. They've been turning the stone since 1960 until today. The stone is no longer being able, because the stone have become a lava right now. It's flowing. Nobody can turn it any longer, because the blood now is flowing from the north to the south to the west to the east, and of course going around. Nobody has been able to turn this stone or stop it from flowing. So what am I saying? State police will work well if it will be done as other places are done. I'll give you an example. Where I live, they're saying a university. The university has its own police, well-equipped police. Okay? The county have its own police, well-equipped police. In fact, some big malls have their own police, very, well-equipped police. So you cannot, cross from one point to the other without meeting a formidable team of police people who will check you. Let me go a bit further. If you are traveling, across the US, if it's midnight, say you decide to leave your house to travel around 11 p.m. and your vehicle breaks down somewhere between California and wherever you're going. Within the 5 minutes of your car breaking down in that midnight, the next light you see is a police car. 5 minutes of your stay in that place, the police pulls across and says to you, what's happening? You say, oh, your car broke down. Okay, is it something we can fix now, or is something we can move? If you cannot fix it, the police themselves will make sure that your car is, well out of the road, and they will carry you to the nearest place where you can get help. This is where people regard people individual. They see people as human beings. They treat you like one. It does not matter. It's just, you don't have to be, their tribe or whatever. Yes, I'm not saying that the society is devoid of criminals and people who are evil in those uniforms. But I'm saying when 90% of the people you meet are good people, we can as well say the work is being done. The reason why we're having problem in Nigeria is because 90% of the people who are supposed to be doing the good job are not doing it. It's just 10% of people doing it. And those 10% are constantly being harassed. Like the topic we're going to discuss later. You go back, a judge goes back, a judgment of 2025. You withdraw it. Why has it been done before? I'm looking for the legal term for it. Okay? For a party that will not file along. You didn't file along. You're not included in that suit. You saw the suit. The suit went all through. You didn't say anything about the suit. And then you wake up in the middle of the river and say, oh, I just forgot. I didn't carry a life jacket. The ship has to go back so I can carry a life jacket. What are we saying? And no, everybody seems to be silent. So, like, people keep saying here, we never start to build a nation. Because you cannot continue to do, impunity and expect something good to come out of it. It doesn't matter. It's not a question of even tribe. Tribe have nothing to do with it. It's a question of humanity. The human being that's living in a society that is supposed to be regarded as a human being, not animal. You see, so we carry our pain or our desire to oppress to a very ridiculous end. To a very ridiculous end. And then with the rest of Nigeria, we just go and lie down and put our hands on our head. Leave them. God will deal with them. God will. Let them be doing. God one day. God. No, God is not coming. God is not coming. No, God is coming. Hello, God ain't coming, man. If you guys refuse to stand up, God is not coming. I want to remind those of you who think God is going to help you in Nigeria. God will come down, angels will follow him, and they'll go and remove people from Aso Rock. He's not coming. God was sitting in the same place where he was sitting. When the Israelites led Jesus to the cross and crucified him, he didn't come down. And that's his most precious son. He didn't come down from heaven. So, okay, people have gone too far now. We need to come down. The same time I'm telling you guys, if you don't get up, if you do not get up, I have a video that I don't know whether Fofo have seen it. Somewhere in Anambra State, the military helicopter was dropping things in the bush, thick of the bush. If we don't get up, this river that is coming, it will swallow all of us. Everybody will collect, it will chop breakfast. So that's my
KJ,
yeah.
Yeah, just as this inside this thing. So let's say they make you this is one of my concern about state police. They make you state police commissioner. I wish your Muslim Fulanis would be allowed to walk into your state anymore. You will decide that you don't want the Fulani no more.
So if that's going to stop the carnage, for now, let Fulanis remain in their locality. By the way, let's look at it more further. The North have always prided themselves as having more land than the rest of the South. So why are the Fulani moving to the South where there's no land? By the way, the same people say there's no land. Igbos are living 5 meters from each other, and yet you still want to bring cows to the southeast. So what are we saying here? You said the whole of Niger State is the whole of the 5 states of Southeast put together cannot even make up Niger State. Why not turn the whole of Niger State, those places those ungoverned areas, to Fulani ranches and put them there? Why do you have to carry them to other people's distance to go and cause mayhem? So if for now Fulani remaining in their place will make us to have peace in Nigeria, people's lives are saved, So be it for now, until we sort out what is going on. Hey, Mr. Trump came to the office here and said, I don't understand what is going on. Shut the borders until we figure what is happening. Those are people who love their country. So why can't we say, we don't understand what is going on? Fulanis are everywhere. Nobody's safe. You know what? Let's everybody stay in one place. Let us sort out this thing for once and for all. What is wrong with that? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And these things we must have to deal with it. It's not that we want to be a nation or we don't want to be a nation. It's as simple as short. Sorry, I hope I'm not taking too much time.
But just before we go to the next person, the reason why that is because if you decide to isolate one group in a country from the state, I get the reasoning in terms of trying to just stop any of these things in case of any bad eggs coming in. But if you isolate one group, then the other group isolates the other group, and everybody starts isolating each other, we may get ourselves back to the situation that got us into the mess we are in the 60s and 70s again. So Falana was saying something about this, which I didn't know. He said from the early 70s to 1979, there was a great debate because Nigeria used to have state regional police. And there was a great debate, and they resolved that it's better to go with centralized police because the state police were being abused heavily during that time. That the reason why they were being abused, has it been taken away? That from his own point of view, it has been made worse.
Can I answer that for you? Can I answer that for you? Not because
briefly,
briefly, yes. Let me tell you, policies are made in Nigeria to suit people. That's not because it is not for the good of the land. You said the police, local police, the local native police and all that were used against the people. Yes. But was it because it cannot be redeemed? Don't we know the problem? Don't we know the problem? See, why do we always compare to the things that are not working? Why not us compare to the ones that are working? I just mentioned to you now that every state in America has county police, which is like a local government police. They have the state police, which is the state police. They have universities have police. The big malls have police. In fact, there's certain hospitals.
You're repeating yourself, not answering the question. I was waiting for the question to be answered, actually.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to answer, Mr. Jaguar. Now you have disturbed my flow of thoughts. Now,
I didn't want to do that, man.
What I was trying to say, what I'm trying to say is this. Forefather, bad people will always be bad people. It doesn't matter whether you agree now that, what has changed. A lot of things have changed. At the time they discussed in 1979, Nigeria was not 36 states. Okay? A lot of things have changed. Leadership have changed. The quality of leaders in Nigeria have also changed. The people in 1979 they have more conscience than the people who have now in authority. The people who have in authority now don't care whether you have a country or not. They're just concerned about having. It's true.
But
it's true.
But your argument, people before now had higher moral integrity, and they decided that state police was a bad idea. And the crazy was is what you want to give state police now that are breaking House of Assemblies and everything.
No,
you are making a case against state police.
No. See, every country that is serious will craft a law that will help its people to live a good life. What is called international best practices. You cannot tell me that what we are facing in Nigeria is new to humanity. Is it new to humanity? It is not new to humanity. It has happened in other climes many times over, and you are able to checkmate it. What we do is that our leaders are insincere in crafting laws that will checkmate people. And so laws look at tribe, look at region, and looks at who is involved, or whether he's a high man or a low man, before it takes its course. If the law is blind, as the judges say, then these things will have been done seamlessly. So if a police commissioner goes out of the schedule of duty and does what is evil, whether he's big Fulani or Yoruba or Igbo, whatever tribe he is, let the law take its course. Let the law be implemented the way it should be implemented. Let it not begin to look for who is or who is not. Now, why again I ask a question? Nigerians, we like to always go to the barest minimum. If we say, okay, Nigeria should start manufacturing cars, they say, but you see, the other manufacturing plants in Benin Republic have not been able to do anything. Why should we start? Why do we always compare to the worst part? Why don't we compare to the best part? The ones where, like Switzerland, where there's little or no crime. Why don't we compare to the way those people have been able to craft their own society that brought their people to the best practices and have given them a push, an acceleration to become better people and better nation, than what they are today? Why do we always go back? Okay? Is there that there's nobody who can do these things? Is it that we don't have the intellectual capacity to do these things? All these things are available in Nigeria. The government. What? If I don't know, you go ahead.
You made a strong argument against state police. Sorry, no, that's the problem, though, KJ. I'm sorry. Okay, so other people have to speak. It's just that you yourself made a very, very indicting argument against state police without even knowing it. That's why I was a bit confused.
Which is
what?
What?
Following you.
No, we can't go back and forward. We can't live with you, KJ, and this one.
Okay. KJ is fascinating to talk to about this actually because he
I didn't understand a word of anything.
Previously, they abused state police.
We don't have to understand.
Okay, let's move on. I think KJ, we are going to come back. We'll come back. We'll come back to you, KJ, because I think it's quite interesting your take on it. Is it Jagun? James has spoken on it, except he wants to say something about what KJ said. He's free to do that. Jagun is next, isn't it? Jagun is next.
I'm next, but bring in Pansat as somebody who. Bring in Pansat as somebody who has just come to the stage. We haven't heard his voice.
Just a sentence.
Not yet.
Why is it
go
that
ahead.
up to now? Why is it that up to now? Why is it that up to now, no Fulani socio-cultural organization is castigating the Fulanis for what they are doing? Kulata asked these questions long ago. Up to now, no Fulani socio-cultural organization has condemned what the Fulanis are doing. Why should one tribe be terrorizing 250 different ethnic groups in the country? Just one tribe. What have they done to move the country forward?
And everybody is, we're all struggling to see how we can give them safe passage, make them comfortable so that they can connect. What are you guys saying? Are we human beings?
No.
What? Hold on. No. What? One tribe. Hold on, forefather. Hold on. One tribe. Sokoto, Katsina, Kaduna, Meduguri, Plateau, Taraba, Niger, Kogi. One tribe. Lagos, Ogun, Ibadan. One tribe. And then we are trying to accommodate them. We are trying to say, let's be peaceful. Let's give them room. Benue, Enugu, now Cross River, Rivers, one tribe. Edo, Delta, one. Are we? So what? How do we say that? Just like Mr. James Abbas, why do we allow that? They cannot be checked, so that we don't sound tribal or we don't sound to be people who are against. No, now.
The truth is that there has been condemnation from Fulani social organization group, and I also know that regionally, when something is going on, like in the south when it was happening, or in the southeast, people in that region are scared because they know they can get visits from the people that are causing trouble. So that's why they don't say a lot, but they do say something. Like even in the southeast,
well, let me tell you something. Let me just say something. KJ, it's not that I didn't understand what you're saying. I do understand very well. It's just that you repeated yourself quite a lot, and I wanted a definite. Well, you did give some level of a solution, and it's not that I think that solution is necessarily wrong, because this week I saw how police who were operating a roadblock allowed a good 1,500 bikes, all 1,500 bicycles, all Fulanis, just to go straight on. But me and you will get stopped, asked for money, and checked as to what is what, where I'd have to give them grammar just to shoo them away, knowing that it's only grammar may I go afford, or I don't have any money for you. So 1,500 Fulani bandits. When I looked at it, it was looking like American, what do you call those people with the heavy bikes? I forgot what you call them. Big beard and very aggressive looking, even though there's all kind of stories about them. I forgot what they call them, but I just couldn't believe the way they just allowed them to go through with armed, though. So they were going to do their things. The police self, they go chop some now. They go chop half or whatever they're being paid to allow them through like that. It's a big problem. And I think there's none of us on this platform that doesn't realize it's a big problem. How to deal with it without necessarily being on a ethnic or racial or even religious level where that's what we'll be accused of. I'm not sure. I'm thinking that really and truly you're going to have to attack these things, these fundamental things, on the head. You're going to have to approach it directly somehow. But that's what I saw this week.
But Django, based on how governors have conducted themselves lately, in terms of, in the case of Fubara destroying, I remember there was a time, the 2022 election, where a politician ran out of the state because he was afraid that Wike was about to kill him, and they ran out. And then you look at the way Obaseki abused this in the House of Assembly too. I think there was a time they shut it down in Delta, in the state too. So there are quite a lot of cases where governors have overreached with their powers like crazy. And now they are going to have armed militia technically. And maybe
overreach their power in what terms? In terms of the already selfish practices of the governors, or was that particular governor, whoever you may be speaking about, putting himself in front of the people in terms of protecting the rights of the people? Because if he wasn't doing that, then I have no feeling for the fact that he was chased out because of some private deal that didn't go well or whatever rubbish they have to deal with. If you're not there protecting the citizens in your state as a governor, then you running away for any reason really is almost like letting you're running away from your responsibility of protecting the people. That's not a good thing,
but
is
he's
it?
not the he was not the governor. The point was that the governor has so much power that he had to run out of the state. The governor didn't have police powers, didn't have all those things. He had to escape the state for his life. And you will hear of cases whereby
I do understand that, but I still put my foot down and say
is
it's
there no
because.
danger that
Sorry,
are
go
we
on.
not running? The question was, are we not running into a dangerous situation whereby some state governors don't even pay their workers, where you have people that are armed, and you may end up with a police force that is as devastating as SARS, or even worse, like the kind of balkanization you see in DRC? Because if the moment they don't have money anymore, you will have problems.
I tell you this, forefather. Today, KJ has mentioned a solution. I heard Mr. James saying practically again that the courts and the system of the courts in Nigeria is completely useless. It's upside down. It's Disney tunes. It's looking at it, watching it, hearing it. It's just rubbish. So, given that, I think that's a serious indictment upon any nation, the most serious, that your laws don't work, or the people who protect your laws behave completely opposite than the law. If this is the position that we are in as Nigerians, then I've always said Nigeria needs to stop. It needs not to go to 2027 election. It needs a good 3 years to put that country back in shape, at least. And within that 3 years, there should be a nominal administration for that time to do the job of the overhaul of that country to set it back on its feet. If that doesn't happen, we continue in this rubbish and we start asking ourselves what constitute idiotic questions, even though they're not idiotic questions. But the fact is, the country is not working the way you suppose. The country is not going the way common sense suggests. So us talking in a common sensual way about a corrupt, ridiculous politician, lies, filth, it's pointless. If we were saying enough is enough, then the whole thing has to stop. That's my point. And I would like other people to come to a position where they're thinking in fundamental terms. And those fundamental terms should be the basis of the level of intellect that we bring to the table in making sure that we here, we can provide the paper that we are able to hand out to the Nigerian populace, to the politicians, and say, you know what, this is what's going to happen. And you know, the way politics is going, I was thinking, because I thought this for a good 2 years at least, the way politics is going in Nigeria right now, it's as though if I lay this thing ablaze, it can just happen. Sorry, if I lay this thing down, it can just happen ablaze between now and the time of the elections, where people are coming out and saying we are not going to vote. Everybody is corrupt. We have no leaders. We are totally disgusted with this, and this is what the people of Nigeria, a sovereign state, we the people are putting this forward as the new way, because we can't agree with you people. We're taking back our power. If we're not on that level, we may as well just smoke reefers all day.
Thank you.
I'm serious.
Thank you for
Yes,
that.
sir.
I will try to be bringing in people that have not spoken before. And I think Aizon came in before Pansat, if I'm not mistaken. So he has not said anything
I
before.
did.
Then Pansat. Oh, you have?
I did. No, I haven't spoken. I came in before Pansat.
Yeah, okay, you came in before Pansat, so I will highlight it. So I don't know. What do you make of this national?
But I'm older than Aizon. And
Pansat, I came in before you. If you don't like it, do something about it.
We only introduce ourselves, not just because we introduce ourselves doesn't mean we are spoken.
As your elder brother, you're supposed to let your elder brother speak, but it's okay. He did come in
It's
before.
okay. No, Pansat, you go ahead. Go ahead. It's because it's you. Go ahead.
Well, let me say that. Let me say hello to everybody who's on the platform. I'm not going to be here that long. And Aizon's politics, it's not that much different from mine. We do have one area that we disagree, but which is our Biafra includes all that area that Aizon come from. Aside from that, he and I were indistinguishable. But let me say to all of you who are on the platform and those who are in the comment section that we do have to have a change in our outlook. Because if you look at it, everybody is describing some part of the elephant, right? Somebody are talking about the feet, somebody are talking about the tusk, some are talking about whatever, the skin and all that stuff. But it's this one giant elephant that we're talking about. So we're gonna have to take it as a wholesome animal and then deal with it and take care of it. It's to come on, and I was listening, I believe James posed the question when Forefathers was having technical difficulties, like, what is the topic? What are we talking about here? I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what the show is all about. And that's in the organization of our weekly. I mean, this place is a weekly show. You have a whole week to put it together. It's not a daily show. But let me say that when we have a guy leave his young family for years now and come down to Nigeria from diaspora He's got everything here. We here, see, diaspora is not diaspora. We here in the United States, before social media, if you see somebody from the United States, even if you're in London, you're going to be like, oh, here's somebody from America. He could tell you to get on your knees and you do it, right? But due to you don't have a visa to talk to us now, when we're here, you just look down on us. So when they left his state with his young family, came to Nigeria to fight for Nigerians. Do I agree with Shore all the time? No, I don't. I believe that he should work together with others. He lacks judgment. That's true. But we cannot sit there and somebody's going to take Shore and put him in prison. And we're talking about something else. What else are we? I mean, what else is fighting for? Who should go there fighting for Nigerians? Who? I mean, why? Somebody's gonna have the disrespect.
Pansa, we are gonna go to Shore
when
this issue because there's this aspect of this state police that soon. Don't worry. When everybody has spoken on this topic, see, let me just ask you a specific question. There's this aspect of state police that indicates that state police are good at dealing with local issues, but when it comes to issues that go interstate, like drug trafficking, terrorism, and all those things, they struggle to handle it because it's actually more powerful than them. And if we go towards state police and in so doing, we weaken the national police to deal with the bigger issues of drugs, terrorism, and all the likes of it, those things will come and eat our communities up again. So we have to be careful what we are playing with. I don't know what you make of it, because that is the pattern of policing that people are wrestling with that have concerns. I don't know what you make of it.
Okay, let me tell you something. Forefathers, you like to handle those big issues like state police. Every system works. If Nigeria does capitalism, no matter how fundamental they take it, it's going to work if you have the structure and good people. If the laws are there to handle the system, you could do communism, is going to work. You could do federal policing, is going to work. Or you could do state police, is going to work, right? But it depends on the people, right? Ontologically speaking, you first have to imagine Nigeria maybe in the metaphysical realm first. You have to worry about your existentialism, the philosophy, not just conceptual and abstract like you try to do all the time. We have a problem in Nigeria. You have to first say, oh, you know what, we got a problem. No matter what you introduce in that country, it's not going to work because they create the loopholes before they pass that law. They already know. Nigerian big men, they don't want that country to change. I'm going to tell you the truth. They don't, because they feel like if, let's say, you want to make it to where, if you want to be a police officer, you have to have some kind of degree, college degree, university degree. You have to be trained. They're going to first create those police officers. They're not going to want that to be the case, especially those who are there now. I'm just using a little segment, the police. You go to politicians, it's the same thing. They don't want to plug the loophole where you have to show your WAEC. So what we have to do first is those people who have hubris, that, for example, somebody like Tinubu, he's saying that I'm going to win the election no matter what. I don't know, say something about him being a strategist. You're going to win an election without going to the people, telling these people what you've done, answer some questions, be held accountable. You feel that we're so beat down that on election day, you and some governors are going to declare yourself winners, and then you're going to become president, and we're going to let you. You're going to take show with them, put them in jail. And we're going to let you do that with impunity. So no, your question, they're all interrelated. You could go any realm that you want. The point is that the major philosophy, we have to get that right. How do we have a state, a government, a constitution? Without that constitution, we have nothing. We have nothing in common. Let's put that straight now. The Constitution is that document that make us Nigerians, that make somebody president. You cannot violate the Constitution and say you're going to become president of our country. Tinubu has to come, talk to the people, talk to our journalists, answer some questions. What's going on in the last 4 years? Where are we going? Simple questions like that. Answer the question. Don't go bringing in some strong men and put them the governors and all kinds of thugs, and then just lord it over us. So that's why you philosophically, somebody like Ovie here, who's a youngster, who knows a lot. You show these people behind you, and we're all laughing. The thing is that you're gonna have to get serious at some point. Ovie, you have to get serious at some point. We don't come here to talk and laugh. When people are getting killed, people are starving, the government is gone. We're gonna get serious. It's soldiers like yourself, young people like you. You ran for the country as a patriot. You've done a lot of things for the country, so you're just gonna fritter it away because you're joking around. No, I'm not. I don't want to be condescending, but look, if you're not gonna
put you for front line, oh my friend.
No, seriously. We have to stop talking about
start from the start. Start recognizing the starness in me first and the contribution.
They don't put you for front line, brother.
So, in deference to my friend and brother Izon, who gave me his time, I would end here, but I want us to begin this 2027 by taking a position. It's enough. We want to be organized. We want to take back this country democratically. Only if the Constitution is respected. If we don't have a Constitution, or if you want to take over that country because you feel you're a strong man, there's nobody stronger than the people. And I want to pledge that if you guys from today change today, let's tackle this issue now. This year, we should not let these people continue doing what they're doing. Let's look at the whole elephant and tackle it. Period. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Izon, thank you for joining us. So, yeah, basically, Pansa's position is if we are okay, everything we implement will work. But if we are not okay, everything we implement will not work. But to become okay, you have to implement something that actually increases good within the society. That's how you rise, isn't it? Otherwise, you just be standing still. So I don't know what you make of this police reform, whether it's positive or negative. So what do you think about it?
We've been advocating for this localization of police efforts for quite some time now. People have been saying, bring state police, bring state police, bring state police. In typical Nigerian fashion, it's the broad perspective. All right, we're looking at everything from 30,000 feet in the air. Right? No one ever talked about the implementation. No one ever talked about the details. No one ever talked about how the state police is going to work in a Sharia society versus a secular society. No one ever talked about how it's going to be implemented on the eve of maybe the most significant election in our lifetime. All these things play a role. What are the checks to state police? What role will the federal government or the federal police play in oversight of the state police? How will the state police be used in the upcoming election? You know, the thing about it is this, right? State police, on the surface, as it relates to the spate of insecurity that we're facing, is a good thing. That's what people will say, right? You have these marauders going from community to community, assaulting and mass murdering people. So we need some kind of check to it. We need some kind of police force. But even if you implement it now, how long would it take to train them, to equip them, to bring them up to the standard that they need to be able to curb the effects of these killers. It's going to take some time. And if you do it properly, it's going to take at least 2 years. Because if you take people that are highly untrained into an environment where they have to be trained on weapons and tactics, on how to have anti-insurgency maneuvers, how to protect communities, how to protect and serve, then those people have to go into a particular type of environment to be fully trained. The question you have to ask yourself is, what kind of training facilities do we have in Nigeria? I don't know if anyone here really grew up in Lagos. I've been to police college in Lagos. I've seen what it looks like. So Nigeria, I don't know if you've been there, but if you go, you will cry. So you have to ask yourself, if we have state police now, and they passed this, but the sad thing about it, which always happens in our countries, there wasn't a robust debate on the implementation. This is always the fundamental issue. On the surface, it looks good. They're going to roll it out now, and then it's going to be a disaster for a few years. And everyone will say, oh, they rolled out state police, and look, it didn't even work. But like everything else, right? The devil is in the details. Anyone can come up with an idea, but how you implement the idea determines the success or failure of that idea. So right now, it's being implemented. The kids in Oyo State, I know, have not been released. If state police is implemented in Katsina, where the state government of Katsina is pouting around the terrorists, sending them to Saudi Arabia on religious pilgrimage, who do you think will comprise of that state police in Katsina? Right? In states where they are stoning innocent young women to death, when they implement state police, let me backtrack for 1 second. In states where they are stoning young women to death, and when they took the accusers, the people that committed the crime, to court, you had no less than 20 SANs from that region show up to defend those murderers. Until today, those people have not been apprehended. They are walking free. So in that state, when you implement state police, what is going to happen? Who is going to compromise with that police? It is the same people that you're trying to get the police to stop. So as we look at this thing, state police in Anambra will be different from state police in Katsina. State police in Katsina will be different from state police in Niger or Kogi or Adamawa. It will vary by state by a large margin. Right? In some states, you will have fundamentalists. In Kano, what do you think is going to happen to Hezbollah and their state police? These are the things that no one has talked about. So our role as a federal police, how are they going to have oversight over those states? And what is going to be the standard? There has to be a minimum level standard for state policing across the country. What is that standard? And then the civilians, what will be their protection of their rights? As you listen to these things, you don't hear anyone discussing it. And it's so sad. It's very sad. So you have these guys going to come in, poorly trained, put them in states, they're going to give them AK-47s, and when they start shooting innocent people, all of us will cry. But you have to understand the reason why it will be happening. So to answer your question to Niger, it has been poorly planned. The rollout is going to be terrible. And I'm not being pessimistic, right? I'm going off antecedents. All right? And we are going to watch as these highly, poorly trained people are given automatic weapons to protect civilians. And our president, if you want to call him that, has not had one open conversation on this significant policy that he's rolling out. This is a major policy. This is not a joke. Right? And you have these Agbado heads come out and say, look, oh, Tinubu has done this. We should celebrate it. Celebrate what? What are we celebrating? Let me backtrack for 1 second. Remi Tinubu's statement about kuli sellers and akara sellers. Financing and funding small businesses can be a good thing. An akara seller and a kuli seller in Nigeria will be classified as small business, right? In America, after all, we see people that sell potato chips in bags and they put them in supermarkets, right? It can be packaged, it can be sold. Kuli can be packaged like potato chips and sold and put a price tag. But those people need money to do it, right? They need funding to do it. They need capital, they need training to be able to do those things. What she was talking about was the money, only God knows where that money came from. If it's her money, if it's state money, we don't know. But the money she was giving to them to go and open kuli and akara businesses. Now the question is, that means Remi Tinubu is aware that access to capital in Nigeria is a fundamental problem for small businesses. But her husband is not coming up with policies for microfinancing, policies to give small business and medium-sized businesses people access to funding where they're not paying 35% interest rate. So they can open businesses across the country and it can be significant. She's talking about what she's doing. So they are aware of the problem, but there's no policy to the solution. That's what I found really disturbing in her comments. That's what I found disturbing. But, you know, I don't want to go on a tangent. The major thing that we have to understand with all these things, whether it's the state police not being implemented well, their attempt to strip NDC now of its status, right? Which is just impunity. We're watching it. Just remember what the quote from the abolitionist Frederick Douglass was, right? Power concedes nothing without a demand. Show me what any people will quietly submit to, and you have found the exact measure of injustice that would be imposed on them. And it will continue until it is met with words or blows or both. The limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress. I digress to my death.
I think you are giving quite a lot of people something to think about, actually. Even if I express some reservation, fundamentally I'm for state police because I think the dual system, if they work well, they will be best. But I believe that the federal structure is too weak to manage it. And some of the potential dangers that you've highlighted here, it's crazy that we don't debate. I think that's the key point you raised, that there's no debate. All this stuff is crazy in that country. But what can we do? Thank you for your submission. Let me bring in who has G. Okay, let me know.
I
just want
thank
you for joining us.
Can you hear me? I just want to go back to what Izon said.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I want to go back to what he said. And in regarding state police, and Nigerians actually work in inertia. They don't do anything. They don't move forward. And sometimes when you make a decision, it starts that debate, which is what you're seeing right now, where people are questioning whether it's right or wrong. I followed one of the things that happens in Nigeria is that we don't have a civil service. And I can go back to my time when I worked in the civil service, where it's very hard to implement policy in a country that actually doesn't have a structured civil service that works. So you may have an idea, it's hard to implement it. This is something that is well known in Nigeria. And I think Nigerians don't really understand that. That means sometimes you have to implement those policies and then that debate starts. And then you can see, which is what Izon is saying, that, well, this might not work because you haven't gone through all the debates. Well, the first debate is that you have an election and who you elect represents you. Whether you like it or not, that is the decision you've made. And they've gone to the House of Assembly, they've gone to the Senate. Whether they're right or wrong, that debate has to happen. What is happening in Nigeria today, where you see insecurity across the whole country, now in the Southwest, you have to react. Whether you like it or not, you have to have state police because the nation is virtually at war. So it's not about state police to do good civil service. It's virtually to arm your people. Have people in your state that are armed to protect you. Because you're having people coming from as far as Mali, other parts of the country, into your country, kidnapping, stealing, killing people. You are virtually at war. So you have to defend yourself. And it's got to the state where I actually felt that they realized that it's totally out of their hands. The police doesn't work. I follow Trust TV, and I was listening to a Hausa man that said they went to a local government and to release some people that were kidnapped. And there was a general there, and he said, well, those are our people. So why would I help you? Those are our people that were doing the kidnapping. So you have a police that is compromised. You had in 2012 where the president of Nigeria at that time, Goodluck Jonathan, said, I have Boko Haram in my government. What do you think is happening in this country? The only way you can have a balance of power in Nigeria today is if you have state police. Then the balance changes. You now have some level of actually influence in the country. Because in Nigeria, especially in the south where I come from, we're in a situation where we don't have any security power. It's controlled in the north. That is the issue. And that's why you see a lot of leaders in the south always cajoling to what is happening in the north, because it's a security issue. State police gives you that power. And that's why you see a lot of people against it as far in the north. You have to have that. And that's why you have even Americans backing it when they came to America. It's not just about securing the people. It's basically creating a political balance. Because in the nation, you have three key things that you work on: economic, security, and politics. And if there's not a balance on those three key items, then you have a problem where what you have in Sudan or you have in Mali is going to happen in Nigeria. It's actually going to happen in Nigeria. And I follow what's going on in Mali right now, where you have jihadists virtually surrounding the country and basically saying, Sharia, or we take over the country. So I think we've gone beyond whether the federal government works. It does not work. There's not one single institution in the federal government that works. Not one. NNPC, Ajakuta, nothing works. So anybody's sitting there and say, well, we need time, we need to think about it, we need to start. It's just wasting their time. Nothing in the federal government works. People go to the federal government to make money. So let's focus on having.
But is it not more? But hold on, though. The question that emerges is, if we transfer the problem from the center and move it to the states, there's a danger that if the center becomes weaker, then the states will suffer even more.
If
the center is weak, hold on, sorry, let me make, because you are saying the center is weak, but the center has endured so far. Maybe we should try to make it stronger first before we transfer it to the states.
Well, it's not endured. There's a debate that Kyosani highlighted on X, and he asked a question, and he highlighted very senior people, Ojukwu, Bolaige, and all these senior people from the south that were born and grew up in the north. And he asked the question, and if I'm looking at it right now, I'll read it out quickly to you. And he asked the question, and in the summary, he said, what happened? Why have we lost that unity? Where most of these people, whether it's Major Ezegu, whether it's Bolaige, Cyprian Ekwensi, were all born and grew up in the north. Why did we now have this unity right now? What you forgot to understand is that Nigerians were unified by the British. And the moment we got independent, that unity went. We went back to our ethnic nationalities. Nigerians are believing in a system that's never worked, and it's never going to work. So I'm giving up on trying to fix something that has failed. I'm more focused on that kind of regional, going back to that regional setup that would at least can work. Let's go back to that, because if you want the center to work and you go into the center, we've seen it. We've seen what's going on. Nothing works. A GDP of $200 billion.
But you said it. But you said. But hold on. Sorry. I wanted to ask you this question about the regions, because when we say things, when we say the regions work, you know how it ended. We are aware of how it ended.
Well,
how did it work?
Well, listen? Our fastest growth was in the regions, where we had regional police, regional resources control. That is our fastest growth ever. From 1952 through to 1963. That was the fastest growth we ever had. We educated more people. We did more development during that time. Since then,
catastrophically failed.
No, since then, what it failed was people thinking that they can create something different. Because the British that came to Nigeria understood one thing. They gave us the same system that they have that works for them. The Irish rules the Irish. The Welsh rules the Welsh. The Scottish rules Scots. That was, these are nations that already existed. We've come in and tried to create a unified system, not taking into consideration the differences. And the consequence is what we see today. nepotism, corruption, and everybody fighting for their own. Whatever you do, this is
always. I have a question. If you don't mind, can I ask him a question?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, you make a valid point. I wanted to ask. So you're saying the federal doesn't work, the systems and the institutions in Nigeria do not work. Yet we are rolling out a security system into a framework that's broken, right? And we've had a significant loss of lives due to insecurity. But we're rolling out a security system and we're going to put weapons into highly untrained hands to protect people.
So can I answer that question?
You see the dilemma in that, right? In that,
I don't see it as a dilemma, because what you see will happen is that you already have regional security agencies in some of the regions, especially in the south, where you have, and I believe that they will become your security agencies. That is where you will migrate them into your security agencies if you're looking at systems. That's the first thing. Second part is I think that recently they said a lot of people in the south refuse to join the army now. And the reason why they want to join the army because they feel the army is compromised. Because I follow Nigerian politics. So what you're really seeing right now is that people are making their decisions already. You understand? So two things will happen. You're already seeing people already building their security agencies that are already in place. Those regions will be able to migrate those people into their police force. And also people that are in the federal police force may join them if they have better resources. And
well, let me ask you this though. What kind of security system do you think we need to have in terms of the quality of it? Because you're saying that an Amotekun, right, would automatically morph into becoming the state. So if that happens, we all know Amotekun is poorly trained right now. Yes. These are hunters that they gave guns, right? So wait a second. I understand your point, right? In that we have an emergency situation now, so something must be done now. I get it, but what I'm saying is there's a price to pay if we continue to put weapons into the hands of highly untrained people. The Nigerian police force is broken. It's been broken for decades. But and that's part of the reason why we're facing this issue, because policing is not done anymore. It's not, which is why the military has to go everywhere to try to stop these issues. So right now we have an opportunity to revamp and overhaul our policing system and really have highly trained people in place. But what I'm not seeing is that effort to get that done. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you that we need to have something done now. Yes, I agree.
Can I answer your question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
That effort is what has happened because they've made the police and now that debate has started. You see, one thing I've noticed about Nigerians is that they never make a debate until somebody makes a decision. So when you make a decision, that debate starts. Now people are questioning, this state police that you intend to produce, you intend to create, would they be?
But that's the reverse though, right? That's the reverse. That's the cart before the horse. You're making a policy, then you're debating about the policy you just passed. It should be the other way around.
Well, I'm just explaining to you why. I worked in the civil service in Nigeria before.
No, and I'm not blaming you. What I'm saying is,
I want to explain.
I'm having a debate with you to say that you and I, for instance, we want to do something. We can't say, okay, we're going to pass this. We're going to pass it
before you cut me off. If you let me.
Okay, go ahead.
Cut me off. The point I'm making to you is that your civil service, the one that you think can implement policies, does not exist. That's why when they removed oil subsidy, they had to remove it on day one. Because if you wanted to do it gradually, it would not work because you don't have the civil service to monitor it or measure it. These are things that we study. So the first thing you look at is that, okay, if it's not working, then you have to either make the decision or you don't. So this state police issue goes back to 2012 when Goodluck was supposed to deliver it. You understand? And you realize that there was a lot of pushback. And also you realize that maybe the infrastructure didn't exist.
Sorry. You are mixing two things together. I feel like the way you are talking, you use very funny language to say because the civil service is not there, that's why they had to remove subsidies instantaneously. Actually, even when you do that, they still have to implement it. Even when you do that, they still have to implement it. So people still have to implement those things.
No,
So people still have to implement those things.
So you understand, one thing you must understand is that when you're looking at any decision that you want to do gradually, normally you will do it gradually. But if you don't have the infrastructure, the civil service to manage it, then you find that you can't do that, because obviously what would happen is that how would you measure it? So that's why you
actually it's even worse when you do it catastrophically. Because if you have less people, if you don't have enough people to implement it, then you go and do it catastrophically. That's even worse.
Well, the problem is that if you don't make that decision, Nigeria will just collapse, because what happens at Nigeria, they have any money. They basically I
agree with the idea, but the way you're excusing, sorry. I don't disagree with removal of subsidies, but you are excusing the suddenness of it. That's what I find problem.
I'm saying that the suddenness has,
and the reason for the excuse is not very good.
It has some remedy in why it was delivered. But let me just answer his own question before, so you can speak to. If you now look at the situation in Nigeria, where you have a federal police, if you look at the documents I've read, to some extent, the federal police is still going to be there. And you don't have to implement state police. You understand? And the point you made about the Syria North and the secular South, I would assume, or I hope, that the North will stick with the federal police, and the states in the South that are more prepared will start focusing on moving to state police. You understand? That is what I hope will be the intention. My hope, I use the word hope. You may say it's not going to happen, but that's the way, because they said you do not have to move in state police. It's like we've implemented the policy like they've done with the Electricity Act 2023, and some states have implemented it and many states have not. You understand? So if you have the capability, implement it. If you don't have capability, don't. Stick with the national police. And that would mean that you can now release resources to go to places where it's needed, especially in the North, where you have insecurity. Then you can now have, where you have capabilities in the South, a lot of unemployment in the South, but you have graduates that can't get work. Then you can implement training. How long does it take to train a police officer in Nigeria? 1 to 2 years. Then you can start implementing that policies now to get people on board, especially.
Okay, I look, I get your point, right? Action is better than stagnation. I totally get it. Stagnation in an emergency situation where we're facing existential threats. 100% I understand.
I don't understand. Why are we circling back? For like a lot of people speak.
Sorry, okay.
I don't stay here 2 hours, 3 hours. We never speak, man. What's
okay, make an talk. Hey, calm down. I mean, just want to ask the guy question. It will be okay. Okay. Make an talk. I go work out. Come on.
Okay, I think Akwegolo is next. Then Akwegolo should be next to come on.
Leave this Akwegolo man.
Yeah,
3 hours.
I'm sure he's going to like state police. But this state police stuff is a very, very serious issue, because the people just think that it's a benign issue. Maybe this country is being set up to be disintegrated, and we are going to walk right into it. I think there was a point both of them raised, that they tend to implement a policy, then we debate it, when we should have debated it first before it's implemented. I guess that's the nature of this government. What do you make of state policy? Welcome development.
Thank you. According to Pansat, said I should be serious. So let me take my time and articulate my 3 cents with no rushing. So far, you have not rushed anybody, so I appreciate that. To Pansat, I hear you, but I want you to understand something. I will start by, let me give you a past experience, a story, personal story. There is one of our finest 400-meter runner called Sunday Bada, who happened to be one of the few police good men we had. But he has passed now. He was also director of athletics during his time from Kogi State. So 2009 was a national sport festival in Rivers, Garden City Games. It was in Port Harcourt. So 2 weeks before then, we had a national trials for All African Game in Mozambique. It was held in Calabar. So at that national trials, I did not perform to expectation. I finished fourth in the 100 meters, and the first three automatic qualification. Then the 200 meter, I think I finished second. So my chances of even making the relay team was kind of shaky. So the 2 weeks now, that was the following 2 weeks was the National Sports Festival in Port Harcourt. So at the 100 meters, I made it to the finals of the 100 meters. And normal at me, I always laugh. That's just my nature. That's where I'm going with this. So as I was testing my block, I look up. Who was standing in front of my lane was the technical director, Sunday Bada. So he called me, say, Fred, come. So instantly, my heart began beat. I said, come, which problem I enter again? I've not done anything wrong. So as soon as I approach him, he said, Fred, please be serious for once. Be serious in this race, if not for anything, for me. Because at the technical room, when they were selecting the national team, I defended you that your performance in Calabar was not your best. So this is time to you to prove me right and prove them wrong. Immediately, I know argue because there was no time. I was like, I couldn't ask myself, what does it mean to be serious? So I just keep my smile. So I just went straight to the starting block, put on the stoic style, body nomenclature, just, appear to be serious to his own expectation. So they shoot gun. After the race, I finished second. And I was presenting on those states. People were happy. Everybody were happy. I put on a smile. But immediately, the question.
Sorry, Obe, is the reason for the state police what they're telling us?
I will get to the state police. Now,
but you're taking too much time. Tell us about this.
How many times?
No. I thought you were going to continue from where the debate was.
What is the name of the show, if I may ask?
No, it's how you're saying.
So allow me. You see, that's my problem.
You are taking your too long. I tell you, when Nandazike was a small boy, come off it, man.
Can't I have my say? When should I speak what you want to hear? Can I have my say here? That's the name of the show. Have your say. I'm having my say. If you don't want to listen, mute or you come out. I listen to everybody spoke his mind for almost 20 minutes each. Anybody can prove me wrong. Everybody spoke to almost 20 minutes.
I think that is true. But try to keep it within the subject matter.
Now the same show, Pastor called me out. I am responding to him on the same show. I know they talked with him yesterday. When he called me out, everybody was
KJ just causing mischief. Don't mind him. He just causing mischief.
Because now they all make me repeat all these things. Because my thoughts are not that serious. I'm trying to tell you that video. Now, if you are here to come and watch a show, good for you. You are here to listen. I think was the pastor did not say, I don't know what thing I talk. If Dr. Damaji shown at university, we have been coming here every weekend for 4 years. If I don't get degree, and I would come out with flying colors, answer articulation. So I'm trying to tell him, say, no be act that they put up. This is me. So when I finished that, I was asking myself, if I was myself, what would have been my outcome? I for win, I for carry lights. I don't know, and I'm still asking myself that question. So I promised myself never to put myself in that situation again. So if you see me as unserious, that's on you. The most important thing is that you never said that. My point, whatever I came here to articulate, I was never wrong. That is why I so the fact that I did laugh, you also made a point. I'm talking to Pastor. You also make a point that we come here every week. It's a weekly show. I put on the work. That is time to be serious when you are doing your research and doing your. So come here, allow me flow the way I want. I'm not going to say what you want to hear. Okay. But before I get to the police thing, because I will have to take my time. They said I should be serious. I am being serious. I'm not smiling. I'm being serious. So I don't take my time. Now, on the issue of power, Daxter said something and everybody was cheering on. Two things came to mind. Is that Daxter don't understand power, or is basically saying what Maria Cuomo, the former governor of New York, said? Politicians campaign in prose, people campaign in poetry, but they govern in prose. The road to power is designed to bring the worst behavior in you. That is our reality. It is an absolute meat grinder for the
What
soul.
what does that mean when
No, because that was saying everybody should talk waiting in one
govern
waiting in good
campaign in prose and govern?
We campaign in poetry. It's easy for us to say, I will do this, I will do that, I will do this, I will do that. But when you get there, the reality, the process of you getting there change even how you see things, because you'll be constantly fighting for survival or compromise. Now, does that mean what you wish for is not possible? It is. Ask Trump how he doing. They take him out the first time. He survived everything he come again before he begin to get whatever the articulate that he want to do right. So what I'm trying to tell this, it's easy for us to come here and say, if I get power, I go do this, I go do that. That's not how it works. Police, as a firm believer of state autonomy and a crusader of state autonomy, state police is even a little bit too late. They're supposed to do it yesterday. But because we don't do it yesterday, that doesn't mean we should not do it today. Now, we can disagree with the people who want to implement them. They are all rogues. I agree. But again, that is why I constantly accuse us for here. Our generation cannot see beyond our lifeline. Yeah. We cannot see beyond ourselves. It's not, these laws are not for us. You can disagree with all of them. You cannot disagree with the timing. So if these people implement them and they take advantage of it, that's every system. It is upon us for us to keep having this same conversation. I'm not saying you should not come against it, but we should keep having it for the sake of the next generation, because you refine a system as you go along the way. When they bring, when America started the Declaration of Independence and all that, how many years to actually abolish slavery? But 100 years after, women begin votes less than 100 years ago, and we are pressing the system. We should learn how to look beyond ourselves.
But Ovie, do you fear that Nigeria is being kind of manipulated into a position where it will be easier to control? Because now, if you have states that have people with guns, you can see how the federal government can be weakened easily. It's already bad enough that in a democracy, the federal government can be controlled very easily. But now, if you want to step out of line, Nigeria is in the precipice with all the bad things going on that we've experienced. We've created Dangote. We are in the process of creating this in a refinery. We are beginning to do value-added manufacturing. Dangote is about to go to 1.4 million barrels a day. With all the system that we have, Nigeria is about to start becoming industrialized, and they are creating the systems now in place, and we are not asking, hey, where does this bandwagon, where is it coming from, this state police bandwagon that we keep hearing? Because that's my biggest fear, that if this is mismanaged, we could be in serious trouble.
I think we're already serious.
Again.
You terrorists have guns, and you don't want the state to have guns. Why do you have states in the first place? You have state judge, state assembly. You're supposed to have state police, as Obia said.
Hold on. Get it.
I have to take people taking advantage of my time. Now, let me just
get involved a little bit. Okay. Let me just engage this point a little bit, because one of the major protests they've ever had in Nigeria was against a police force that was acting out of order. And we know the state governors abuse power like crazy, way more than the federal government actually do. And now you want to give them people that are armed too, that will create that might potentially create a force that's even worse than the SARS squad. So this is what we are dealing with here, and people just think this is a joke. And if you look at the agenda that most of these Western nations have for Africa, they are talking about fragmenting Africa. And they say South Africa is going to be the first. But let's just move on from that anyway. We don't know what we are walking into as a people.
See, now my problem with that now, I know who spend rich half of my time on Najaka. Now you want to move on. I mean,
no, we like you now. We like you.
I've been here for the start. This is 3 hours. Can you allow me make my point? How many minutes have I spoken? How many every other person spoke.
Please go ahead. I don't want to return to kidding.
I'll keep getting hungry. Stop to see everything what they talk. Una know before what they no talk. Allow me make my. He said have your say. Allow me have my say in peace.
All right. Take 5 minutes. Take your 5
minutes. If I
minutes.
don't make it, you don't have to. You say you want to be like Dr. Damage, but you have failed to do it. Allow me make. Everybody spoke at will, without any interruption.
Yeah, but Dr. Damage is not very fair. It's not.
No, forget
fair.
that now, and that is because
he decides where he goes.
People who spoke what you hear. That's why just metasizing and going. Now I came with a different approach. If you to give me enough time to lay it down, because there are millions of people who did not agree with what people are saying. And I'm not saying everybody agree with me, but allow me to say it. As I begin by saying that I am a proponent of state autonomy. And I am not just advocating for that out of nowhere. For one generation, the country has doubled. People don't understand the implication of that. We went from 120 to 240. Do you understand what that means? Yeah. So whether we like it or not, I'm not just this. I want my own judiciary system. I want my own governing system. I am growing, and you cannot just keep dictating from me from heaven. It's not going to happen. The world is changing. We have to change. Yes, you don't like guns. Can we do without it? Based on the kind of population we are generating. And if every day we come here and advocate for reform, to reform Nigeria, to restructure, how do you think, what is restructure in the first place if a decentralization of force or security is not part of it? That is all restructure is all about. Decentralize everything that is in the hands of the federal government. And so this is one of it. Now, I am not saying people should not criticize it. As I said, it is very welcome for the sake of next generation. If they are seeking for an alternative view, alternative opinion, they'll be able to say, yes, so person was saying this. So that is the point I'm trying to make. If you focus on somebody, but the point is that, can we avoid it? You can disagree with the person where they bring and come. You can disagree with the regime. You are right. And there's nothing that you will put out there to stand up the disagreement that people will not see it. These people are corrupt. Yes. They will take advantage of it. Yes. They will use it to win election. Yes. But does that say we should not have it? These people will not be there forever. The system will take them out, or nature will take them out. We are not going to be here forever. So let's learn how to live, to see things beyond us. That's my case.
Wow, you didn't even go to use your 5 minutes. Thank you for that, this in OVA. Personally, I'm getting worried because if somebody goes to, let's say, Kanu or Bauchi, one state that implements Sharia police, and they get treated badly, and the South responds in the other way, or the Southern police, some states, when there's a kidnapping, they get a little bit angry with Fulani. And if the police is there, and the police will get angry too, because they are from that state, they do something to Fulanis, and people in the north react the same way. This kind of stuff can get out of control very quickly. We have to be careful what we're asking for. But that said, let me bring in Maska. Maska, thank you for joining us. He's in Nigeria, and he hasn't said anything all day, really. Maska, I don't know. Everybody welcomes this. Okay, most people welcome state police. So I don't know what you make of it. I have mixed feelings about it. I like the idea that your local policing is present. I think both of them are good. But do you think it's viable given the context that we are in Nigeria today?
All right, thank you, forefathers. And I would wish you just put me through. But okay, so my take is in my heart, I know that this is not going to work. From the depth of my heart. But you see, when you look at the reality today in Nigeria, you look at the level of insecurity, it's mind-boggling. And there doesn't seem to be any answers. And some of even the options are worse than this state police we're talking about. Is it me, or I see forefathers gone.
His forefathers continue, Master. We're listening.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Well, so my take is that the options are worse than the state police. For instance, I mean, America, for instance, had said, oh, they will come in and sort out the insecurity. If you ask me, would I rather have American troops or state police? The answer for me is clear. I would rather have our state police if, for instance, they tell me, okay, choose one. One of these two will solve Nigeria's security problems, state police or American military in Nigeria. The answer is very clear to me. I would rather choose the state police. The point I'm making is that we don't really have an option. The option of sitting down and this insecurity to persist is not an option. There's no arguing about it. Whatever it is that we need to do, let's do it. I think at some point in this show, I think about 2 weeks ago, we had even contemplated maybe the answer is to put up an African army command, an Africa command of some sort of army, even if you subsume Nigerian army into that, because some of us really believe that the real issue is not about policing. It's about the level of corruption that is making sure that this thing festers. So I would be for, if I look at the reality, I'm in support of any policy, especially even the Nigerian policing. But like I said, from the depth of my heart, when I do the analysis, this thing is not going to work. Because the truth is that these bandits are not a police issue. Even the military are finding it difficult to deal with them. I do not expect some local police will be able to deal with the banditry. And I believe that the country is getting things mixed up. Some people are selling the agenda of state police, and the people are buying it because they are looking at the insecurity. But the truth is that these two are even diabolically divergent. Because if we want to really deal with the banditry, then we should be talking about state military. But this is a military issue, not a police. Because when you say police, the conventional idea of police is almost like a civil.
Yeah, but if you're dealing with bandits, you have to use police service. If you're using the army to fight
the country
bandits,
is using police to deal with bandits. Everywhere there are bandits, there are military-related issue.
Well, if there are bandits in your country, bandits is a police issue. If they're terrorists, then you use the army.
This thing you are saying, this one. So look, I don't want to join issues with you. I don't like joining issues with people because I believe your idea, if you canvas it very well, I can gain from it. My idea, whether you like it or not, if you listen patiently and listen, you can gain from it. But the idea that we'll go and be arguing against each other, I don't really like it. I like people to listen because I like to listen. I've listened to you. The point I'm making is a straightforward point. Police everywhere in the world is not configured to deal with bandits, people who have superior weapons, people who are in the bush. That's not a police issue. That is a military issue. Take it or leave it. This is fact. No country will carry police, leave their military, carry police to go and deal with bandits. I take it. But like I said, look, today, the reality I'm facing makes me, I cannot say don't do state police. If for nothing, what it means is that the number of people under the guise of state with arms and ammunition will increase, which is okay for me, even though I still believe that, look, like somebody said, we are not looking at it correctly, but we are not a correct country to start with. Anybody thinking that Nigeria will do things correctly is the one that has his head to be examined. This is how Nigeria does things. I'm okay with the state police as it is. I'm happy it will happen. But from the depth of my heart, I know that it's not going to change a lot. That's, I rest my case. I yield.
Yeah, thank you for that, Masker. I think, Oga James, you have a question. Jargon. I don't know where it's at. Mr. James, you have a question?
No, never mind.
Sorry about that.
Never mind.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that. Okuwodike, have you?
Look at this man.
Yeah, Akuwodike, not Okuwodike.
Akuwodike, sorry, Akuwodike. I have to hear it a few times now. Do you have you made a submission regarding the police decision so that we can go on a break and come back with a different topic?
I don't really have anything to say about the state police because I think that is long overdue. I want to speak on something else.
Which topic is that? Just in case we had to cover it later on.
It's still related to the state police because it's still about security.
Okay. And Dexter, have you said something about state police? Okay. Let's give Dexter a chance to say something about state police. Then, Dexter, thank you for joining us. What do you make of this state police debate? Because some people support it, wholeheartedly. Others, like myself, I like the idea, dual system. In other words, it gets to everywhere. But there's also the danger because Nigerians are always capable of screwing things like this up. And I don't think the center is ready to manage it well. That's a serious fear on my side, actually. So, Dexter, what do you make of the state police?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you both for this. In an ideal case, maybe it would have been nice. You see, I think one of the problems we have in Nigeria is we just like to do copy and paste. Instead of us to really just model reality of what our situation is and try to find a solution. For someone to use America's case, or the UK's case as the basis for state police, I think that's a little bit disingenuous because they are not facing the same peculiarities in their society like you have in ours today. Nigeria is bereft with corruption. We should go and look at El Salvador. I think if we want to solve our insecurity in Nigeria, we should go and look at countries like El Salvador, how they solve this. And that's what we should model. Not just doing state police and just paper over the cracks. Because look, we already have a corrupt. Imagine a wiki with a state police. Imagine that. Just have a picture of what it would be like. The country will become highly imbalanced. Look at Castina. Who's going to be in charge of the state police? The bandits that are running the shows are going to tell the governor, look, these are the people that will be there. So we haven't built a society yet. We haven't built a society that has the basis for all that to start. As much as it's a romantic idea, it's very beautiful. On paper, you can write the most beautiful things. Like they say, you campaign in poetry. That's this state police. What we're talking is poetry. But you govern in prose. You don't know what the way we're talking about it. It's not. And if you want to liberalize the system, if you want to bring a sense of responsibility, you don't just do it lopsidedly. You can't say state police and then the governors are still going hand in cap to beg for money in Abuja. It doesn't work. Because there's not who are they? Who are you accountable to? The person that pays the money or the person that is giving the order? It's simple.
Can I say something, Dexter? Can I say one thing? In Abia State, some time ago, the governor of Abia State brought in some Israelis to train the police, the federal police, and after 6 months, those police went back to another state. He spent money training the police, and those police that is trained to work in his state at enormous cost left and went to the federal government. Now, there's something that I noticed about Nigerians is that we don't make decisions. And I saw that in 2012 when we had that debate about removing oil subsidy, where at the end of the day, we didn't make a decision then, and now we had to make a decision later at a high consequences to the country. So we either don't make that decision, because I do actually agree to one point that state police might not work. And that's why I said that we need to look at regions, because if it's regional, it has a better chance of working, where you won't have these governors managing it. That's why I always say we go back to the regions. And that's because if it's regional, it has a better chance of working than states. But we don't have regions. And that's why we're in this situation. So we are forced to be in a situation where we're making decisions that, yes, as Masker said, is not going to work. But what do we do? because what is happening now is not working, and it's even getting worse.
You kind of answered the question a little bit. That idea of what Abia State Governor did, he's not the first to do it. The first person to do it actually was Amechi in Rivers State. In fact, what Amechi did in Rivers State was revolutionary, because I think that was when they were trying to stop the, he had a militancy problem, and he didn't just train these guys in Israel. They had around the whole of Rivers State, you had these gadgets that your car can be over 500 meters away and they would know what is in your car. Those are the kind of gadgets. If you go on the present airport road, they call it Obirikwe Road. Then, when Amechi was governor, that road was not yet as good as it is now, thanks to Wike Dadiji Road. But if your car is, that road was like a high robbery road. If your car is 500 meters away, the police that Amechi trained would know what is in your car. They will know, they would have seen everything in your car. They will know what you're carrying. But like you said, in less than 1 year, the federal government redeployed those policemen in train. So yes, but if we go, what I'm trying to say is that if you imprint state police upon if you layer it on top of what we have now, you can't be going into something and you know you're going to fail. And you just say, let us just go now, let us go and fail. It shows that we are not a thinking people. That's the problem. You can't just layer something on top and you know it will not work. You know it's going to cause carnage. You know it's going to, you say, okay, let's layer it first. Meanwhile, you're supposed to sit down and do the due diligence to make sure that at least you have a chance of success. So if we are
sorry, Father, let me ask this or something. Okay. Dexter, how many Nigerian policy that have been implemented that do due diligence over before implementing? How many?
That's before it came in.
No, so what is so special? Look, people are dying every day all around Nigeria. And you're saying, okay, no, due diligence. What is due diligence? You and I know. Hold on, I'll conclude. You and I know that we have never done that. No research. We are always fire brigade, knee-jerk approach. That's what we have learned. Why do you now want this particular one now to change? Why we are saying, you are using the example of an individual, Wike. Is Wike going to live forever? Is he going to live Nigeria? Anyway, I'll leave it at you. Just
let me answer your question, KJ. You want to go to Sokoto, but your car is in Calabar, heading to Cameroon. Do you not say, let us keep going? After all, we have been going. From Abuja, we were going towards Kogi. From Kogi, we went towards Enugu. Let us just keep going. You don't let us do it as we will get to Sokoto. we will reach Kenya. And we're going to the Indian Ocean. And KJ, there's no KJ, you come from a place. They said when you wake up, is your morning. Okay, let's wake up. If it's this police issue that will make us wake up, let us wake up. Look, the point I'm trying to make this, KJM, you know why Nigeria can't work the way we expect it to? There is no responsibility. Did you hear what the Edo State governor says, or Pebolo, his governor says? He said that thank you, Tinubu is giving us money. The governor, he said that the president is giving them money. Is the president's money. If we don't decide as a people that look, we have to become the Nigerian freebies has to end.
I agree.
If the freebies does not end, everything we are talking about is rubbish. Because freebies create entitled people. Entitled people are never responsible. And that is what we have in Nigeria. We have an irresponsible political class. They don't care. Look at the senators. They get into office, they get freebies of vehicles. It is a comatose. We have to break down that system. Freebies has to end. There's nothing like free money. No.
Dexter, I think we are going to be taking to another
Yes, let me say this way. Forefathers. Awolowo, till today, no state can claim to have built what Awolowo built in the western region. The cocoa house he built in Ibadan, in Oyo State. He built cocoa house from cocoa. Show me what has been built in the Niger Delta that can match cocoa house in Calabari, in Abonima. Show me what can be built in Ogoni, has been built in Ogoni, has been built in Ibuno. Show me what has been built in Bamaturu. Show me, can you show me anything? Yes. That's all that place. What are you talking about, forefathers? But yet, forefathers, what F-Cravos has given to Nigeria, what F-Cravos has given to Nigeria, Cocoa did not give it to Nigeria 10 times. What are we talking about? Which airport are you talking about? What are you talking about? Look, we need to stop the freebies. Look, did you see, forefathers? Have you seen the recent video of water coming out from the creeks? What is supposed to be pipe-borne water coming out in creeks? You hold the water, in less than 1 minute, it turns black. We should be crying. That is what people there are drinking. That is what the government says, pipe-borne water. That is in Calabari. Meanwhile, the water that we can say he gave the people in Abuja, he could not even drink it. The freebies has to end. It has to end.
But Dexter, I wanted to ask you, do you think free market capitalism where we create oligarchs may be the solution to the Nigerian problem? Since the state itself is completely useless at running itself to make profit for the people and all the rest. Because if you look at what Dangote is able to accomplish, BOA is coming on stream. They are the ones holding the economy right now. The government itself is not doing much. It's just wrecking the economy, if anything. So do you think that may be the solution? Because maybe that is why Western countries used it in the first place.
It's a solution.
Because they know they were collapsed.
Yeah, it's a solution because you've got an enterprise class. That enterprise class you're creating is a solution. It is.
It's not what we are looking at. Stopgap. Look, what we need is empowered Nigerians. It's not about handing to oligarchs. Look, we don't want Olodo mentality. We don't want a horde of people that are not educated moving in a direction. What we want in Nigeria is that everybody, whether you come from Sokoto, Katsina, Jalingo, wherever you come from, you are empowered, you are educated, you are enlightened. We don't want we want Nigerians that are productive, that are creative. We want an economy that can service the whole of Africa. That's what we want. It's not about oligarchy. We want look.
Yeah, but hold on. How do you get from
It's not
here?
about what you want. It's about what you want.
Exactly. How do you get? Because I'm telling you what is on the ground right now. What is on the ground is politicians. So sorry, Gigi. I want to tell Dexter what is on the ground is politicians get into office. They want to enrich themselves. Almost 100% of them. That's what they are doing now. So how do you get from there to a situation whereby the people are empowered? The country has to be functional because
it's the way you will get from. See, he has a question. Where somebody driving to Sokoto and he get breakdowns on the way. There are many ways to get to Sokoto even with the car. You have an option of buying a brand new engine. You have an option of go and buy second-hand parts to fix what is broken. You also have the option of managing it if it's possible to get to your destination before you fix it. And in the way we are, the vehicle crashed already before we fix it, right? Whether we like it or not, the population is growing. The structures has to grow, has to be multiplied. We are complaining about efficiency. Yeah, that is a very legit complaint that we are not efficient. We are not performing. But the fact that we are outgrowing the structure that the institution that we currently have is also alarming. We should not be using the current people who are in power to judge the policy that we should have had yesterday. State police should have been in place since yesterday. We don't care if a week is dead. Not going to be there forever. It is not a challenge. We now have a challenge to broaden our anger, to force those people out. We should we are referring them as the overlord. And again, my governor is not wrong by saying Tinubu, they give us money. That's what the system does. Tinubu, they give governors money. That is his bragging right. So what the man is saying is not saying wrong. Just the way he's saying, if you don't like it, doesn't mean he's not saying the obvious. But the fact that he's saying it out loud is not upon you to take it upon you to say, okay, this we are going to stop it and organize. Again, power. You have to understand the system that you are working on. You don't get what you want in politics. You take what you can get. Nothing is final. This police, the state police, nobody will disagree that it is not needed. We are just complaining about the people who are bringing it at the time. And I say the time is not the question. It is overdue. Right? If we don't like Wike to implement it, let's organize and vote him. But that doesn't mean that policy should stop. It is not about there's no policy that will bring it. Somebody will not disagree with it.
Let me ask you now. I hear what you are saying, but what if, say, this state police will result in catastrophic division in Nigeria that leads to something, even let's say half of what happened in 1966 in Nigeria, retaliatory behavior where Northerners will retaliate. I know that there was some time in Edo State when there was a killing from the Fulanis or whoever they thought it was, but they thought it was Fulanis, and they went out on the street and in the bushes and went after Fulanis in Edo State. So if that kind of stuff happens in the context of weapons in the hands of police forces, what do you think may be the retaliation in the north? Because that's the kind of stuff that leads to the kind of retaliation we saw in the 1960s.
Since it's about sorry about that. The question I was asking is, what if that would be the consequence of this state police? Would you still be supporting it? Let me ask you, since the question is coming in the context of what if the Fulani will not even dream of coming just because we have state policemen with guns
in the place? Yeah. So the point that you made,
do you think about that?
Yeah. The point you made.
When they can come where there is military, why would they not come?
They will not even come when they know that the state policemen are armed. There is that possibility too.
You know what Opebello said? In 1999, we had a population of 120 million people. Today it's double to 240. And you have 300,000 police.
Yeah, but he didn't answer the question though.
No. Before you answer that question,
what question?
He answered the question because the vigilantes that killed or attacked those Fulanis, the government didn't have any control over them. He's now the governor that has the state police. He's now responsible for the police that are aligned to him. So if that happened, he's responsible. These were vigilantes that were working in the forest, so he didn't have any control or oversight over them, and they carried out that practice where they killed some of those Fulanis. So the difference is that you're building a structure.
Can I make a comment,
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I think we are just being typical Nigerians, and we are proving that we are no better than even the politicians, sincerely speaking. There's no Nigerian that can safely argue that the way and manner we are implementing this state police is okay. There's no Nigerian that can say, would beat his chest and say this state police is the solution to the problems of the country. There's no Nigerian. And I don't think that there's any sensible Nigerian that would say, let's not do nothing.
So what is the option?
Masker, there's no policy that you implement that will be acceptable.
Must it be adversary? Must discussions always be adversary?
What's the option?
Why are you asking me? Am I writing an exam for you?
Masker, look at it this way. There is no policy to implement that will be acceptable across the board.
Wait and see how I am looking at it. Don't tell me how to look at things.
No. You are not getting my point. You are not getting my point. What I'm saying is that there is no policy. There is no policy that you introduce that people will not go against it.
Please, Ove, I just want to say that we should not be arguing. There's no argument here. There's no argument. I want to finish now. Now what?
Go to bed.
There's no argument about this state police. Nobody knows how it will turn out. Nobody can tell me. The indices, when you look at the way Nigeria does things, what you will see is another potential fail. There's no argument about it that this state police can prove to be another albatross. Nobody is going to argue about that. But also, we have to do something. I am in support of the state police. We have to do something. I don't know how it will turn out. I know that there is potential for bad things to happen, but the problems where we are now is really very bad. I don't think we should be arguing for and against. And in any case, what I think, even if we are going to argue, let somebody say, okay, these are the potential plus, these are the potential minus, but we are just arguing against each other. And I don't think it's very smart.
I don't see argument here. I saw people pushing out the idea, and which, as I said, is welcome. We fail to look at the people that will come and listen to it. I say, okay, maybe of the argument one the order of the day, and it work or it don't work. Then they will look at, okay, how do we adjust this? They will have to come and look by the. This is what Masker was actually recommending. So we are not arguing here. And it's
okay,
also
but so what I'm saying, when Dexter was talking, he was
sorry, I listened to you when you finished. Let me answer.
Go ahead.
It's important to put on the table here that there is no policy that will be proposed by anybody that will utterly be acceptable from the word go from everybody. And again, there's no policy that push forward that anybody will know the outcome. But the outcome here of this state police depends on me and you. We are the one that will shape. There's no policy that will be implemented today that will not differentiate some class of people or some group of people, or some people will not take advantage of it. But that should not stop us from doing what is right. As I said, our generation are corrupt. It's a very pointed argument, and everybody has expected. But we are not going to be here forever. And the next generation will come. We should not just be hoping and expecting. We should be shaping the conversation that will make them adopt it. Just what they call minority report against the constitution that we have today. And if you listen to the argument how they are national, people are going back to that minority report that this is what they proposed before. Right? So we should start saying just because this person implemented it or this person proposed it, it came through this National Assembly or through this generation that we should not implement it or we should not be acceptable. And for me, I think that is wrong. Yes, we are going to take advantage of it to implement it. It doesn't matter if it is today or tomorrow. That's who we are as human beings. But the same human being, no matter how corrupt we are, we also have the tendency to also do the right thing. It has to do with what we are continuing doing here. So nobody, as I said, yes, some people might be pushing hard that this is their policy, this is the idea, it's supreme. But I don't see that as an argument. Because we are discussing policy. It takes debate to shape what a policy to general acceptable. No policy is 100% acceptable anywhere. But we are looking for the greater majority to accept it.
All right, okay, you're done, I guess.
That will lead us there.
You're done, I guess.
Yeah, right. He is.
You are done, Abi?
Yeah. Can I just something, Master, please?
No, sorry, Gidi, sorry. Look,
no.
Sorry,
others to speak.
I totally agree with you, Ovie, and I believe that's the spirit, that yes, there are going to be problems. Let's even look at the potential problems, which in my mind, I think that's what Dexter was saying. There are potential problems, and there are alternate routes to this. So I like your submission that yes, there are going to be problems. That's all I think everybody should agree. Yes, there are potential problems down the road. Not to shut down when somebody said that it's potentially going to be a problem. There will be problems. But I also believe that today, honestly, Nigeria is when it comes to the circumstance we find ourselves, I cannot sit in good conscience and say, let's do nothing. Thank you.
Can I just say one thing? I agree that there will be problems and we should focus on what those problems are going to be so we can prepare for it. I agree with that. There's one thing I would say is that the debate has started, and that is what we need to start talking about and focus on. I was watching a program called Mississippi Burning. You would have watched it before. It didn't happen. And in America, in the South, the police there was corrupt and very racist. And they had the FBI that would go back and investigate those kind of crimes that they commit within America. That was in the 60s. You never have something that's perfect. It's always going to be something, a process that works. You build on it, but you have to start it. Now, as you already stated, that we agree that there are going to be problems significantly. And how do you approach that? What kind of guardrails do you have to approach it? Now, I haven't read the whole document, but what I do know on a high-level basis that the federal police is still going to be there with the state police. How is that going to work? I've not seen it. I've not seen the paper or the document. I know it's been published. I'll go and look at it. But this is where we expect our media to start investigating, because they don't do anything. They need to be going through that and say, asking those questions that, okay, how would you do this? How would you do that? And these are the kind of things that needs to be put out right now before it's implemented, because it's not been signed into law. The governors have not signed into it. It's still something that has just gone into the House of Assembly. It's not really been signed into law yet, because it still needs to go through the State House of Assembly. So this is the time the State House of Assemblies, the governors of those states, and the media should be actually questioning that act, whether it will work or not. Else, if it's implemented and we now have these problems, then we have this bad police, federal police, bad state police. So we have to make a decision, but we also have to question that decision, and that's what democracy is about.
Thank you for that. Thank you. James, please go ahead.
Yes, although I believe that Nigeria is beyond redemption, but for the sake of this discussion, I want to ask some questions. How will they procure their weapons? What kind of weapons will they use? Who will supervise the content of their armories? The state police organization, let's say Edo State or Taraba State, can they go to Bosnia and Herzegovina behind the federal government to procure weapons to keep in their armory? How will this issue be resolved?
Exactly.
Can I answer that?
These are the.
No,
these are no. You are, of course, you don't know.
I believe Nigeria is beyond redemption. But for the sake of this argument, that's why I'm asking this question.
Can I answer that?
I think. Okay, go ahead. If
Can
you
I
want to
answer
answer it, then
Yeah,
KJ needs to speak.
Yeah,
We
I
need to
know.
have a break actually after KJ speaks.
Yeah, we don't need
Go
to
ahead.
deceive ourselves. We don't need to deceive ourselves on this. It goes back to what my governor said. Tinubu, they give us money. The money is still going to come from the federal government. It's coming from the federal government now. And that's why we should not just stop at state police. We should be pushing for other aspects of autonomy too, in terms of resource generation. I understand that we don't talk about the state resource generation. Every governor has some leverage to actually generate income from the state. So when our brother is calling out the journalists, we should also point them down to that. How much is each state generating internally, other than what federal government is giving? Because we don't bring that to the mainstream to actually talk about that. And that is deliberate as far as I'm concerned. The media is shielding them. So if we have state police, from having that state police, all this question will begin to come to reality. Some governor will begin to complain, oh, I cannot bankroll my police, or the federal government is giving money and is dictating to me. That will add to the conversation to, okay, how do we make sure the state police also have its own autonomy, right? So I've not read the details of
But hold on though. I thought they talked about local government autonomy.
I'm sorry, that is not the question I asked.
The money is going to come from federal government, Mr. James.
Let's say Taraba State or Edo State. Can they go to Russia to procure drones, AK-47 or whatever it is, or even reconnaissance planes if they can afford it, without the consent of the federal government?
No, I don't think so. But I've not seen the detail of the policy, but no.
The kind of problems we encounter in the Niger Delta, they are slightly different from what they encounter in Sokoto State. So the equipment they will use cannot be the same, AK-47. So each state, we have to determine what they need. The state can tell you, we need our reconnaissance plane, we need what we call B-52 bombers.
You are right, but that's a problem. That's a problem that can be solvable. The problem that we have from state police are human; they are not divine.
No,
so we can actually, yes.
Let me just provide some clarification to Mr. James, because
we should solve it
in
now.
Lagos. So let me tell you, Mr. James,
we will not know how to cross the bridge.
No. I think already the truth also is that already there is some blueprint about this state policing in Nigeria. I can't remember. Okay, I think it's Dexter who mentioned it. But if you go to Lagos State today, what I know happens is that the state government, Lagos State government, invest heavily in providing the police in Lagos. For instance, they provide them motorcycles.
Providing gadgets, yeah.
They provide them gadgets. So I think barring gun, I think there's no reason why a state cannot go and buy drones. I don't see any reason why
Good.
that should be a
That's
problem.
good. But Mr. James, sorry, listen to this. That problem you highlighted is a good one. But I think the most important thing there, every problem that will arise from these state police things are going to be, so they are solvable. They are not defined problems. So, Mr. James, I understand you. Federal government will provide the.
You agree with the point I've been making all along that Nigeria is beyond redemption. If a state has a right to equip its armory without the consent of the federal government, that is a road to secession.
No, I don't think we will get there yet. We are not. See, Mr. James, the problem I'm trying to say, what you pointed out is not. I don't think we can avoid it, right? Either whoever that will be giving the data, I believe this federal government will be in charge of that. But either way, there is a need for us to move to that point whereby the state government will have the sole authority to determine what goes in and out of the state. That is not going to be achieved overnight. It is going to take struggle. It is going to take fight. But the most important thing, it has started. You're right, it has started. Every problem that we arise from is going to be human.
So, Ovie, my concern with all these things that we have been saying is that the omens on the ground is still very concerning, because you look at the country experiencing the demographic shift. You look at the country where there has been various examples of ethnic tensions, even because of one incident inside the forest, and you see people light up. And then you also look at even in the northern part of the country where you see people that are sympathetic to former terrorists, and terrorists have a lot of sway in some of those states where the ungoverned space is so large. Now you give them access to the ability to create their own force that will be armed. Maybe they don't even need to be terrorists anymore. They just need to come and radicalize the state and totally take over the functioning of the state. There are so many aspects to this that we are not thinking through carefully, because we just say we just want security. Hold on, let me finish my point, because this point is very serious. I understand the need of every state and every region to feel safe, at least to feel that they are a little bit defended. Because right now, a lot of people feel like they're not defended at all. Fulanis can just come and do whatever they like. So I think that will go away. That problem will be solved. But the one that will replace it could be something far more dangerous. Right now, terrorists are able to take out one person now and again. But the one that may be coming is ethnic or religious, big one that could be coming. If we are not careful, one incident occurs in one state and it sparks another retaliatory action on another state. That is the danger we face, the way we Nigeria.
I agree with you. In order for us to actually test our governors, the state executive, because every problem you just highlighted, they have one excuse for it. We don't have control of the police. We don't have the control of the police. That is their defense, and nobody is able to beat that argument. And I think this is one step to test that argument. I agree, there's problems, right? But all these problems, one could also argue, existed due to the lack of state police. And that argument will stand. Yes, there is going to be, if we have state police, to lead to a problem that me and you don't understand yet. But I have faith in human that any problem we created, the solution is always right there.
Oh, but there was state police, there was regional police before civil war occurred.
Would that have stopped civil war? No, the civil.
But maybe it caused it, because there was instability in those states, like in the southwest. There was a lot of unrest in the southwest during that period.
To Nigeria, the civil war did not start because there are too much gone, there are too less gone. It started because of breaking communication within we Nigerians, right? So any problem that will come has to come from lack of communication. Sorry, okay, go, Mr.
Yeah.
James.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Let's open it or relax a bit, yeah.
There was a time in the history of the country when the federal police was effective. And it got to a point whereby the police force broke down. Is it possible for us to identify the problems that led to the breakdown of the federal police force, correct those problems, and let's continue with federal police?
That's one. This is one step of correcting those problems because the population has doubled.
No, because
it's one step.
Just like the First Republic, we were operating the parliamentary system. We said it's no longer working, we are going for the federal system. The federal system is not working. They are not talking about going back to the regions again. It means that we are going to solve the problem the regions were generating, which we don't handle. That's why we are going back. So if the federal police was effective, fine, they did a good work. May God bless them. But why did they fail? Let us look for the causes of the failure, correct those problems, then we go back to federal police.
So again, the cause of the problem is us, we Nigerians, breaking communication. It has nothing to do because somebody is in control of gun or not. So that will always be using during the regional time
kind
as
of
an example.
argument that you are taking is what I am saying, that these things you are saying, they are not true. This very thing is not that it's not because there is more gun or less gun. It's not true because this is not a scientific statement you are making.
Is that what's responsible for civil war?
No.
Is that what's responsible for a civil war?
Yes, actually, one can argue that civil war cannot be fought without guns.
No, there is a breakdown in our relationship first.
Which relationship?
We could not see each other eye to eye. That's what started it.
Because everybody had their own thing going on in their own region.
The point forefathers is making, if there is possibility, and this is exactly his point, that this is a country now that there's so much tension, the same problem we had then, we're having it now. Why are we going to complicate the problem with injecting more tribal guns into the environment? And just for you to be clear, remember that I've said, I'm for the state police, but I'm also forced to agree that these are the potential issues this thing can bring upon us. Good. I am also for the state police, but I want us to enter with our eyes open.
And I think what gives me hope is what you just said.
No, I don't like when you say hope. Don't use hope when it's
let me land the point first. Let me land the point. You understand? Right. The fact that you can see the problem, the solution is right there.
Okay.
Now, before we don't have state police. Now we are introducing state police. That is a change. Before we are not up to this population. Because my argument in all this is that if all of us are pro restructuring, then what is this?
Okay. Now let me ask you now. Would the state police increase the general footprint on the ground, or would the national police, a lot of them resign to go and join the states because the states will pay them more? Would that degrade the national police quality? And what would it be? So would the numbers change on the ground? Because if the numbers are not going to change on the ground, the problems will remain.
See, that's one thing. That's one aspect I like about the state police. Breed competition, right? Now,
no, it doesn't.
Federal police. Hold on. If I'm leaving federal police for state police, right? The men in charge of federal police will have to sit down and ask themselves so many questions. What are we doing right that is making this guy to ignore and leave? What are we doing wrong? Right? Now, that's one thing that I think is we need that competition within themselves, between the state and the federal. Now, if there's another competition with states, there's now power sharing, right? Yes, people are quick to see that the state governor will take advantage of the state police by appointing the chief and all that. That is possible. The opposite is also the case. So everything all depends on.
Actually, I see a problem. I see a problem. Another problem in this dynamics again. One, like a state like Lagos, a state that Lagos will pull the best minds out of the police force, even in the national level. They will come and work for Lagos, and they will, Then you see the same thing in Port Harcourt, River State, Delta, and some of the richer states.
That's what
in the northern states. So sorry, in the northern states that are poorer, They will leave the local police and join the federal police. And what is going to happen is people are going to say the federal police is full of northerners. You see what I mean?
No. Hold on.
That's what they're
Hold
going to
on,
start
first.
accusing not the federal police of doing.
Niger, hold on. First, the first recruiters, the first people they will recruit, they are recruited because of intelligence, which are going to be the local people. The blueprint is already taking place. 2, Lagos deserve everything it's getting in terms of the best police because of their economy and what is at stake. They are the heart of the nation.
That is not the point. It's about the dynamics it creates.
Hold on now. Let me bring that to the system that they practice in America, because that's where we are copying it from. If you see New York police, you will see a military officer. That does not happen in Mississippi. If you go to Harlington, go to Frisco in Texas, that they use current Prado Jeep and Ford Jeep 2026. The people in Alabama, the police in Alabama, they sit there on the 10 years ago, 5 years ago vehicle, right? That doesn't stop their function. That is because it comes with the territory. The people in New York, the people in Lagos these times, they are more prone to risk based on the population, the economic prosperity, and what have you. So we should not be expecting the same police standard in Benin and in Lagos to be the same.
Hold on. There's a reason why in America the southern states produce most people in the military. And if you look at even in the security, like in the FBI and all those things, they tend to produce more of them. My question now is that if that happens in Nigeria, that you start having most northerners join the police force that normally was a little bit less northern oriented, because the dynamics is saying that the southern ones that are local wants to come back to their local that are better paid to work for them, but while the northern ones, the poorer states like Zamfara and all those states that are not very rich, they prefer to work for national police because the national police pay better than their state their state governors. Then if you have that dynamic, don't complain when the time comes when an overlord from the north tells you, because they are the national level police, and come and ride roughshod over state.
No, Papa, we are always going to complain because the system is never going to be perfect. We will keep working to adjust it. Yes.
You see, what I want us, please, is to listen to each other, because these problems are real problems. Like this problem now, forefathers is raising. I see that dynamic playing out.
But is it a solvable problem? Every problem is solvable. Why are we scared of solution?
Yes, it's solvable if we sit down and listen to each other and agree that, okay, yes, this is a problem. But when we are talking over each other and pretending,
I don't think anybody disagree. And I don't think anybody disagree with the problem that we are pointing out. Nobody disagree. I never disagree with Tunanja. What is pointing out that is wrong. I am just saying, yes, I recognize it. This is the way. This is the solution to it. So
what's the solution to this? Wait now. So what's the solution to his problem?
To some more tribe joining the system rather than the other tribe. Can we avoid it?
To the problem of where this federal police now would magnificently be lopsided, would be a northern police force.
Okay. Now, going back to what I believe, why I believe that every state should have autonomy. One, because there is lack of competition within our states. Right? If there is a competition, I don't expect all states to be equal. It is never going to happen. Now, if my state is, people from my state are leaving my state to go and take job in Lagos because one, Lagos is paying better. Me as a governor of myself, as the people who run my state, I ask myself, is there a way I can do better than what I'm doing now? Just because I cannot pay the police force in my state due to my economy, not because I refuse to pay, but my economy dictates what I can pay. I cannot stop it. Allow the flow to go on. That is democracy. If I'm not,
what's the solution to the problem?
It is not a problem. It's a dynamic. You live in Abuja because why not you live in Kano?
So you don't see it as a problem.
You say it's not a problem when we sit here every Sunday. Hold on, sorry, please. I hear.
Hold on,
you are saying that it's not a problem. I want to respond to you why it could be a problem, because every time we are here, we hear people complaining that northerners are controlling stuff, Fulanis are controlling everything. This is what is controlling. Now you are going to create a dynamic that is going to make it worse.
Hold on to Nigeria. You just said people are going to migrate. It is a problem. What is the cause of that problem? Why is me from Edo State going to Lagos or Kano to take a job? That's the question we should be asking. Can we fix it where it's going to be equal? No, it is never going to be equal. One state will always be above each other. That's how economy works. Mas can live in Abuja. Why? It is because of the dynamic flow of democracy. So just because there are some people who their job fits the same system, they should not move. We should, just because I'm asking for state doesn't mean there should not be mobility. There's Sharia in Kano, for God's sake. I don't have to go to Kano to drink beer.
What that tells you is that what you are advocating may not lead to a solution, because, like I said, if the numbers don't change, it's not going to solve the problem. It might just exacerbate the problem. Let me give you an example. Hold on, calm down now. Let me finish the point. Let's say the number don't change. Then all you are going to get from these dynamics now is a federal police system that is even more dominated by the North. That's all you're going to get. And the tensions are going to rise further.
Tunanja, there's what they call state, it's called state police for a reason. We have state universities, we have federal universities. Both of them are not functioning well. That's why we have the kind of education system we have. Not because state is not doing well or federal they overdo. Both are not functioning. When the universities are functioning to their capacity, nobody discriminates between federal or states. We have an existing in Nigeria will always be more in their numbers, and some people will always be gravitated to some places because of the economy. Lagos is what it is because of that. Just because that is going to be a problem doesn't mean we should not have Lagos. There is a problem that we are going to have, but that should not stop us having the state police.
So nobody is saying that it should stop. We are saying that if it's a problem,
we are saying it could make things worse.
I just give example of universities.
No, don't give example. University is not a solution, and that your argument is not.
It's not a solution. Is it not the same architecture? Is it not the same framework? State police.
No,
it's
not. No, it's not.
No,
let me explain to you why.
What is the difference between state universities? What is the difference between the state universities, federal universities, and state police and federal police?
Let me explain to you why this analogy is almost diabolically opposed. Okay, so when you are going to compare a federal police, okay, who will have a federal might, what it means is that it can go into any state and do whatever police action it deemed fit. Because take it or leave it, as long as this country remain one country, the federal police would have domain over the whole place. And if it's dominated by one part of the country, that is a big problem. To think and give an example of that, oh, I went to Kaduna State Polytechnic, and therefore because there is a
no. It's about how the system is run, how the university system is being provided for, who is responsible for what. That is the problem. That's what we are talking about.
Okay, so what I'm telling you is that the fact that I went to a federal university, okay, doesn't give me any advantage over the man that went to a state university. But that's different with police. If you are the federal police, listen, there's no way Kano State Police will go to Lagos and say they are here doing police work. It's not going to happen. But
hold on.
Hold on.
Adobayaro University and Unilag. Adobayaro University and Lagos State University, are they different? No, be the same.
Let's bring Jago in. Let's bring Jago in.
Is their capacity on the same level? No.
You know what?
I need to get involved in this. I need to expand here a bit. Because I've been listening.
Hold on, Jago. See, I think let's have a break. People that want to go and have a bit of tea and biscuits, and some people that are interested in complex.
I think that's a good idea, no doubt.
Yeah,
give me a chance.
Then we'll come back to it. It looks like this topic.
I won't remember all I have. I won't remember. And I'm not writing things down necessarily.
Okay, say what you are saying, then they'll go and have crumpets.
That's right. Thank you very much for that. And greetings again. I've just had a great meal, so I've been indisposed. But this argument, I think I'm in agreement with Ovier, actually. I think I understand him which isn't an everyday situation. And I understand him in the examples he's given as well. They're not rash examples, in my estimation. I still stand at the point where I believe Nigeria needs to stop. I've put it down already. I've said what I had to say. I think it's all in your mind. It's going to be with me. All of you are basically coming to that position by saying all that you say. From where Masker comes from, he's saying, look, this thing is a disaster and we need to do something. And there's something that is being put down seems to be a good idea to at least try to arrest the situation of insecurity within the country, fundamentally. However, from Ovie's point, who agrees with that, is highlighting where there may be issues, but more than highlighting where there may be issues, I believe, if I get it right, that to try this, regardless of the issues, is a step forward because we know that there are going to be issues. And the comparison in terms of the university, I think it's a good comparison. If there's any level of discrepancies between the two in terms of quality, then that's something to be looked at. I won't be able to confirm that. However, the fact that there is state police right across Nigeria, so 36 different police forces under the federal police, this, if well organized, should at least put the brakes on. It should at least be able to put the brakes on. Let us begin. So what it is, I think, however, is the discussion. And it's not that we really need to pin ourselves on this discussion, but where do we expect to get to? Which, whatever happens, what is our best and worst scenario if this takes place? Pansat said something very poignant earlier when he came on. He spoke about the philosophy of the country. Is the country together enough, philosophically wise, that they can appreciate any move that can galvanize the people in their will to do better? Because the whole Nigerian project is a personal as well as public endeavor. We as Nigerians have not been good citizens of the country, no matter what we want to say. We live in a state that has taken zero responsibility year by year. They get worse. They generally get worse. So we now have to really underline these serious things. Firstly, do we have the mind for this? If we don't have the mind, what are we going to do about it? Are we going to try to educate our surroundings? Are we going to try to bring people in to the new project that Nigeria is looking towards? You know, these things that we speak about have to turn into action. So at some level, you know, organization of our own minds here on this platform has to engage. It has to engage. And whilst we may have arguments here and there, we mustn't make them too pernickety, too silly. I think it's good for us to listen at this time.
I think when you use that state university argument, this thing, it doesn't work because state universities, they perform actually worse than the federal one. And then if the area that actually improved is private. And this is why I asked about private enterprise being the potential solution.
Wait. Well, what, you know, that wait, before you go there, your argument is okay. Only in that there's an urgency for security, and which is why I'm surprised at the way you are taking it. If you're taking it in a way just to argue, then put that aside. I don't want to argue.
No, you are the one that said.
Wait. Let me land while it's my turn, please, because that is I think why Masca argued because of
You have to be
how
logical
certain,
here.
well, how
It's
certain
past
things are
3
being.
hours now. I'm
Wait.
back.
I hear you. All I'm saying is that we have said, it's been said here, that we have to argue in a patterned and respectful way, and part of that respect is not being triggered each and every time so easily. And part and parcel of that is to listen very, very well where you can, where somebody's making sense, where somebody's trying to make sense, because there is a way to argue, there's a way to conversate, there's a way that we have something quite serious on the table. We are here together saying that we are serious people about the state of Nigeria. So the discussion of that at this level, where we're getting intellectual, has to be respectful. And I'm not saying it's not being respectful, but where Masca, I believe, is slightly a bit triggered in listening to OVA. Maybe I have this problem with OVA a lot because he's complicated to me, unnecessarily so a lot of the time. However, what he compares is an urgent situation in terms of security, and Nigeria is such in a panic, such in an insecure state that we've got our job worked out in trying to calm people's mind enough to take the education that they are going to need from people like us.
But Django, you are not taking the education that even the example he gave is giving you. Because he gave an example just now regarding universities, and I made an assertion just now that, which is evidently true, federal universities are actually performing better than state universities, and now we want to create state police. And they are, like I said in my earlier conversation, which also correlates to what I said before, there is something about private enterprise that encourages excellence compared to state or federal institution.
I'm not arguing that.
So that's what you
I'm
should
not
be
arguing
learning.
that. No.
Are you
I'm
saying
not arguing
we
that.
should
Wait,
prioritize
please let me
police
just come
security
back
instead?
Please let me just come back.
I'm
What
not.
I am arguing, what
Maybe,
I'm arguing in the position that I am in as an individual, which is rather close to James's position of throwing away the whole country, but it's in a place where I still want one Nigeria. I still believe Nigeria can perform, and I believe that the people have to be able to organize their minds in a way that take this country back. However, where there are possibilities of there being a calmer position for individuals in that country, I would argue on the side of those who would like a new level of intelligent local policing. This thing, it's not going to be easy. But I think if we are passionate, if we are passionate enough about it, and we can really educate our society to have the kind of policing that we want within our state, within the law, I think it's a chance for us to breathe. We need to breathe. The country is just in panic state. The level of security, Forefather always goes on about it. We all understand it without Forefathers going on about it. What we are asking for is a period where there can be some level of calm. There's horrific stuff going on in there. Oh, there's horrific stuff going on over there. Horrific stuff on a daily basis. Me and you over there, I don't believe we'll be playing with it. Me, I wouldn't be playing with it. I would make sure I'm armed as an individual. I don't care about the law because I'm living in a lawless society. That's me as an individual. We need to give our people some calm. Yeah. I've put my position.
Let's go for our tea and crumpet time, please. Tea and crumpet time. There's no better time to do it now. Sorry, Gigi. You are the best.
You can't be having tea where the state is at war.
We have to go for the biscuit rich tea, please.
No, let Gigi finish. Then when we come back, we'll start the fresh topic.
let's play this
Let
song.
Gigi finish so that when we come back, we'll do a fresh topic. Let him go.
Gigi will say something. Somebody person will want to say something.
No,
I will let Gigi have the last word when we come back.
I just want to say, you asked one very good question about the federal police being overwhelmed by maybe from the north. If you have state police, most people join the
dynamics issue.
The dynamics will change. The point well, I actually went back to look at some of the documents on the federal and state police, because the act is for both federal and state police to be in existence, and the federal police will be in existence to intervene in the state police. That's the first thing. Second of all, how we work this federal police in the first place, we have policies that make sure that every state allocates some people to the federal police, regardless, so that you're not overwhelmed by one ethnic group or the other. So those will be in place. I hope that will be in place. But the most important thing is that the debate now is in the hands of the bloggers and the State House of Assembly. So we should expect the State House of Assembly.
You just said that the states will be required to provide certain number into the federal thing.
Every state has quota. Every state has a quota system. Every state has a quota to get into federal work.
You cannot fulfill that. It's not mandatory. You don't have to fulfill that. Let's not pretend.
The federal, we have a quota system in the federal system. That means if you have a situation where people are joining the police, say in the north, and they're going to overwhelm the system, I don't think that will happen, because the way Nigeria is already structured, because it's structured in the way that you have to have quotas.
But they don't have a choice. The system has changed now. The system has changed now. You have state police.
It is the political will that is broken.
That's why it's good for us to listen to each other. I totally agree with the point you raised, but after Gide's point now, if you just do reverse engineering, you ask yourself now, why is Nigerian police not treated today? Ask yourself that question.
Sorry, ask again.
No, I'm asking forefathers that if he does reverse engineering and asks himself, okay, today is the Nigerian police tilted to one side?
I think to an extent it may actually be tilted to one side.
But is that a problem for you today? Do you think that one part of the country can invade another country? Part of the country today?
No.
So that your problem is not existing today. Why is it not existing today?
The reason why it's not existing, because every police, every state potential police officers join the national one, but now they have option to join the state one.
If you are not aware, I can tell you why that is not a problem today. It's because let's even start from the very basic foundation. There's so much unemployment in Nigeria today. The truth is that people bribe their way to enter police. We all know that one. Yeah. Okay. So the fact of the matter is that from every state, there will be a cutoff. If they will ask you, are you from Kano? So Kano, they will take like 200 people. Sokoto, they will take 200 people. There's no way today in Nigeria that we live, anybody in his sane mind will take, if we are recruiting 10,000, we will go and carry 5,000 from Kano, and the only 200 from Lagos.
They're already doing that in the military. They're already doing that in the military.
That's how to do with political will of enforcement.
Let's stick with police. Are they doing with police?
No, I'm sure the same is happening in the police, but the one that we have seen.
I mean, there's corruption. There's corruption. That's what you are saying.
I'm just saying that. Look, if we listen to Gidi, the point he made now have muted that problem. Honestly speaking, if we are going to be honest with ourselves, I believe it's a big problem.
I don't see why.
I believe it's a big problem. I believe obvious analogy was cock and bull, but I think Gidi has provided a good answer.
I don't buy those type of argument, because the argument, there's clearly evidence that hold on.
Nigeria will still remain.
Masker, you didn't know that. You didn't have. Hold on, Masker. You didn't know that there was a quota system in Nigeria before you agreed with the argument that I made. I knew there was a quota system, but it never worked. The only reason why
it didn't work because there is no political will, not because there is no way to make it work.
The quota system works.
Can I finish my statement?
Okay, so I just want to say one thing. It's been abused, but it works.
See, yes, it works because the different states are contributing people to the federal government. But when it comes to the military, where some states don't want to participate at all, they can't force them. So what makes you think when these people now decide that they prefer to work with this thing, state police, you are going to force them to join this thing, the national, this thing, military, this thing, police anymore? You're not going to be able to force them, and then you're going to have more people from one region still joining, no matter what you would like to pretend as if
So Nigeria,
that's not
this
what's
is
going to
not a
happen.
new thing.
That's
Now, this is not just
that's what
new to
happened.
us, not new to Nigeria. It's happening everywhere. We have to take a bit and bit. It's a problem that is fixable. I don't know why you keep saying just because of that. It is not new
Of
to
course,
Nigeria.
it's fixable now. I'm not saying it's not
I think
fixable.
that's
I'm
where
just saying
this is
that.
where I've
So why are we
seen.
dwelling on it?
Well,
Yeah,
but why
I've
is
seen.
it that? Why is it that?
It's a continuous debate.
Why is it that
No,
we are
I've
all
seen. I've seen a lot of positivity and
let me just
generosity, actually, from OVA in his positioning here.
what is the generous part?
There's a lot more positivity in what he has to say. You believe that the queries that you are putting forward are so dramatic that it's going to take over everything. That's not the case. Bruv, if something begins, then it
Hold on,
begins.
hold on.
Wait, I've listened to you now
Not
about
because
hold
you
on.
are being.
Wait,
Hold on.
but no,
You
you hold on.
don't tell a long story, because I don't
No,
tell
it's
long
not a long
story.
story. I believe
Okay,
that
go ahead.
you are just throwing a spanner in the works. We know
No,
that the spanner's
I'm
there.
making a valid argument. I need
Wait,
you to
don't get triggered.
dismantle the
Don't
argument.
get triggered. Just
You see
listen.
that he started
As has been
this
said. It's been said many times that we should talk about this thing in a polite fashion, which is to allow someone to land, not just to be repetitive like
Yeah, but you
yourself.
are going to go on for 5 minutes and abuse
But
that
you go on
privilege.
for 10. You go on for
No, I
10
won't.
minutes. So just relax
Okay,
a little bit.
I'm not
Just
going
relax
to
a
do this
bit.
with you today.
Please.
Okay, go ahead.
We
Then
have to
talk
beg to
and try
speak.
to round up.
Go ahead,
Please,
You like
just
to
be
do every time
quiet.
you're on the
Go
panel,
ahead.
Jago. You are
5
like to do
minutes.
anytime
We
you're
are
on the panel.
listening.
Hold on. No, I'm not going to give him 5 minutes. See, Jago, we're supposed to go on crumpet this is the break. But if you want to talk for 2 minutes, you can talk for
No,
two
it's
minutes.
not 2 minutes. I'm just
You
saying
can talk
that
for 2 minutes.
truly a crumpet break would be good for all of you. I've already eaten. The whole scenario is that for the generosity that I believe that OVA is offering is that this could be a good thing. There are states that the government will give them X amount in order to achieve state policing. We all know that Nigerian governments are going to get things wrong, but we have to involve ourselves, as has been said by Giddy. We have to involve ourselves in this whole scenario. We can't just let it fly over our head. We have to pay attention to senators. We have to pay attention to local government in making sure that we are letter writing and letting them know that we the people are looking at this thing. We know our country is in a precarious position and the security is the worst. If you guys can do X, Y, Z, and W in our estimation to keep us safer, so we offer what it is that we want to offer. Now, these things are how things progress. You're not going to start at the end when it's perfect. That's not where you're going to begin. You're going to start in a position where security, owing to our understanding that we're in trouble security wise, let us back this thing for our own good. And we are going to put our mind into the way the police thinks. It's like this, it's a negotiation. And this is what I always say about many black people and black businesses, that we don't know how to negotiate. That's why we get the raw deal all the effing time. People, you might think you're a negotiator, fourth brother. You're very poor because you show
I'm
your
not
hand.
negotiating.
You show your hand without knowing
Now
even what's in your hand.
you are overreaching, Jagun. The
I
man
know,
gave
See
no.
you
This
that?
is me understanding.
When you stop giving complaints, he wants more
Bruh,
time, he
bruh,
complains.
what it is that when somebody hasn't spoken in a
This is
long
what he
while,
does.
and
He never stops.
you've been yammering anyhow, putting
Calm
any
down. I know.
yeah. Now, so you
I know.
do.
I know the people that will support. I know the people
I
that will
was
support.
behind stage for nearly half an hour.
Calm down now. I gave you your time now. You say you are the one
and he's
advocating
going at
civility.
you.
Yeah, 1 minute he say he wants civility. See,
Oh my
my,
days. My brother, it's
Thank
not
you.
easy.
Thank you. I'm glad you are smiling. You see, what I notice is that the people that tend to support state police are the most ethnically charged people. They tend to be ethnically charged people.
I think
They
that's
tend to
unfair.
be the one that support state police. No,
I
it may
think
seem unfair. No, hold on, calm down.
I think
Let
that's
me
unfair.
finish my point. I will finish my statement, except if you want to say something, then we'll go to corporate day. Generally, if you see the people that tend to support it, they don't care. The only reason why they support it the most is that feeling of we can fight back. That is that feeling, and I agree with it. I
So
understand this.
which people don't fight back? We the minority. Who won't fight
Calm
back? Who
down,
won't beat?
calm down. Look at that. Calm down now. We know that. Was it not your state that were carrying there? This is looking for Fulanis to beat. The other day, Igboho is threatening Fulanis inside the bush. See, we know why people are with that really want this. And we in the South, personally, I see the merits of it, even if most of the South have not been hit. But I think it's also good, even against some of all these major groups that are around us trying to dominate. So our people now will be carrying guns. So you see that instinct. We all have it.
You just highlighted.
Hold on, calm down. Let me finish my point, please. And we are not going to talk with you. So you are going to bite your tongue and wait on the crop. This is my tongue. so the thing is, I feel that too. Like, okay, let's at least have a say now, and we have a gun. And what is the worst that can happen? We go to the Atlantic Ocean, get more guns. All these people that want to come and threaten us. Not only Fulanis, though. You see, the thing about the South people is that they don't even look at only Fulanis as the threat. They look at the Southwest as the threat, and they look at Southeasterners as the threat. That's how they see on them.
Were the Fulanis a threat? Were they a threat to Igbo or not? Were they a threat to Igbo community or not? Terrorists? Are they threat to Igbo community?
They were now.
So why are you complaining that I want to go after
some of the bandits? But most of the people committing crime in that area, most of the people committing crime in that area are not Fulanis. Let's face it, most of the people committing kidnapping in that area are not Fulanis.
You may be right. You missed out. You just highlighted that.
Oh no! You're not going to talk. I've said it. Okay, stop trying to bring people in. You're not going to talk. No! We're not going to do this. I'm sorry. I will play the song now. Let's stop this. I want to show you my own tribalism. Let me do my own tribalism. I'm entitled to be tribalistic. Let's do it.
If we don't do something now,
like I said, we are all very tribalistic. We are all the people that are tribalistic. They don't like this. And let me show you my tribalistic side now. So we now that in the South side that are not armed before, now we are properly armed. We're going to have our own police. Imagine that's how they talk about. Imagine that's how they talk about. And all of them carry out
security. But just for further, the reason why you have Igboho right now is because of that lack of security locally. So the point that you must be careful of is that if you don't start looking at this seriously and get it working, then the people take power into their hands. And then you have the issue that you highlighted, where the Sunday Igboho that just don't know what they're doing, we start coming out and blaming anybody that, I've done something, This is the problem we're facing.
The last time, Giddy, I know Nigerians. Nigerians are a weird set of people. The last time we had this type of system in place, and it didn't take very long for us to turn on each other. That one is even more fire like that. Pam! Now, this one is bad. I agree. This one is really bad because the federal government refused to do anything about national security. And even this police thing that they are talking about, the only solution is if you don't have enough people all together, if you don't have enough footfall everywhere, forget it. Was it not Pansat that said, or some other person that, or Dexter that said, if you break down in California on the road, within 5 minutes you're going to see police show up. Are they ghosts? No, they are not ghosts because they are everywhere. But we don't have them everywhere. Where those people go and kidnap people in Oyo, there were no police all around that area. That is why Lamido came there and said they should recruit 1,000. If you create state police, if you create local police, if the numbers don't increase and they are not armed and everywhere, forget it. You will still be in the same situation, maybe even worse, because now you have different regions armed and still paranoid against each other. But crumpets time, there's always a good thing to all this thing. Tea. If you like tea, you can have tea. If you like kunu, you can have kunu. If you have what's the name? Zazao. That Zaza thing is very, very sweet. it's not the best. You can have it. If you want the yogurt, you can have yogurt. So till let's play this song and then we'll be back with it. Thank you, guys.
Oh, can I ask question before you leave? Over.
Hi.
What
is that?
If you support you, go ahead.
You go ahead.
You are a benevolent dictator.
What question you want to ask now?
No, wait a minute. Because this issue of state police, you people are fighting, up and down. In this country, state police work. Ovie, does it not work?
110%. It work 110%.
Exactly. So I'm trying to understand why. I was even thinking, in my own opinion, that it's a good thing that the state police. Why is everybody fighting against it? Because I don't understand it.
This question is like obvious question. It's another analogy that is democracy not working in America.
That's what I've been saying. This is what we are practicing in Nigeria. Is it a democracy?
But it start working from the beginning. State police for America no start from the beginning, right? People took advantage of it.
Wait.
How long it will take depends on me and you.
Hold on, Ovie. One thing I hate when people will come here and say, America, they've been doing this for 200 and something years. Do we have to wait for 200 and something years in order to see this thing working?
We are lazy. That's why they look at like that.
1 + 1 is 2. We know the problem that we have in Nigeria. Can you just tell me the situation that your kids were kidnapped? Up until now, we have not found it. Are you telling me that they don't know what to do? They have to wait. We have to wait like 300 years in order for.
If he make I tell you, most people who no support state police support Ruga. They want me everybody they roam around bush anyhow in the name of say that they rear cows.
I see his attitude. You have to practice in that one. But if he looks like we are underestimating the problem of terrorism. Because, like many Nigerians will say, why is it that they cannot get these people after 40 days? They will say, oh, the government know where the terrorists are. The military can do something about it. But if you look at all these questions you've asked, Israeli military can be said to have the same information. But they couldn't do anything about it when they kidnapped hundreds of their people. They couldn't do anything about it.
Forefather, I want to end the thing on a very bad note. Negative.
I'm just trying to share the truth. So I will not challenge you.
You had two opportunities
if he put knife to
and you took the negative stone.
How many military? Hold on.
Negative man.
Hold on. How many military?
It's good now to be positive, to be factual.
I think Dexter is watching football.
Hold on. The only time we see military in this country, or maybe if there is a war going on somewhere, they're seeking protection or something. Of course, we only see police and sheriffs and all that stuff. That's it. But this issue of, I don't know whether we're in the military system of government or we're in the democracy. I don't know which one, or we're both. Are we practicing both? Because it just doesn't make no sense. We know what the problem of Nigeria is. The problem of Nigeria is that our leaders are not telling the truth. Yeah. It's just that they just deliberately don't want Nigeria to work. That is the bottom line. And that's why we will sit down here every day. Every administration that comes in power, we will clap for them because they are working on roads, they are providing flyovers. Like somebody said that a Bonny governor is building, what did he say that he's building? Like underground or something. And I'm like, one of the poorest states in Nigeria. So they just don't want it to work, period. And it will never work. Even if with this issue of this thing, police, state police, I've always asked myself, why do we have one inspector general of police in a country of 200 and something million?
Only one. In Abuja.
China probably will have one.
Tell me what he's doing. Tell me what his job is.
Only one.
What the difference is.
What's his job? I want to know what is his job. What is he doing for 200 and something million people?
What can you do?
State police is automatically installed to regard.
Why are we any special? Why are we any special when one man is ruling over 1.5 billion people in China, and maybe one inspector general of police?
No, it is working.
China.
It is working for them. Again, we have to. The thing is that I keep saying it: democracy.
You know that in China,
state police is a direct opposition to Ruga.
Forefather, in China, they have a system called Hoku, where you can't just travel anywhere in the country. If you want to go from one place, you have to have an ID card and a passport to go from one town to another.
And
that's what they in China. You can't just move from one part to another in China. Do you know that? That's why they have a system where you don't have people on the street.
Yeah, no. You can move, but you have to have certain documents. Is that not what you said?
Yes. Again, forefather. It's working
in Nigeria, all you need to have is just a cow, 2 cows or 1 cow. You roam around everywhere.
Honestly speaking, if we want to rescue Nigeria, hold on. If you want to rescue Nigeria, we all need to sit down on the round table and have a discussion.
And
with the way we are going, 20 years, 300 years, 500 years from it will not work. With the way we are going.
The surveillance in China is not a joke. They can see you from anywhere.
Yes.
So
it's working for them. But what we have now is not working.
That is the future of the world. China is the blueprint.
That's right.
What we have in Nigeria is not working for us.
It's going cold though.
My prediction for Nigeria is that Nigeria is going to improve in the coming years, not because this president did a lot.
To Nigeria, you should be more scared of.
We are gonna get into a deep mess.
CCTV. They putting CCTV in all our villages. We should be more scared of that than police.
Come on.
I predict
Jargon. We should be scared of.
It's beyond that level.
You know what? I'm going to make that patient.
That's why I said it. I'm not praying.
You know what?
this
All right.
absentee dictator. An absentee
Look at this.
dictator. Where is you?
How dare you call me as an absentee dictator? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. I can hear you.
All these rough people and some of the you guys are some of the best minds anyway. Giddy, is that how it's pronounced?
Yeah, Giddy.
Giddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for joining us today. Okay, who is that making noise? Let's see.
Iffy, that's Iffy.
Sound muted. Yeah, that's all good. So, my prediction is that the Nigerian.
How was your crumpet? My
crumpet, you won't believe how crumpety what I ate was. I thought it was a joke, but it is true. It's quite crumpety. Yeah, it was good. Thank you very much.
I can guess Dexter's watching with the football.
My prediction is that I wanted people to predict where we are heading in this country in the, let's say, 3 years' time. Where are we going to see ourselves? Who is going to be the president? And with the Nigerian economy being better than today. Pardon?
We know who's going to be the president. Whether he wins it, playing it, or cheats, Tinubu is going to win the election because of the way Nigeria comes to work. So you know that. You know how it's going to be. He's going to cheat.
Politics has taught me never to be too presumptuous.
Oh, come on.
That is the thing about politics. No, to be frank. And Nigeria has...
I think the question should be, what will be the state of the country? Are we still going to be more, the fragmentation will continue, or are we going to be more united? I think that's where the conversation should be. Who will become the president is not questionable.
I think the country will improve.
I agree. And the point you made earlier, our forefather, and something that I've always looked into. There's one program that says the guys that built America, the 6 entrepreneurs that built America, they kind of said Henry Ford, Henry Ford, Carnegie, and all those 6 of them, and they're the ones that built the industries in America. JP Morgan, and you're seeing that happen in Nigeria today. And that's happening in Nigeria when you now start seeing the enterprise class, the entrepreneur class, not just before it's the rich and the poor. You understand? We, the poor, and the rich, the politicians. And they always say that if your politicians are richer than the rich people in your country, then you're always going to be a poor country. Now we're starting to see an entrepreneur class. And what would happen, especially with these immigration issues we're having over the world, in Europe and in South Africa, Nigerians like yourself, myself, I'm looking back to go back and do something, are going to be going back with skills and capital and do something. So the first thing people need to look at, and you highlighted that point, when you look at industries, a refinery is what we call a process industry. On top of it, you have chemical plants. You have different smaller industries on top of it. So before you have battery, you have to have chemicals. You understand? Because batteries are chemicals. So you're now starting to see those things happening. Nigeria actually exports solar panels. So the only issue we have is we do not produce visionary leaders. Someone that sits down and look at the bigger picture. You understand? That says, how do you bring all these things together? And when I looked at the government, in Tinubu's government, the one thing that I said is missing is the Minister of Investment, Trade and Investment. It's lacking, totally lacking, because that is where you need someone that is really competent and that has charisma. Investment, trade, and those are the kind of people that you need to say, how do you bring all these smaller industries together and we can tap into agriculture? Nigeria produces a lot of food, you understand, but we can't move them across. So I actually feel that you're starting to see an entrepreneur class coming in, and as you said, they are more professional. They get things working. I mean, it goes back to the past where we had Mole. Mole works. Those guys are around Keke, they work. But anything that's owned by the federal government or state government doesn't work. You understand? If your government buys 20 buses, 6 months, all the buses are not working the next 6 months. So that's what we should be looking at, the entrepreneur.
The reason why that argument is not because I don't care about economic systems, because you have different parts of the world that practice different economic systems, they work. But what I find that what I've noticed in capitalist systems that are, and democracy too, that are often subject to corrupt practices, the way to still maintain industrialization and growth is to transfer the running of large institutions to individuals that have specific interests in ensuring their efficient productive operation. So yes, profitability. So that's the way to do it. And if you look at all the empires in the past, even the Royal British Bank or something that they have, and the Royal Dutch Bank, Royal Dutch Company, these are gigantic institutions that are not state. They are not state-owned. They are private enterprises. And I noticed that there is a pattern to it whereby democratic capitalist states tend to use this method, because generally they are susceptible to being very, very corrupt in terms of running it.
There's always been corruption.
I think I disagree with you guys, because you guys are jumping the first step.
Before you go, I see one thing that I don't like is that I just keep on saying corruption. But there's no country that doesn't have corruption, wherever. And but corruption doesn't stop you from developing. It slows you down, but doesn't stop you from developing. And the point you just highlighted, you had the feudal system when you had the Dutch Netherlands that built the stock market. You had the feudal system, and then you had that Royal Dutch Company that went around the world and built $1 trillion worth of economy at that time. Same thing with the Royal Niger Company or whatever they had in the UK.
Including Japan of the 40s and private enterprise.
Yeah, so the point is, when we look at countries that are successful, whether it's South Korea, how did it work? The president of that South Korea, he was corrupt, but he supported Samsung, he supported Hyundai to become chibols that worked. So we are seeing that happening in Nigeria. And actually, Abacha was the one that started it when he said, I'm going to set up something like South Korea. And that's why he supported Dangote, a guy from the southeast, a guy from the north, and he supported each one of them. But Dangote came out strong. Other ones just fell on the wayside. I think Otudela was the one he supported in the southwest, and somebody that Chrome something in the southeast. Now that's what he tried.
How about the south and the other smaller region? Why is that they always support people in all these 3 tribes only? This is the thing that I don't like about Nigeria right now.
Can I disagree with the first point before we move forward?
Okay, disagree, sir.
Yeah, you guys are moving too fast. Easy.
Disagree.
Una the husband and wife. Una just agree. They go like that. The idea that it is
for once, he's one of the few people that has seen the merits of private enterprise in this type of system.
I want to push back on that. I want to push. Hold on.
Solution to the problems we are facing.
That's why I thought it would not just the romance idea, as if it would not be husband and wife. I'm pushing back on that. To stand here to say the people that build America, the likes of industrialists, is a little bit intellectually laziness, if you ask me. There's a reason why they are the likes of Hamilton, John Jay, and the rest of them are called the founders of America, the George Washingtons. They provide the framework. That's the first thing first. The political framework, the legal framework, then every other thing follows. Just like seek ye first the kingdom of God, and every other thing will be added unto you. So the people that fought for America, that this is how we want it to be, that is where we as a country, we have never gotten that one right first. So there's never, in as far we will not get that first stage right, there will not be a political cohesiveness to go one way, to say, okay, we are going to answer the development of the country to business people, as you alluded to, or we are going to be at the top of those business people like the way it does in China. So even the China system, whereby the business class are below the governing structure, they start from somewhere. They have to fight for their cohesion and first there before they agree politically one front, because everybody has different ideas, everybody get different territory. So the Nigeria, that's where we are still having problems. That's why the corruption becomes so out of hand. Yeah. That agreement on where to go and how to go about it, who should we put in charge of providing
I think what has stagnated us, what stagnated us is almost like similar to where Showore was maybe a decade ago. It's less like that now. Most of his people, they call him comrade. They are socialists in their mentality. Yeah. It will never work. But you are living it doesn't work well in a system that is already becoming corrupt. But
that's not even what I'm heading to. That's not what I'm saying. We don't have a foundation. They are still struggling to agree to build a foundation. When I mean
the three big power owners.
Yes. The reason why we don't have a foundation, the journey that America took, where you had a group of people said, "Here's our constitution. This is the route we're taking. Those are the ruling class in America." We don't have that. Nigeria didn't create Nigeria. It was created for
that's what we need to get right first. We cannot build anything on that. We have to agree, and that is where we are. That is where the foundation is faulty. That is where Abore Accord.
Can I just answer one question? We actually had that agreement in the 50s, where the Nigerians we had that, and then we went against that agreement, and now we created this
the problem started with Abore Accord. They could not agree how to move forward.
I'm actually go further behind that. I go to 1952 because in 1952 there was agreements of how we build a country. And
I said the problem started.
Okay.
You know, when they get to that Abore junction, the 1966 junction, they could not agree on how they should take the one federation, the one nation forward. Right?
Yes.
And that's where
whether
we
it's
still
confederation or whether it's federal or something like that.
And that's where we still are.
And that's what we need to go back to.
We don't necessarily need to go back, but we have to shade our differences and agree. Because I don't believe in this generation that will do that. Yes.
Yeah. Well, because I agree, because we're the you see, when I listen to Dexter says something about he gave El Salvador. I said, look what El Salvador did, and we should cut and paste. But Nigeria is the third largest diverse country in the world after Papua New Guinea and Indonesia. And people don't know that. So when you have a country, and not only that, but another question you ask is, just to go back to one question when you asked about the federal system, and I highlighted that the reason why the federal police, I just want to use that as an example, collapse is when we introduced Sharia law. When you introduce Sharia law against the secular system we had, that's when you start seeing the collapse of the institution, of the police institution that we had in the country. You can't have two laws in the country. It's impossible.
Now we have to now begin to ask question: how did that even come to be? Because he wasn't in the constitution originally.
I agree.
Right? And so, Obasanjo, who forced on us, did not even accept it.
Obasanjo put it on you.
Yes, but because he want total control of powers at that time, and the other part of the country felt threatened. Again, right? One person, I won't say one person, maybe a group of people want to continue in power. Those people feel threatened. We have to take a step. That is that one coming. I'm not saying it's a new concept. They have it in their back pocket. So, how this is possible? The constitution again is too loose. That is not good or it's not good. But until we have that political agreement on how we should move forward, then we cannot decide that the economists, the private sector is the best way to. Of course, they are the best way to.
No, I think the private sector taking a position is not going to be stopped because it's providing benefits. So
yes, but I think
So if you're providing service and you're building enterprise, not just in Nigeria, across Africa, you can't stop that. And that's one thing that I'm happy about. So when you remove oil subsidy and you float the naira, what you're now saying is that your country is going to be based on your productivity, because it's not like you're controlling your currency, which is what we had before, where we were paying $1.5 billion every month to keep naira at 400 to 1. That's what we were doing, and we're borrowing that money too, and then we were printing money at the same time. Now, your country floated is based on your capacity, your productivity. What that means is that when you, as an investor, goes to Nigeria, you know where the naira is. So you don't have to go to the central bank to get your naira.
Don't do that now. You are doing this backside the Jagaban propaganda. Let me say this. Do you know how much?
Let's not go away from what we.
Okay, don't do that. Okay, don't do that funny thing. Do you know how much was spent last year defending the currency?
The current last year, I don't know.
The Nigerian currency that
I don't know.
Almost $8 billion was spent defending the currency last year. Almost $8 billion was spent defending the currency. Yes, last year.
Last year, 2025,
yes.
$8 billion. I doubt it.
Yes,
I doubt it.
I'm telling you, it's right there online. Go and check it. I can find a way to share it with you. So
again, these are just the symptoms.
That's why we have to be careful when we say things about this government. Some of the things they've done, I consider them traitorous. Because when Tinubu came into office, I said, this man, given what Buhari has done, that he has it in his gift to be the greatest president Nigeria has ever seen. Even when he has screwed it up so much, and he might still end up with it because, like I said, Nigerian economy is going to improve. We like it or not. Dangote is up, except somebody go and sabotage Dangote. Dangote refinery is getting bigger. Hold on, please. Bua is coming online, and there are many others. And the reason why I'm saying this is not because we just get petrol, but they are doing value-added manufacturing on a large scale. And we are going to get dollars. And because we are going to get dollars, hold on, our currency is going to get stronger.
You are moving too fast. You are moving too fast. There are stages before you get to all those stages.
No, it's already happening. There are no stages.
I just checked quickly.
Yes, but it's already happening at what scale? That's because
the Naira, there's no control on the Naira. I can tell you that. I just checked right now.
Let me share the link with you. No, there is actually. You may not know it, but there is.
From the other foreign countries.
There is. They are lying to you.
And the reason why there's none is because we now see how the currency is managed itself. There's no control. Before, we know that you had.
I will send you the link before
you send me the link. We had a currency that was 400 to 1, and in the open market it was 900 to 1. So how does that work out? So if I wanted to go and to export something or import, I have to go to the bank or bureau of exchange and then get it for 900 to 1 when the official currency was 400 to 1. So please, there's none. It's not. If it was, then the gap between the open market and the CBN market value will be different than the same. If you go to Nigeria today, you'll be getting the Naira or the Naira at the same value as you get it if you went to the central bank. So I don't think there's any control. It's obvious. People just.
I'm telling you, I
don't think so.
Okay, I will share the link with you so you can see for
yourself. Gigi, can you let me make my point? So there's underlying issue that needed to be taken care of before all this, even all this analysis. These are not our policy. These are foreign policy. These are IMF policy. So whenever they argue on currency or anything, I'm not always interested because we don't even know what we are actually arguing, because these are handed over to us. They give the Bola Tinubu administration, and for every administration, this is the policy we are going to run. And they bring experts from their regional headquarters, national headquarters to start working there. And that's what is happening here in Nigeria. And that is because that basic foundation has still not been taken care of. Now, one thing I want us to notice about the business class to Nigeria, why I tell you that it's not all worry here in terms of expanding these business class guys to keep getting bigger. There's a possibility, there's a potential for that. But for that to actually take full-fledged development of the country, they have to take over. They have to be able to be in control of those who run the government, because they are the one that actually enact the rules and regulations that govern their businesses in the first place. In as far they are not in control. And one thing we should understand about Bola Tinubu administration is that the bankers, the private sector, were very much involved, right, in bringing Bola Tinubu to power. Is that a good thing? I don't know. Is that a bad thing? We are yet to see. So the more they keep getting around, so the question you put forward, that what will likely happen after the presidential election, and I say we should focus more on when Gidi said Tinubu is going to continue as the president. I agree with him that we should focus on how Nigeria is going to look like. Are we going to be more peaceful, or what we are experiencing now will go on a different scale? There's a potential for it to go to go out of control, right? But again, there is a greater chances for it to stay united and keep striving based on this business class, these business guys. Why I'm saying that, because they are spreading across the country. It is no longer they are predominantly dominated by one region before, as it used to be. Before, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, now only Kano you go, you will see billionaires, right? But now you come down to the west, it's spreading south. Before you know, we go south. That's when until these people, and I'm happy.
Where is this spreading? Why is it only one side of these countries Where are the minorities that are producing all the wealth? Why are they creating billionaires from other tribes
Elumelu is a minority. Hold on,
Doing
Elumelu is a minority, is a billionaire. Elumelu is a.
Where is he from?
Tony Elumelu is a. Tony Elumelu is one of them.
I don't think he's even a billionaire. He's a millionaire.
He's a billionaire.
You know who he is.
1.5 billion. Yeah. Just one question.
1.5 billion is nothing.
No. You answer one question. When you look at Nigeria today, can you actually tell me of any country that wasn't created by the people that have actually succeeds? Because look at the entire Africa itself. You know, this is a country that was given to us. But I mean, I want Nigeria to succeed. I desperately want Nigeria to succeed. But I want Nigeria to even expand. But there's a reason why countries like Nigeria do not work. And when you look at countries that do work, they created a country before. Whether it's Norway, whether it's South Korea, they have their language, their culture. We are trying to make something that is given to us work, and we're struggling. And there's a reason why we're struggling, because we have the same problem that DR Congo has, Mali has, across the whole continent. And that's why we're having this internal friction.
Yeah, but that's why I said we have to take care of that. We have to have it.
I'm coming from your point.
We have to have the class of people. But right now, the only division that is now at that presidential level is the old guards. They see the military, they are still very much powerful, led by the Obasanjo. And this class of billionaires, who are pretty much, I can say, they were born up either after independence or maybe early civil war. So that's where the power tussle is, right? So the men with the guns and the infrastructure in terms of infrastructure, power infrastructure, right from in the 60s, they fight the civil war, they write the constitution, they give us a political party. So it is not mathematics to see that this is why they are in control. But the money, right? Why they are in control of those kind of infrastructure, the private guy, the business guys are getting money. And money has a lot to do with either war will be either start or there will be war at all, because you need money to finance the war, regardless of how many guns you get. The business class always finance the war. And so that's where I have hope.
Ovia, I actually say one thing. I think that discussion, that decision where we'll come together and make that decision is going to happen when there's a balance of power in the country. And that's why I think that that state police might work, because then when you now have everybody has some balance of power, then you now realize that security architecture that was once one-sided is now.
But the threat is the expansion of Sharia law. They are not giving up. They are expanding. The fight is in Oyo. The fight is in Kwara. So they are expanding. That's a counter push to that balance of power.
And that's why you have to respond quickly. You understand? And if that's the case, then you will now say, fine, we can't, just like what's happening in Iran. You can't defeat these guys. Let's now negotiate. You understand? Which is hopefully that should be the end result. Because let me say, people say, oh, well, you're pushing an ethnic agenda. Look at what's happening in Mali. Look what's happening in Mali. You think that just happened overnight?
That's human nature. Women are bound to expand. It's normal. Yeah. So I don't see anything what they are doing that is a wrong thing.
I read that. I read that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
What I mean.
No, that's human.
I don't believe that. That paper, what you sent me comes from a magazine called Something Africa. I think that is a tabloid owned by some people that I know.
Okay, now hold on. There is another one from. There is another one. So, sorry. There's another one in the middle of last year.
Something. I read that.
That shows.
This one comes from
good. Yeah. Calm down. See, there's another one that comes from middle of last year.
So who Gigi?
Hold on now.
All right. Go.
Yeah, so because we have to get one thought through first. So you are saying this one is not suitable. So, but there's another one from middle.
I read the article. I've learned something about social media. Is that look at the first thing that I went about. Who's this company? It's called Market Africa Force or something like that. Come on, man. Just look at
Hold on. There is another one now. That's my. You see, my issue is. You see, when I present something, that's why I like, double barreling it. Because there is another one from the middle of last year, and this one is how much they spend defending Naira.
I always make sure that it comes from reputable organizations. But
Rwanda stated one where the Nigerian government spent about 8 billion, and
I doubt
this is
it.
defending the
I just
naira.
checked. I doubt it. I went online. I
Okay,
checked.
okay,
No.
carry on. When I find it, I'll just post it for you to see again. So because it's not something
Because
there is to hide about.
you know one thing. If it's true, this will be pushed in the media, in Nigerian media, significantly. It's not in Nigerian
Nigeria
media.
covers things all the time. Nigeria has covered. Okay, did you know that Nigerian government
How
spent
would
almost
they
8
fight
billion?
for currency? I don't understand.
You are having a conversation with you a moment ago. Do you know that the Nigerian government spent almost $8 billion for fuel subsidies almost a year after the so-called fuel subsidy was removed? Were you aware of that?
I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that.
But most people are not aware of that. Most people are not aware of that.
You know why I was aware of that? Because what they did was we removed oil subsidy. What they kept, they still keeping the oil subsidy in the background just to keep things balanced because they saw the impact it was having. But what they said is that.
But what sense does it even make to remove subsidy from our oil? What sense does it make? I want somebody to make it make sense.
Okay. Now, if CABS spent, if he said this, then I would believe because this guy he knows his onions.
Yeah, that's another one. No, this one said $8 billion.
I would believe him because he knows his onions. He doesn't
see the other people, the way they read, you should know when you are reading a credible source. The way they say they are not even referencing another source. They are saying it's the CBN that said it. That gave them the figure. So if you see a fake source, we'll just say somebody said it. No, this one they are saying is CBN that gave them the number.
Now, if the government is still defending the naira after they've removed FX control, then that is damning because obviously
they've been doing it. They are not hiding it. They've been doing. That's why some of them they take loans for the purpose. They are saying they are using it to balance the economy so that they will bring inflation down and all the rest. But right now, the need to do that has come down because of Dangote refinery. It has reduced significantly. I don't think they are going to be spending this year. They're going to be spending anything close to that because of the Dangote refinery. And again, now you see why I have issue with the government. Because they knew Dangote refinery was coming on stream. Why did they have to float it? They didn't have to float it at that time, knowing that Dangote refinery was coming on stream. Because they've now floated it, it's hard for the currency to go back to where it was before.
Dangote refinery came in 2024. In fairness to you, I will never float the currency because most countries that are smart who don't openly float their currency. They will still have some control. You may devalue the currency, but don't fully float it because
exactly. You see now. You see this is why. You see, you know what? It looks like we are going to get on. It looks like we are going to get one. You see, common sense. You can devalue the currency without the need to float it. And when I say this all the time, people are like, why can't you just see common sense? Devalue it. You don't need to throw the country into chaos. But he did.
You know what is happening in Nigeria is that those guys, while they are doing everything, they are virtually working for the World Bank and IMF, and they implemented those policies verbatim. That was the biggest mistake. What you normally do, you listen to them, you understand it, but you implement things that actually will work because you have to take into consideration the whole economy. The mistake they made, the same mistake IBB did in the 80s where they implemented SAP. It didn't work. Then IMF said, "Oh yeah, we know it didn't work. So we're sorry," but they've suffered because of it. That's why Nigeria economy collapsed under IBB. I think that implementing this policy the way they did, what they should have done, remove subsidy, fine, but you can't have two double barrel. They should have devalued the currency but still have some control. So that means instead of you spending $1.5 billion a month, you spend maybe $500 million a month to protect the naira, to keep the naira there. That would have made more sense. Yeah. So
the inflation, job losses, all that would have been avoided.
Yes, it would have been avoided. It was too painful. It was too painful. It was too much of a hit. You had two big hits in the economy, and now they're struggling to recover from it. And that's why that's why it's having problems.
I think, like you said, he has people that he was favoring, and the foreign people that have invested a lot of money.
You know one thing I noticed at the time before Tinubu came in, World Bank, IMF were on our news channel, on Arise, Channel TV, every day. Every single day, that policy. I followed it religiously. You go to Channel TV, TVC, you will find is an Indian guy.
They were trying to sell it. They were trying to sell the idea.
I remember I wrote an article online on Arise News, and they blocked it. They actually blocked my account on YouTube for some time. Then they gave it back after a month. I responded to those. I responded that This is
so. How did you think the guy become a president and stay a president and potentially is going to win again? How will that happen? The people that control economy, you know, all these policies that he's carrying out, he has no choice. That's why I asked, why as in Nigeria, the only commodity we have monopoly over is fuel, and we know they subsidize that. It doesn't make sense to me. Every country subsidize what they have as their advantage.
But
why our own?
No, the reason why I would say you should remove subsidy on oil, and it goes back to the debate that Goodluck Jonathan had in 2012. I actually followed that. It's still on YouTube. When they made that debate, some of the smartest Nigerians, Sanusi, Iweala, Oganga, were saying remove oil subsidy. And I'll tell you why. You see, when they said remove, especially Iweala, and I'm a big fan of this, remove oil subsidy, we invest that money that you're subsidizing into refinery and power. That's what she suggested.
Can I tell you one thing? What do they have in common, these people, all of them? What do they have in common? They are all products of the globalists, all of them. They are students, they are their children. Yeah. The question is that now common sense. Why would you this is where the subsidy over what they have?
No, Chief, this is where the common sense comes in my opinion. Why are you depending on a product that you produce and now you're importing it? And then you say I'm subsidizing it. Because one thing about that's the first thing. You're importing a product.
It is the same people who run the refineries are the one telling you to subsidize this for Nigeria.
The reason is that we actually have
next time you finish watching your matches.
No, we have monopoly over crude oil. England won. But we don't have monopoly.
What about Ghana?
Ghana is losing 2-1. So we don't have monopoly over the byproducts of crude oil. The refined products. So we have monopoly over the crude oil, but that's just the raw material. We don't what you actually need is the refined products. You don't have much. If Nigeria had its own, like Saudi Aramco or like Petrobras,
we have
its own. We don't have now. We don't have
NNPC is Aramco. NNPC is
Aramco. Now it's not working. Look, NNPC. Look, whether we like it or not, NNPC was not founded to help the Nigerian people. That was not the NNPC was founded primarily to siphon the Nigerian wealth. Don't forget that
Chief, Dexter, when NNPC was created in 1977, it was created because Nigeria didn't have oil companies locally. So what they did is that, okay, how do we negotiate or even manage our oil infrastructure? NNPC was created by Obasanjo, and the first chairman of NNPC was Buhari. The following year, we had the $2.8 billion missing. I'm old enough to know this because that's why I'm coming from experience at that time. 2.8 billion. So it was created with principle, like the police will be created with principle, but it went against principle and standards. So it was created for that's like Aramco. Go on.
So the people, if you had NNPC, you had Aramco, you have Petrobras, you can't put them on the same. They are not on the same playing grounds anymore. But the point I'm making is that if we had an Aramco that's functioning or a Petrobras, then it would have been easy to say, okay, look, the government, that this oil belongs to the people, so this quantity of oil that is going to NNPC to refine, we are going to sell it to our people in Naira at this reduced price. It's going to be within Nigeria. It's not on international markets. That way, Nigeria won't be having problems with fuel. But we don't have that system. We are not running that system. No, it's not. So it's not. We don't have it. Now let's not. They say tie goats. See, Gidi, tie goats, tie rope, tie goats. It's the same thing.
So Dexter.
Yes.
So you just agree that we are not in control of our own resources.
We are not now. We are not.
Then, so what's the argument about it? That's why I said all those policies are handed over to them. They are not their original. I don't know how human being would put that here on these people.
See, Ovie, look, that's why if Nigeria wants to be to be viable and productive and be a successful country anymore. We have to go back to products that we have control over.
That's fighting for sovereignty. It will take blood.
You know?
That's what it's going to take.
Well,
They're not going to give it up. They're not going to give it up like that just because you want it. You have to take
that's
it.
the point.
No, see, we have to see the first thing that countries that make progress is that, see, okay, what everybody needs is to be able to eat, to drink water. That's the barest minimum we need to
In
survive.
order for you to do that, you have to be in control of what will give you that. That is your resources.
Good, no, but okay, the resources that will give us food and water is not oil.
What will give us that? What will give us that?
It is agriculture. However, I will put the caveat. Wait now. However,
I agree with you, but
the introduction of GMOs into the Nigerian agricultural sector is going to actually limit us, because the truth about it, if we now say, oh, we want to diversify from oil, the Western people are not giving us GMO seeds.
And the person that brought GMO
the same problem you have.
Hold on. Let me say this. The person that brought GMO to Nigeria, that person deserves to be shot. I'm telling you, seriously. I will advocate violence on that one. Whoever brought GMO to Nigeria deserves to be shot.
It was Buhari that brought it to Nigeria.
The problem you have with the oil sector, us not controlling the oil, is the same thing you have in the agriculture. What do you think, on a more serious note, all this violence, all this kidnapping, all this killing across our villages? What do you think that is? They are trying to monopolize the land, because I guarantee you, as people are illegally mining gold in Zapara and everything, there are also large-scale farming going on by international corporation. Large-scale farming. So they are trying to pursue us away from our farm, so they can also monopolize the land. So when you say that is what is going to feed us, you don't even have the right to go and farm the way you want to, or you are scared of being killed.
Yeah, but Oviedo, these international people, they have enough money to buy whole states if they wanted to. So Nigeria is very, very cheap to buy, thanks to the cheapening of our currency too. So there is, for me, some of the events that are current doesn't make that much sense. They say somebody just want to
see, they can only buy it if you are selling it. Hold on. Step by step.
I'm not making the point. Let me land the point I'm making. It's like what is going on. Somebody wants to make an extra bit of buck, but the real force behind it is to ensure that the environment remains unstable. That is the key. Because if the environment remains unstable, Nigeria keeps hemorrhaging $50 billion in GDP every year. Yeah, we are not going anywhere anytime soon. And that is, for me, that's the true force behind what is going on.
Yes, but again, those people can only buy if you are selling it. So why do I need to buy when I can find one or two crooked people that can put them in the position, compromise them?
Because it's dirty, it's not neat. They can make money if they want to.
Hold on. See, now when these global empires we are saying they are fighting for their control of our resources, most of them, they don't depend on that resources to survive. They don't even need it. But there's a need for me to deny my supposed enemy access to it. But most importantly, their local participants who want to benefit. If I have, let me use myself as an example, right? My state, for instance, right? If they want to actually go into the resort, limestone is everywhere. Now nobody is doing it. There are a little bit of private company. That's where BOA is, right? Let's say I am corrupt and I am desperate. I really want to, be among the world leaders, right? What do you think I'll be looking for? I'll be looking for a greedy investor in America, in Italy, or China. I will offer all the limestone in my village, for instance, for free, for maybe just give me 1 billion or give me 1 billion naira. How I'm selling it now? I know it never did my control, but how is it going to get to my control? I'll wiggle my way into power to make sure I become governor, or I get access to the governor as it is. Finance is next election. Before you know, you go see some person, one investment for Netherlands, they come set up company for my village without any resistance because the government don't pay way for it. right? So there are so
Yes.
many ways. So
That's
we are
how
not
it
in
works.
control in any aspect. I'm not blaming the outsiders, because now, as I said, it is a partnership. When you find greedy people who want power by all means, you will go. Tinubu want power by all means. So all this the reform that is doing, that is shouting reform, it is our own detriment. The tax
You see what
is
you
not
said.
remitted to us. Hold on. The tax is not remitted to us. People should go back to the first 2 weeks of Bola Tinubu administration. The camp people who are in town. Jimmy Diamond of Chase Bank on America was on ground. He assembled all our elected officials. Give them order. This is how the tax bracket is going to be, because we are going to war. He didn't add that part, because that's the reason. When an empire is looking for war, every penny is important to help to their citizens. So I'm not just speaking conspiracy theory. They were on ground live. Bill Gates was on ground, dedicated about $8 billion to capture agriculture, education, and healthcare. Who is representing our healthcare right now as a minister? Directed is coming directed from his company. This is not conspiracy theory. So this is they carry out live in real time. So the GMO conversation, we are 10 years behind. They don't stay here for the past 10 years. All you need to go back to the legislature of 10 years ago.
Ovia, in Burkina Faso kicked out GMO in their country. They were able to reverse it. So the protection that Burkina Faso is enjoying today is presented by the Donald Trump administration.
What are you talking about now? That Donald
Exactly.
Trump.
That's a different conversation. Exactly. Let's stay Nigeria.
I hear some things you said. I've heard some things you said. I think there's a lot of truth to what you have said. I think many of us have said a lot of truths. And for me, sooner or later, something needs to give. And this is why I always say that
we need to take over our governance, local governance back first.
Yeah, but it's easier said than done. See, my worry is that
no, it's not to take by fight and set it by blood. You know,
you are not going to trigger blood. Sorry, let me just think what I'm saying. You're not going to trigger blood that way, because people would say you are the devil. See, the problem with society is
the way blood will flow now, when those who are in charge now, they are not going to give it up for free. They will fight us.
Let me just finish what I'm saying. What I'm saying. What I'm saying is that everything you described, it reminds me exactly why this is going to get really bad. If, let's say, somebody didn't do what happened to Iran to us, so one way or the other, something really need to jog us, we as a people, to become a little bit more ambitious than we are right now.
So how do we get our sovereignty back?
That's what I'm saying. That for us to get there, something bad to get us to a point whereby we understand truly that our lives are precious and we have to do everything to protect ourselves against everybody too, not just against only some people. Because right now, the way our psyche is, we can fight each other for religious reasons, for tribal reasons, for clan reasons, but for strategic reasons in the world, we are not in that game. We are not in that game at all. We are very, very scared of that.
Because we have not been able. They have not been able to allow us to organize to that level.
My point is that we have to be waking up at that level. Otherwise, we are not in that game.
You know why I have a lot of respect for Dangote is that he's been able to build a system, which is very, very difficult.
Yeah. He's an example. Yeah, he's a local man. I like him.
And build a system that works. You understand? Because you're looking at a supply chain just to bring all those things from all over the world to build them, working with multiple consultants and supply chain to build that refinery in Nigeria, and now talk about expanding it. For me, that basically demonstrates that if he could do it, other people will start copying it. Because one thing about Nigerians, we're competitive. And when we see somebody do something, we'll say, it's my turn. Why should he?
That is why a national government is very important. Whether we like it or not, Buhari is more of a national government than this of Tinubu, and he protected that. And
that's true.
So
you wouldn't think so when he was in office, they were calling him Jibril and everything.
That refinery would not have been there if not for Makerfield. If not for Makerfield, that refinery would have not seen the light of day.
So let me answer that question. Now we can see why corruption is there. Because what they did to support Dangote, I agree with it. That's what the Koreans did. But if we look at it in the scheme of light, it's not fair to other investors. Because
no. Let me push back.
Let me finish. Please. You have taken resources. At that time, you were making sure that Dangote got preferential treatment in the currency rate. You understand? You got preferential treatment. And I agree with that. But when you look at it from a policy point of view, it was unfair to other investors. I agree.
I disagree.
Before you disagree, I'll give you a good example. The South Koreans in the 90s, in the 70s, that's what they did. They identified the tribals and they said, we will support you. We'll give you the resources to build major industries. And that's how they became what they are today. And that's what Ambassador started and Buhari finished with Dangote. And looking at the results today, I said, well done. But when you look at it in the scheme of like, other people complain that how come Dangote got all this preferential treatment? When we went to get foreign currency, we won't get it. So
see, that's why I said there's no policy that you want to introduce that you get 100% agreement, right? But if you are focused on, you have the political will, as that would see why I say Dangote policy has nothing to do with that. In fact, that is even a national project. He's a man from Kano. He has if they want to push to make sure that company is stayed in Kano, if you do, and somebody can say, oh, it will be far from the natural resources.
It won't.
The
reason why it's in the south is because of it has to be on the coast. Because the one reason why you have problems with Kaduna refinery, the logistics doesn't work.
Hold on now. Let me see. This is 2026. You are challenging engineering.
I'm an engineer.
So is it? Hold on. Is it possible or is not?
It's possible, but it's not efficient.
Okay, that's
so when you build things, you look at efficiency.
The
reason why adapter is not working right now is
inefficient. To actually land your point. Allow me to submit my arguments. You disagree, then say so that so why I said there's nothing about that. The location is very important, right? The distance between the distance between Lagos and Okene is how what is the distance? There's even river leading all the way. So for them to protect Dangote, and in fact, he met all the criteria. So you cannot actually carry a big ambition for somebody who just have an idea without a track record to actually.
You have a track record in cement, and sugar, and everything. You have the track record.
So there's a foundation that led to that, but we also understand how the whole country is compromised, right? The whole country is compromised by the foreign witches and wizards. So, for you to achieve anything tangible, right, you have to take step by step. And in order for you to do that, at times you have to come in the way of being tribal, being whatever.
I agree. No, I agree.
Achieve that thing, right? Now, you said Obasanjo started it, Buhari finished it. But let's also pay attention to what Tinubu is doing. When Tinubu come into power, I said Tinubu will achieve two things. One, few people will become extremely wealthier. And I will argue maybe they are going to come from South or Southwest. Is that about him? Yes, from the look of things. But from the balance of power, that's a good thing. All we pray now is for the Igbo in the Southeast to have the same opportunity and guide somebody from there to achieve that status. It's not going to happen.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree because you cannot be coming in all the time and using national resources to build one region at the expense of the other.
No. Hold on. It's not. See, it's not. Hold on. Because you are seeing it from the tribal perspective. Our bigger threat is not us. We can take care of that easily. Our bigger threat is the motivation that is coming from outside. I use word motivation for a reason because everybody can fall into prey. It's not something that is being disguised right now. They are here and they are here for real. So as I said, if I want to disguise, in form of tribalists to achieve a national objective, I'm not saying it's a tribal thing. Whether we like it or not, Dangote refinery, that's a national. So that's one thing that also give me hope that we are not going to separate anytime soon. It's not going to happen like that. It's going to. They're going to fight. These young entrepreneurs, these guys, they will fight. Right?
No. Opebolo, you can't be saying, what, like I said, one of the things we have in life, we are so comfortable layering things over imperfections, and we just want to move on. You just want to move on. Opebolo, you are from Edo State. You don't have. You are supposed to be empathizing with the people in Calabari, in Olobiri. These are people. Lagos was largely built with wealth taken from somewhere. Abuja was built with wealth taken from somewhere. And there's nothing to give back.
How did it happen?
How did it happen?
How did it happen?
When you are drilling crude oil in Escravos, and those money, they need to get
Dexter,
low.
can I ask you a question? Dexter, can I ask you a question? If the oil was in the southwest, do you think that will happen?
It won't be. It won't happen.
Hold on first. Hold on. Hold on.
It is simple. It is very simple.
Dexter, let me understand you one by one. What I mean, I don't understand what you mean first.
See, your statement that because that the capitalists, because of the Dangote refinery now, they will not. That's why you are sure that the country will not separate, because they won't want to lose their investment.
Now,
So,
thank God you said the capital. Hold on. You said the capital. That means it's not just only Dangote.
Yeah, well, yes, my point. Yes, I agree. But if the common man is thinking, which you represent the common man, you understand? If the common man is thinking in that light, then there's no hope. It means we are enslaved to them. And my point to you is this. Let me land, please. Do you know that one of the reasons why the Midwest was formed was because Southwest Awolowo was not ready to divide the cocoa money into the Midwestern region.
Dexter, just hold on. You know why I asked you? You know why I asked that question?
Chief, let me correct him, please. Awolowo was in prison when in 1962, when the Midwest was created. When Awolowo was in charge of I think the Southwest, it was Awolowo and Peter Enaro. They were a combined team, and there was an agreement, and it was voted in the Western House of Assembly to separate the Midwest from the Southwest. It was a vote in the Assembly, so that was already agreed. You see, the issue you should be, so please make sure you get the facts.
Hold on. This is a very interesting point, because this is another inflection point again. We are seeing when people have an advantage in Nigeria, they tend to try to capitalize and be funny about it. Are you, because the allegation that Dexter laid before us here was that Awo didn't want to use the cocoa money in the Midwest. He said that may have led to the Midwest wanting to be separate from the Southwest. Is that accurate, Gidi?
I don't. That's not accurate.
Because you said yourself that they separate you. Hold on, Gidi. Let me ask him. If you are saying that is not true, then why did the Nahoroda and Awo that was supposed to be working together vote to separate Southwest from the Midwest?
Can I answer that question? So,
yes.
If you look at the Peter Pan or Anaro was in the action group, and there was already agreement that those two parties would separate, not only in the Southwest, but also in the North. The North should have, the plan was that they would separate. That means you have 3 regions, and there will be further separation as the country develops or got into independence in 1960. What happened was that there was a vote. At that time, the vote happened. I was in prison in 62. I was in prison. And the reason I was in prison, you had a lot of issues in the Southwest itself, Wild West. I was in prison. But that vote was done in the House of Assembly in the Southwest in Ibadan. And the vote was done in the House of Assembly. You can go and fact check me, and it was voted.
Let me clarify what I said.
Let's say I had a lot of influence in the Southwest, but let's say he was voted and he wasn't there. But the purpose of that vote was to separate the wealth of the Southwest from the South.
Can I clarify what I said? Can I clarify what I said? I bring all these things. See, Dexter. That's why I like to look at things from the first principle, right? That's why I asked you how it is starts, and thank God you don't go further to what I wanted to say. You start pointing out the politics that played out, bringing Awolowo in and the rest of them, right? the headquarters of all these refineries and the development that come with it, everything moved to Lagos because the Niger Delta, us at this time, the leaders then lost the battle politically. And politically speaking, you know, we say they argue or they win election or nothing. Violence is part of politics. When they ignite violence in the Niger Delta area, from Warri to Port Harcourt to Sapele to Otueke, that is when the company started moving to Lagos, where there is peace. And again, if you pay attention, if you look at Iran and the American and all that, if you look at it, there's a reason why Iran targeted the UAE. There are more missiles that went to UAE even than to Iran, right? Because for the past 20 years, capital has started shifting from Switzerland to UAE. Why? Because the globalists have started weaponizing the money that is in Switzerland. Anybody that is associated with Putin, they will say, oh, he's a supporter. They will start confiscating property.
But what do you know about the allegation that Dexter laid against Awo just now? What do you know about
Hold on. I'm getting there. The question where I asked, when make an answer. When the capitalist here, that's what triggered Dexter respond. And I use the word capitalist based on what Gigi actually agree with me. Then for us, for Nigeria to actually come to that agreement to set the foundation, then have a clear view of where we want to go, there has to be balance of power. And I argue that the power is not balanced now, that is in favor of the old guards, which predominantly military guys. There are other civilians, other religious leaders among them, but they are older guys. So the only competition that is coming to them now is coming from the business class. Make I no use capitalists.
Entrepreneur class. I call it entrepreneur class. The entrepreneur
yes,
class.
Entrepreneur class. So they want to take power. Those ones no agree. So at one point they will arrive at agreement and they now say, okay, this is how we want the country to move forward. Allow us the capitalists to build infrastructure, to do whatever. So there is balance of power. I'm not saying they should look at everything, give the capitalists, but in the real sense of the word, there are two models right now before Nigerians to follow: the Chinese model and the American model. And it's very clear the role of where the business entrepreneurship class belong. In America, they are the top. They dictate the policy. They change government as they like. In China, they don't have that leverage. The government dictates.
Yeah, but let's get back to the point now. Jesus Christ, let's get back to where the conversation we have.
It's all politics for you to.
No, I want to understand. Okay, you don't know anything about the allegation Dexter laid. Then
Dexter, can you come back? I think Dexter come back and.
What's your question? What's your question, Dexter?
So it's not. This is not rocket science. It's just like when after the elections, in 1960, the NTNC actually won in the Southwest region. Okay, and that meant that somebody who was not traditionally from the Southwest was going to become the leader. And if you go by the parliamentary system, the person will be like the governor of what were they calling them? The governor general of the Southwest region. And that's triggered that is the root of what you call cross-carpeting today. And that never ended. That led to what you call the Wild West. Look, the point I'm saying is this, then. In our historicity, we must look at the facts and accept them as they are. From the division of Nigeria, from the fragmentation of Nigeria, even when the British fragmented Nigeria, they created a serious imbalance. Yeah. Because you had people. Why was it that what you call the Western region had a large section of people who were supposed to be in what you call the Eastern region already moved to the Western region? That was a massive imbalance. That was a massive. That was a massive imbalance. Something that things we must accept. Now, if what you are talking about resources, the truth is this: the oil wealth of Nigeria was actually in the West. The reverse will not be the case.
Yes, I agree. It's true.
It will not be. It will never be. So that is my question. My question is this: why are we not worried? Because we just treat the people of the Calabari man, the Ogoni man, the his own man, we treat them as if they are just commodities for us to trade with.
That's why I said that political power. We have to come together. And political power. It doesn't matter.
Think about it. Before now. Sorry, let me just. Before now, Shell was headquartered in Warri.
And that's your question.
ExxonMobil was headquartered in Eket. You know that if you went to Eket that time, Eket was a bubbling town. Even more than Lagos. The clubs in Eket were more than the clubs in Lagos. If you go to Eket on a Friday night, you will see white people on the power bikes. On Saturday morning, you see them in the gutter. They will be drunk. There was a large economy.
So, but what happened?
Hold on. Hold on. Let me add something.
People don't even know about this. If you went to Calabar, there was anarchs.
This is not just 90s, 90s and early 2000. No, be saying far long distance.
See, in Port Harcourt, you had Total. Look, how come all of a sudden those people there's nothing for them? Have you got forefathers? Have you gone to Ogba? Do you know of Ogba in Port Harcourt? Do you know at a point in time in Ogba in Port Harcourt, every week over 40 boys die?
I think I'm Dexter.
My point is
now politically engineered.
I wanted to tell some story about what Dexter is saying because you guys understand where he's coming from. Please,
I know where he's coming from. I know where he's coming from. I know because I know.
You don't understand it. No, what we are talking about, right? Believe me, I can assure you, you don't know what I'm about to say.
I 100% know where it's coming from.
That's why I
know where it's coming from. I worked in that part as well. You see, let me say something.
No, that is not the point. Hold on. So that you can add to it, you can add to it. No, because you're talking about him already.
No. If you let me say something, then you will know what I know. You see, he's saying that the resources in that part of the world has been exploited by the Southwest and to some extent by the Northwest. You understand? And he's right. And he's right that.
But that's not the point I wanted to add to it.
You add the point.
I don't think he's right. I hear what you are saying, but that's not the point I wanted to add to it. That is true, of course. You see, what I've noticed is that this is one of the reasons why when I comment on Nnamdi Kanu's issue and what's going on in the Southeast, some people feel like, why are you talking about this? Why does it concern you? Because there's, to an extent, the South and the Southeast are hooked together. And whatever affects one affects the other. And what he's saying, I can tell you right now, hold on, let me finish. I can tell you right now, when I went to Nigeria earlier on this year, and I was with a Southeasterner, and we went together to Bayelsa and everything, you can see that he was fuming. He's not his area. He was fuming constantly. He kept complaining, like, what is this? Why is it that they don't have this? Why is it not? So you see, there is a link between both sides. Just like when I mount off about Southeasterners, they don't like it, but that is exactly the same way I feel on their own side too. Like, we have all screwed up our region so badly that politically we have now been less advanced in terms of development. Where we should have been, given the wealth that's coming from that region, we should have been far more advanced than any other region in the country. So this is where that's the point I want to add. But you can respond to the point that he made. I don't disagree with him.
So one thing I've learned is that if we look at Africa in general, raw materials will not make you rich. It will actually make you poorer because of our tribal culture. So whether you like it or not, you may think that, why is it Equatorial Guinea not rich or Angola? Because our tribal culture means that we do not.
No.
Let me finish. Because we don't have the skills, the tools to industrialize our resources.
We are not allowed. Not that we don't.
Well, nobody's going to allow you to be rich. No. Nobody's going to allow you to be rich. You have to make yourself.
Now you say the point.
So let me just finish the point here. So I know in this world, if you are being exploited, the person exploiting is not going to stop exploiting you. You have to stop him from exploiting you. So I agree. I agree that the South and to some extent the Southeast has had the raw deal. But why? Because at the end of the day, when you see people fighting themselves, then somebody's going to take advantage of you. And I said it, that if the resources in the South was in the Southwest, I can guarantee you that the oil will be in the Southwest. Likewise, if it's
because
in
they are more in numbers than we in terms of.
I think it's less than more in numbers.
Actually, the Southeast and the South side, they come together. They are bigger than.
In terms of culturally, we are different.
I think when you study the history,
what is Ovie talking about?
When you study
which part of the South? Ovie. Yes. Let me divide this for you. Okay. If you move from Calabar, Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Bayelsa, they are more culturally aligned towards the Southeast. Then if you cut out the Igbo section of Delta State, they are actually more aligned towards it. In fact, you have Igbo communities in Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom, and Calabar. So, what do you call the South?
So now, but you have to understand where they come from, Abi, as an Edo person. I don't align with any of them.
If you know, there's no problem. You can say Edo. Edo is not the South. Edo is not the South. So the way you say no, not the South, I'm just giving you data.
Edo is part of the South.
No, I say Edo is not. Edo is part of the South. Father, get my point. I say Edo is not the South. Edo is part. It's a fraction. Let's divide it. In South, you have Edo 1, Bayelsa 2, Delta 3, Rivers 4, Cross River 5, Akwa Ibom 6. So Edo is 1/6. Even in that Edo.
So that's the only region you can say that of. No other region carry that kind of fragment.
Wait now. Even in the Edo you are talking about, you have the Ibanke in Edo. When you talk, you said, what do you call it? You said culturally, you are not aligned. Fine. We can say, okay, culturally, yes. The Edo section, not the Ibadan section. But if you look at the map, you find out that the Bayelsa, even if you listen to Asari Dokubo in his one of his recent videos, he talked about how there's a marriage between the Kalabari and the Igbo people because they likely intermarriage.
What you are saying is the reality, right? But this thing is about survival. As somebody from Edo State, everything we think about is that how do we make sure we survive another 200 years? That is where alignment comes from. So we be water, we flew. So at the other state, you just measure within the South. So it's all about political, and now waiting we see that because we were defeated. That's why all these good things that you mentioned about what everything left. We are defeated. They're so discussed in our political alignment. That's what we want. So now, if you pay attention to the way the region is coming, right? As soon as this government finish, the plan I tell you underground work, as soon as this government finish, we are going to make sure we are always at number 1 or number 2 at the federal level. That is the goal that is going on. So we are going to be fluid. We are going to be fluid because we will disappear.
While your audio is breaking up, or is it mine? No, I mean,
if we align with the Southeast, they cannot protect us because they look for survival.
No. I don't think it's not about aligning with the Southeast. Like for me, okay, you can align with the Southeast, but the way I would look at it is that it should be a form of partnership, because sometimes any Southeasterner, this is what causes the problem actually in that region. I don't know where. Let me finish what I'm saying. Like the way Southeasterners talk about South people, it's like they want to subsume them. Instead of you to try to talk to them as potential allies, you are talking about if you want to make them yours. And that is what kills that region the most. I don't know who taught you people to talk like that, because you are really doing the job of your enemies by talking like that. You have to talk to them as if you are partners. That's how it's supposed to be, and that's what pisses me off. And in reality, that is how it is. Because if you think about it, that Southeastern guy, whenever they go to the South, they act as if it's their own problem too. And the same thing, when I see Southeastern problem, I feel like it's our own problem too, because if something's happened to them, it affects us. So we are supposed to understand that and respect each other and work together. Instead, when Southeasterners talk to South people, they want to subsume them like they don't exist. And this is what Ovi is talking about. That can we last for 100 years? This like that. Yeah.
What you are saying, I don't want to tell you it's rubbish. Stop it.
Oh, shut up.
Hey, hold on. You are playing to Desta Gallery. You guys need to be careful. See,
no, I don't think so. I think it's a valid point.
Hold on. Let me give you. You need to go back to history. There is no minority group that will be able to work with any major group. It's not going to happen.
Thank you.
See.
What do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean?
Hold on. Let me finish.
Thank you.
There is no minority
already happening.
Thank you.
Any minority group that is attached to majority group, they will suffer. They will use their collateral.
No. Hold on. Let me finish.
Let me finish.
Is a minority group.
Let me finish. Hold on,
rubbish.
Hold on. Let me finish my statement. It's not issue of bias. Sorry. See, this is not bias.
This is how
go to history. When the Middle Belt was attached to Southwest. The Middle Belt, the reason why the Middle Belt was created was because of the marginalization of the minority. When the core rivers and other non-Igbos were attached to the East, go and check the history, how they were marginalized, even though they had resources. The Nigerian Time were
hold on first. You're not listening to yourself. Hold on. You say when they were attached, that means they were supposed to be together. You see, there was no agreement, there was no partnership, there was nothing.
No. Look at it.
Show us your
I never understand the game.
You just talking bad.
As a minority, you are always subject. You are always at the mercy of the minority. That's right.
Yeah, but hold on. We have a big case. Hold on. I have one big exception. The Fulanis, though.
Thank you.
What do you mean the Fulani?
Thank you.
They are a tiny minority inside the
Forefathers, the Shekiri in Delta State are a minority. The Shekiri in Delta State are a minority.
Okay. Hold on.
To the majority.
Let me explain it to you. Shekiri are not minority.
Dexter. You know why that your Shekiri example go stand? Because there are three major tribes in that.
It's a mini Nigeria based on context.
They don't really check themselves. Now,
AY. Wait. Just one question. Is Shekiri the majority in Delta State?
There is nothing like
hold on. For Uroboman, hold on. Now, next time, hold on. For Uroboman to get power, For Uroboman to get power, he will have to work with either of the two.
Exactly.
For a man to get power, he have to work. So they don't get us. But in our own case, we are minority. Either way, we flow.
Yeah,
right?
Either way.
Wait.
And I call the analyzer. Before we go say, because either way we go demarginalize, but we have to look at it. Who get power? I know go for person where they lose. Need person get power now. We just they don't go crush you.
Let me expand.
Let me give you guys another example.
No, before you go for example,
in Rivers State, you have 3 majority people, not so. Can you name them? AY, tell me. No. Let's wait. Let AY tell me. major tribes in Rivers State.
No, I'm not interested in Rivers.
It's not a matter of see, AY. Let me tell you why I cannot. Why we cannot just.
You are
wait. AY, you cannot just jump into an argument.
You guys did not let me finish. You need to give me 1 minute at least. Let me finish my.
You can't jump into an argument. You cannot provide anything. How can I listen to you? Wait.
Listen to me first.
Hold on. Next time, tell him the answer. Is he not going equally?
I should tell him the.
Father, let me break this thing down to you, please. Let me finish it. Listen, let me tell you. If you create a South-South, a country in South-South today, for example, there is no one tribe that can come and bully everybody and take power. No, it's not going to happen because you need to negotiate with all the group. You have to. We have a lot of group in the South-South. If you put the one is talking of minority. If you join Ishakiri and Igbo, for example, or Yoruba, you don't have a say. You are the minority. You don't have a say. Nobody will let you have a say. This is the truth. We need to tell ourselves the truth.
Let me ask AY one question. Let me ask AY one question, please. Because I think this is a very, very serious, it's becoming quite important for me anyway. I'm beginning to learn from it. Like, what do you think?
The Southwest will take over the South-South within the next 50 years.
Let me
the Southwest will take over South-South within the next 50 years.
People. Hold on. The South-South and the South-East. The reason why I'm asking this question because the South-South and the South-East, they have common interests. Because whatever affects one of them affects the other. For some reason, I don't know why we don't do that.
That is what it's supposed to be.
A question for you. This is a question. How come anybody that is serious to be Nigerian president, none will get a place in Adova?
Okay, let me finish the question. No, I want to ask question. You want to ask question. Let me ask AY the question,
Jari. You can become president without South-East votes.
Let me ask now. AY. How would you say?
Became president without
can we just hold on for a second? Let me just ask a question for crying out loud. So, since we have a shared interest with the South-East, the South-South and the South-East have a shared interest. How would you say we are able to interact and work together to deal with our problems that is affecting both sides?
Let me.
But what is that our shared interest first? We need to define that.
Our shared interest is the region. It's the region. Is that region? Because whatever happens in the South-East affects the South-South. Whatever happens in the South affects the South-East. So that region, if you look at the reason why. Hold on.
You have missed the point. Opebolo is among the people that see. Forefather, we must know the historicity of Nigeria. Before, what you are calling the South-South today was largely in the Southwest, was largely in the Western region. Opebolo is among the people that believe that they are actually aligned to the Western region. But the point I was trying to make to you was that actually there is that's what you call the West, but that region did not include Bayelsa. That is what Opebolo doesn't know. That region that Western region did not include Bayelsa. It did not include Rivers State. It did not include Akwa Ibom. It did not include Cross River.
That's true.
What you call Bayelsa, Rivers, Cross River, Akwa Ibom were all in the eastern region. But Opebolo is of the idea.
They were forced to be on the eastern region. They were forced.
No, that's why no was. There were no force, Opebolo. There were no force. The fragmentation of Nigeria.
It was forced now because come on. How can you say it was not forced? It was done by the British.
That's one question. Hold on.
If it was forced, when the Edos was believed to be part of the Western region.
Yes.
They use soft power.
Forefather is not fighting for the independence of the Benin Kingdom.
But let AY answer the question. Let AY answer the question.
Hold on. Forefather, hold on.
Giddy is just watching on there.
Hold on.
Don't bench Giddy out of the conversation. Let the Southwestern and watch us and let's settle our problems.
the North have influence in those states more than the Southeast.
Opawolo, hold on. Forefather, let me ask Desta a question now.
You have just answered the question. You have just answered the conspiracy theory.
Desta, here is a question for you.
Ask your question. Ask your question.
Let me ask Desta a question. Hold on,
No, don't ask question. You've not even answered the question. You're asking.
No, let me ask him. Let me ask him a question.
Nobody wants to ask that question.
Desta, hold on. Now let's go to the history proper. Hold on. Desta, if you claim the Port Harcourt, the Cross River Axis, we are not forced to be with the Southeast, the old Eastern region, and though we are not forced to be the Western region, who created the Eastern region? Who created the Eastern region? And tell me why you want the Eastern region to remain and you want Nigeria to break up. Tell me, explain to us. Who created that region?
So in the historicity, when the British were acting Nigeria, that was the makeup of in order to rule the country.
No, who created it? Is it British or Nigeria? Just give us an answer.
What do you mean by who created Nigeria? It was the British that created Nigeria.
Okay,
it was the British that partitioned Nigeria that way.
That part, yes.
When this person, the governor was leaving, that was how
answer the follow-up question.
Is it afterwards?
The follow-up question, since you don't want Nigeria to remain,
why do you
want Why do you claim ownership of it?
Wait. What is his name? AY. Look, what you are doing is very disingenuous. You just agreed that.
My friend.
Wait now.
Talking about
AYC. You just agreed that there was an original basis. The British created the regions. Western region, Eastern region, and the Northern region.
The North, yeah.
Good, fine. True and fine. And during that period, there was a discovery of oil in largely what you call the Eastern region and part of what you call the Western region, because obviously places like Escravos would have been in Western region. But when the first discovery was made in Olobiri, it was in the Eastern region. And that meant that there was going to be a massive inflow of wealth into that region. And the only way to ensure that other regions will get part of that share of wealth was the unitary system. And of course, we can always argue that, it was Ironsi that actually did that. But let me tell you the truth, AY. The point is this, AY, you have not been a subject. Look, you always think I'm from Eastern region. Why don't you think I'm from? How come I've told you more about River State than
it doesn't really matter.
So my point is this, AY. When the program was going on in Nigeria,
see, you are
wait now.
Answer simple question. You are going to program.
I'm just listening. Let me answer the question.
Leave or don't stop. Just tell us why you want the Eastern region to remain.
You don't want to hear the truth. Do you want me to talk side talk that pleases you? Let me answer the question. When the program was going on in Nigeria, they don't care. There's nothing like, in fact, there's nothing like a Calabar man. There's nothing like an Akwa Ibom man.
This is the real decision.
Now, let me answer.
Leave this story. We know this story.
I have to tell the bitter truth. I have to tell the bitter truth.
Father, let me answer your question.
Let me finish talking. I have to tell you the bitter truth. When people I have to tell the bitter truth. He's talking about why. I didn't say, listen to me. I did not say.
Then tell the bitter truth now.
Just say it.
What led to the succession? In fact, the first succession of Nigeria was from Adakaburu, who, because of the marginalization and
who stopped it? Who stopped it? Why was
Forget about who stopped it. Forget about who stopped it. It's the same thing. Forget about who stopped it.
We never ready for this discussion. I'm telling you, forefather, forget about it. Don't join the majority group. I'm telling you, if anybody call, see. If you want to divide Nigeria, divide it properly. No near minority state.
Who is minority?
Dexter,
who is minority?
Dexter, you spoke.
Okay, since you guys don't want to answer the question,
Who is minority? Who is minority?
Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. Where Dexter is just beating around the bush. Let me answer your question. You see. Hold on. You are laughing. This over that don't be better person. No, you see. Now they are telling me I'm not minority again. No, I'm minority.
I'm not feeling well. You have been trying to make people sick.
Forefather, now they are patronizing me. I'm not minority again. I'm minority. I accepted in Nigeria courts. I'm a minority. I need to identify who I am. You see, what you said is true. The Southeast today, the 5 Eastern region and the South region, sincerely, they're supposed to really be able to work together. In politics, in economy, they're supposed to have the same, pursue the same objective. If you watch, the reason why...
Make I remind you when they work together and they fail. When the Edo State, for instance, the South Side led by Edo State under PDP, right? When Tony Anene, then the number one man for PDP after Obasanjo cleared passport, he stood his ground that Goodluck must run again, right? Banking on Southeastern votes because of Southeastern, they populate the government and everything. What happened? Did we succeed? The Buddhas are Goodluck got thrown out.
Southeastern people voted
by who?
No,
it's not.
Who did the Southeast vote for?
He's not denying that Southeastern did not vote for Goodluck.
Southeast.
You need to listen to
him. The Southeast, and we know win.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Opebolo, let me tell you the truth. In Nigeria today, there's no reason. What you're saying is not fact. In Nigeria,
it's not only in politics. It's not only in politics, in terms of industry too.
In Nigeria today, in politics, the North needs only one southern region to support them. That's the truth. In Nigeria today, the North does not need, the North can decide that. That's why you see Atiku's alignment has always been towards the Southeast. The North, anybody that has Northwest, Northeast, and North Central needs only one southern region, whether South, Southeast, or
Southeast is irrelevant in the scheme of things.
No, it's not.
It's irrelevant.
Sincerely, Southeast not vote much. Apart from this
the North needs only one region. Anybody that has the Northeast, Northwest, and North Central needs only one more region to win.
No, not just any region.
I can't take Dexter seriously. I can't take Dexter seriously. When they ask Dexter a question, it's not talking about
let me answer the question. Let me answer the question.
No, please. Dexter, what is the North?
I said what you call the North today, the Northeast, the Northwest, and the North Central. Anybody
never support the Northwest nowadays. It will not happen. It will not. I can guarantee you, it will not happen.
No.
Let me finish my point now. Obasanjo won and Goodluck won without the Northwest and the Northeast. He won the North Central, and he won the other states in the South. Go and check it out.
So what you have said is that Obasanjo won the South, the Southwest, the Southeast, and the North. Good. Yes. So you've just answered the same point. So anybody that locks down all the southern, and that is what Tinubu wants to do. Anybody that locks down all the southern states needs only one more region to win the election.
No, not the Southeast. Buhari has shown us the blueprint.
So tell me, good point. Where did Buhari win?
Dexter,
where did Buhari win?
Southeast not give a vote.
Where did Buhari win? Southwest did not give Obasanjo vote the first time. I hope you are aware. Southwest did not give Obasanjo vote. And you won.
No. Hold on.
Southwest did not give Obasanjo vote in 1999.
No,
and he won.
they gave him vote.
Competing against a Yoruba man. He was competing against a Yoruba man. That's different.
He did not. So why are you?
He didn't need to because the guy that he competed against only won in the Southwest.
That's now people where they follow politics. They here. No worry, we will give you the number now.
Southeast vote is irrelevant in the Nigerian context.
Let me make this clear. The dynamics of politics in Nigeria has changed significantly, and one of the reasons why you remember the Ministry of the Minister of Culture or Culture, that woman that is I forgot her name, Haratu Sunlight, came out when they were when Tinubu wanted to get rid of Shetima, she knew that they now are looking at a block vote of Christians in the north. There are more Christians. There are a lot of Christians in the north. And
a lot.
A lot. And people don't. A lot of Christians in the north. They're just silent. That's where AY is coming in. They're silent minority. There are many of them, and they don't have a voice, but they're there. You see, and that's why they're pushing the state police too. Because what you will see in the next election is that those Christians ain't voting for the Northwest. You understand?
Yeah.
So the choice is between him, Tinubu, or Goodluck, and I think that or Peter Obi, and I think Tinubu is going to get rid of Peter Obi by nobody saying his party. So it'll be him and Atiku. And I can tell you right now, he beats Atiku any day, anytime. Because now you will now start seeing the balkanization of the north itself. That's what's happening. That's why.
Sorry. Are we? Let me tell you something. So there's something we must know. They say he that comes with equity must come with clean hands.
Yeah.
You see, as much as there have been a lot of things that have been done in Nigeria, I don't wish anybody anything that is not good for them. When I hear balkanization of the north, personally, I don't really like that. Do you know why? Because let me tell you why it's not good. It's going to deepen mistrust and insecurity, and it's going to be bad for the country.
No.
So that is not good. So that is not good.
I know it's not good, but it's already happened.
Father, we answer your question.
I cannot support that.
Listen, Dexter.
Tinubu is a Muslim. Why do you assume that he's going to get Christian votes? Tinubu is a Muslim, and he's going to compete with.
Tinubu is more Christian than Muslim.
He's Muslim. He's going to compete with Atiku for Muslim votes.
Tinubu is in between.
AY is more Muslim than Tinubu, and that is a low. And AY is a gangster.
So, you asked the question earlier. You asked the question, Father. You said, why is it that the Fulani, that only 4% are dominant in Nigerian politics? Only 4%. They will say they're 6-7, but they're only 4% of Nigerian something. Why they're very dominant in Nigerian politics? It's simple. It's historical. They've dominated the north. If Fulanis were white, we would call it apartheid, but they're not. You understand? So they've dominated the north politics for a very long time. And what they've done, they've used religion, they've used Sharia, they've used all these kind of structures to make sure they have power there. But that power is seeping, and it's seeping because of, in any society, if you have a dominant ethnic group like the two sisters, if you're not delivering, if you have a hegemony and you're not delivering, people will leave you. And that's what's happening in the north. And they're feeling it because they're not delivering good governance. There's poverty everywhere. You understand? Severe poverty. So what you're seeing right now,
I was telling my friend yesterday.
What is the division in the north? Manon, what is this division in the north? Somebody should tell me.
It's the division. The division in the north is already. You see, if you follow Trust TV, even the houses are having a voice. They never had a voice before. You understand? Even the houses, they're not still the house.
You see, sincerely.
Let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one saying in the north. The Kanuri people say, that means our mother might be different, but our grandmother is one.
Okay.
Don't be deceived.
Sorry, repeat that again. Let me. I like all this I was saying.
You hear Kanuri?
It's a Kanuri saying that says,
what does it mean?
Our mother might be different, but our grandma is one.
It's one. Father, let me tell you, in the north, there is big division in the north. We don't know.
There's no division.
Right? It's just that in the south, people are more aware. You see, the question you ask me now, naturally, the southeast and the south, they're supposed to always kind of align economically, politically. You see, the rhetoric you hear, when you hear, sincerely, most of my brothers from Southeast, they don't respect South-South. They think South-South does not exist. This is a problem number one. If they must work with the South-South, you need to, first of all, respect and recognize the people that are there, the owner of the land. Dexter just made mention now. There are, what's it called in Benin? He said they are Igbo. They are not indigenous to the land in Edo State. The fact that they give you a land to live, don't come and claim it. This is where I also have issues. This is a problem.
Did you say that the Banche guys are not indigenous?
The Banche are not indigenous to that land. Yes, that's a fact.
Is that what the Constitution of Nigeria says?
That is a fact.
No. Is that what the Constitution of Nigeria?
You hold on.
Let me. Why you are spilling? What you are saying is not true.
They are not indigenous to the land.
AY,
go and check me.
AY, what is not ChatGPT? What you are saying is not true. It is the same thing that is causing Asari Dokubo is having problem with the Benin people now.
They don't have land. No. You
people are you saying how you are mistreating the people of this thing? I am mistreating
they are insignificant in Edo State. They're not
Gelegele is not part of Gelegele is not part of what do you call it? It's that Gelegele is a settlement. Meanwhile, in Oyo State,
you see,
in Oyo State, just now, in Oyo State, the Ijaw community is indigenous. In Oyo State, in Osun State, the Ijaw community is indigenous.
You mean Ondo State? You mean Ondo State?
The Ondo State. The indigenous community is indigenous. If you go to Bayelsa, it's indigenous. In Delta, it's indigenous. Then you jump. So you have indigenous community of Ijaw people in Ondo State, indigenous people in Delta State, but the ones in Edo State are not indigenous.
Now on top water, they on top river. They on top river. Are
you saying that the oppressors actually?
Let me
oppressors that
we are they don't want me to answer this question.
No, the oppressor is actually AY. The oppressor is actually AY.
Let AY speak now.
You guys should let me finish. You guys should let me finish.
Which kind of wickedness is this one?
Hold on. Let me finish.
So the Jaw community. The Jaw community.
You are the Jaw man.
I'm a Jaw man now.
Wait, let me finish.
Oh yeah.
Forget that, sir. Let me finish. Forget that, sir. Let me finish. It's gonna deceive you. Let me finish.
I'm an Ijaw man.
Now, listen.
I represented
hold on.
Oh, you're the one spilling our money.
Let me answer Father question. Father, they are just.
How do you explain it? AY, please explain
it.
Hold on.
Can we allow AY answer it?
Hold on.
Dexter was busy talking about white woman being this. Let's hear his answer.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Sincerely, if the Southeast want to have a country or want to have a region with the South, again, you have to recognize the indigenous people of the land, the whole of the region called the South today, because the Southeasterner or the Igbos, they are not, though majority of them in the South are not indigenous to the land. This is the truth. Apart from me, the way I see Nigeria, the way I see Nigeria, right? We need to work together. We should forget if Hausa man is living in Kanuri, if Kanuri man is living in Anambra, if Anambra man is living in Lagos, if Lagos man is living, this would have been the best thing. Listen, if anything, Nigeria decide to break up, the best way to break Nigeria up is gonna be six. Let me tell you, if you don't want to do six, let me tell you, the Yoruba should go, the Igbo should go, the Hausa can work with Fulani, the minority in the north, you have to create a region for them, or it's a country. The minority in the south, you have to create a country for them. See,
it's called Edo State.
It's easy for me to fight with forefather, we're gonna argue and say, oh yeah, we need to settle this thing some way. If you put any minority against with majority, they will use your collateral damage. And if Nigeria want to break up today, anybody try to pull minority against majority, if I'm alive, I swear to God, you see me.
You know, say, AY, once I become Molosof also, they come after your village, AY.
I will be able to fight Okpawolo. I say, hey, Okpawolo, what are you doing? Let's settle this matter. I'm not going to fight if he now.
So, AY, what you are saying is, they have to recognize.
I'm not laughing.
In your formation, are you going to allow a weekend? Are you going to allow a weekend to be with you?
Yes. Because
we guys minority will be together. Of course.
Wait.
Yes.
Weekend is equal.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Wait. Why would you allow a weekend that is equal to be with you?
Because they are minority.
So why? Because
why is weekend minority?
He's going to be a minority in the south region now.
How? Wait, now how? So Wike is a minority.
Ikwere is not a majority in the south.
Wait now.
Everybody is minority.
The Ogba, you know what you are doing. You are doing a principle of hasty
Okay, let me explain it to you. Hold on.
Who will?
Let me explain to you. Hold on.
Wow. Hold on.
One more thing. I just read it out to you. Please. You know that you are actually, the things you are saying is actually what you are doing.
100%.
The banker people are not settlers. They are indigenous.
Let me tell you why.
We are saying it. They are settlers.
Let me tell you why we came here.
So you are oppressing them.
Of course, they are settlers.
Right?
So why will the banker people remain with you when your plan is to oppress them?
Want to have the right?
Because they are all of them. Because the Edo people too will also be minority.
Let me tell you why we came. Hold on, let me tell you why we care. These people are not a threat to South. Because during election, they cannot make themselves president. What is population of Ikwere in South?
They are even a minority in Rivers State. They are a minority in Rivers State.
No, they are majority, but they are
no, they are not majority. They are minority. You see, that's another misconception. They are actually a minority in Rivers State.
They are a very good point.
No, they are not a majority.
But yet, Ikwere have ruled for 16 years. Amechi did 8 years. Wike did 8 years. So, the idea of that they are minority. That's not minority.
Hold on. They are minority in South.
Hold on. There's no South to abeg, but don't think about that.
Let my brother talk. It's new.
What ethnic group is Rotimi Amechi?
Is Ikwere?
Ikwere. Yeah. Right. You see, listen, this is not about you see, some people will write rubbish. This is not about Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa. You see, anywhere you have minority group, I'll give you a lot of examples. I agree. In Benue, since 1999, it's only one group that are ruling Benue. Only one. In Kogi, the only reason why Yaya Bello was able to grab power was because Abubakar died after election. Before then, it was only one tribe that were ruling that state. Some of the states where you have some level of fairness, you can call state like Edo. We understand, Edo understand how to share their own power.
Because we hold past them now. They are our children, all of them.
Majority of the states you hear.
No, I think, but some of them though, you are not being fair, because like the Benue one is the only one that I've noticed is actually unfair, where the Tiv are the dominant group.
Yeah.
What about Delta?
Even when the percentages don't indicate that.
Delta,
they are exactly, they are different groups. Even in
Robo have ruled.
Ijo ruled.
Ijo are minority of the minority in Delta.
Oh, yeah, that was
Come
very
on,
No, they are
minority of the
tiny. No,
minority.
there is small minority in Delta State.
Yeah,
But
it's just like asking if Ijaw have ruled in Edo State. Ijaw
if
minority in
Bayelsa
Delta in
Bayelsa was
in
deliberately
Ondo.
created. I don't know why. In a way,
Bayelsa,
you got
you think
hold
Ijaw
on.
will let
Let
you
me
rule
just
in
add this.
Bayelsa?
That's my concern, that they weakened the Ijaws. I don't know why, because they created Bayelsa, their dominance in the rivers is reduced and their dominance in the Delta reduced. If they split it in half and say, okay, Bayelsa go away, go into these two states, you find that the Ijaws become a major group. Then sure, they're already
The
a major group
majority
in
group then is Shekiri.
Ishekiri. No,
The majority
it's
group.
Urobo is the strongest,
So
the biggest.
Ijaw are the majority in that region.
No,
Ijaw
Ijaw
are the
is
majority.
there, but in terms of the region entirely, yes, Ijaw is the biggest. But the Urobo in Delta State are the biggest single group in Delta State. But if Ijaw was split in half in Bayelsa
No,
and say,
Ishekiri did that too. Ishekiri did there.
yeah, but
Ijaw did there.
they are barely 500,000 in the entire world. So let's not go there.
Forefather, Ishekiri had an advantage in Delta because they were well educated before other group in Delta. This was their biggest advantage. Yeah, that was their biggest advantage.
Is it a Jaws? What did you say? I did.
Ishekiri.
I
said their advantage in Delta, they were well educated, they were in the military.
Because they
before the other groups.
They're the first one to engage the whites, the Europeans, the Portuguese. The first
so
one
that was what happened. You see, Forefather, to complete that your question, Forefather, to complete that your question, I'll give you, to complete that your question. From 1999 till the death of PDP, the Southeast and the South, these were PDP strongholds.
And the North too.
PDP struggle, then some part of the North. But in Southeast and South, it was constant. PDP struggled. That's why I was telling Dexter, sincerely, the Southeast and South would have been able to align politically, economically.
But they did. That's why Goodluck was able to get into power.
Yeah.
No. The Southeast, they always vote for any Southern president. It doesn't matter whether they align with you or not. They are the most loyal Southern group in terms of voting for any Southern person.
You say tribal. Is that what you are accusing them of?
Because no. Just remove P2B from the race, you'll find out.
You are saying they are most tribal now.
You find out whether they will vote for Tinubu. When they say Atiku, Tinubu like Tinubu is better than Atiku. That's what they're going to do. So if this race now, you remove the Southeastern candidates from the race, you will see that they will go to Jagaba's.
I personally feel the Southeast will more align with Atiku. This is just the honest truth.
No, they won't.
If Peter B is not on the bylaw, you think Southeast will vote for
History suggests that they will go. As a matter of fact, what's his name? Ike on this platform say he would rather Tinubu is in the office than in Northern.
Yes, now because Atiku coming into office is going to cause a bigger problem in the sense
that is my position.
The South and North will be broken, you know.
No, I actually think that the biggest problem in Nigeria is insecurity, and people are going to vote based on
oh yes, of course.
Right now. And the fault lines will be the middle belt, because the fault line. You look at some of those states that have 80 ethnic groups, 150 ethnic groups. That is what you have in the middle belt. Some of those states.
It's a lot.
And they are the ones that really want America to support them to come in. And now that you have that state police, it's a game changer. That's why you see a lot of pushback from the North, because that's a game changer. That basically, Tinubu just bought that region with state police, because they're the ones suffering really from this insecurity.
Middle belt suffer more.
But it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to come to fruition. They've always had more. See, hold on. Let's not overstate certain things that are not possible. Like Lagos had their own special police. Even as a matter of fact, when I went to Asaba recently, the police that was on the road didn't dress like your normal police. I'm telling you, Nigerians, the states have
last man. They're talking about last man.
No, not last man. They call it special. This is whatever they call themselves, but they are police. So in the states have a way to influence the police. Like Lagos police is not the same as the one operating it everywhere else. That said, my point is that the money that they're going to use to found the new police, is it going to come from a new set of money? Where is it the number going to be on the ground? Some of all this is just flaky. For me, is the southeast, is the southwest. That's where the real damage is going to happen. If, like, with all this kidnapping going on in the southwest right now, it gets worse. I can tell you that a lot of southwesterners will turn on the
actually
president.
know that the state police issue comes back from 2012. It was very popular. It actually was pushed. If you look at the House of Assembly, the governors of the Southwest were there. They were the one pushing it, that this must happen now. They were pushing it because it was governors from Southwest I saw in the chambers, all these governors that were pushing it. So the point I'm making is that they already say we need this, because what they're looking at now is that the problem you have in the North, when the Sultan of Sokoto said, and then repeat, when he said they should allow Sharia law in the Southwest, that was going to start a problem, because the Southwest doesn't have Muslim versus Christian, but they were pushing that agenda now. That's why the Southwest are now realizing that, oh, what was the statement that came out when they kidnapped those 40 people? They asked three things. They must release some prisoners, give them some weapons, and pay them money. And the third one, introduce Sharia law. So they now know that Sharia law is the intention that they're going to push in the Southwest. And they've done it. So that's why you see a response.
Why is that a shock? Why is that a shock? There's a demographic shift happening that the North sooner or later will Islamize the country if the people in the South don't decide that, okay, this is
that's how we want state police.
AY, do you support Sharia law in the Southwest?
Sorry?
I'm asking AY, do you support Sharia law in Edo State?
I don't.
Make it try out. Make it try out. Answer that question. Answer that question.
Let me tell
answer
you. Hold on.
Answer that question. AY.
Hold on. Sharia law is not supposed to govern where you don't have probably 90% Muslim.
Thank God.
It's not supposed. Sharia law are meant for Muslim states.
No, that's wrong. That's totally wrong.
No, let me
like in England where they have some.
Let me hold on. Let me
finish. Well, if majority,
this Sharia is just people just confused. It's just confusing, right? See, in Saudi Arabia, you can't question if they should have Sharia or no Sharia. They are governed by Sharia. But when you have a state where you have, in the case of Nigeria, where you have more than 40% non-Muslim, you can't implement Sharia. So the other thing is Sharia don't. So as if for a Muslim, you are governed by Sharia already, not in terms of general laws, in terms of your daily life activity. That's sufficient.
Family law.
So what you see in the North, I have said to people, go to Zamfara where they started the Sharia. There is nothing like Sharia. This thing, it was just political, in my own understanding of it.
Come on, there are some people that have been convicted even of a criminal offense because of Sharia. Come on,
can I respond to Iraq? So one of the problems with Sharia law is that when you introduce Sharia law, even though you rightly say it's only for Muslims, because you implement it in that state, and you have minorities that are from that state, and you have people that live in that state, you've changed the system. Now you have two political systems. You have a Sharia system, and you now have a secular system. And so now you've created a flux, and that flux is what you see today. Because yes, Sharia law is not the reason why you have this insecurity. It's part of it. Because now you've weaponized religion. That wasn't there before. You have Sharia law. Let me finish this point, please. Let me finish. You have Sharia law that you have in the family law. So if you're getting married, you use Sharia. If you have children, you use Sharia. You also have that in Christian something. If you're going to marry, you're going to baptize your kids. So you have those kind of family laws. But when you now make it political, where it's now the custom, you have put in the custom law, where you now have it legally, then now you've created a problem that is now has created the complexity that you have in the North, which they try to impose even in the South and the Middle Belt. Now, the plan to move it to the Southwest, where you have a 40-50 or 50-50 percentage, will create disruption. Now you have not just ethnic issues, you have cultural issues. So you have religious issues on top of the cultural issues that you already have. And at the same time, in a country where you have ethnic groups moving from one part to another, now you have Sharia law. You've created a problem there because now you have Sharia law in your state. Now I'm going to leave, I'm an Igbo guy, I go to Lagos State. Now you have Sharia law, and I have to abide that. That is why you have these problems in Nigeria today. And the reason why, and the reason why you have in Mali, in Niger, that are majority Muslim countries, they don't have Sharia law, they have secular law. And those countries are majority Muslim countries. And the reason why they kept those secular law is because of they wanted to create a country that is going to be modern and have modern values. Sharia law doesn't give you modern values.
Gidi, let me tell you this. Let me tell you, it's not that they don't have Sharia law actually. The Sharia law they have, okay, place like Turkey, they have Sharia law, but it's a secular country, but it's just restricted to civil matters. In Nigeria, the solution is very easy. Restrict Sharia law for Muslims to civil matter like
and that's what they had before. But that's what they had before.
It should be there. That has been there since the inception of Nigeria, even before they created Nigeria. Just leave it like that and remove it from criminal matter. You cannot operate criminal matter in a state
and
like
that is why that's why when they brought it in, and I remember Obasanjo felt that this first option, because I remember when it was being interviewed, and he said it will go away, but it didn't go away, and it got worse. You understand? And what you now have is that it's now being politicized and pushed, and because it has an agenda. You understand? It was working before, and there was no reason to bring it in, and now we see.
I don't know how. I don't.
Sorry, Father. Gidi, you know. Sorry, Father. 1 second. Gidi, you know the North very well, right? So, if they implement Sharia, if they actually operate Sharia, all the political leaders there, therefore don't buy. Because they are all looters. So, who is deceiving?
Laws are for poor people before now. Why? Laws are for poor people.
But no. But see, the law, Sharia law is used by an elite, a minority elite, to dominate and control the majority. That's why it's there. That's the reason why it's there. It's a political system.
But my issue with this arrangement is that, first of all, I don't know where the Christians were when this happened, because that is on them. They are the most dumbest set of people to allow this to happen.
They're not dumb. You see,
That's how dumb as they come. Let me finish my point, please. You have finished what you are saying now. Let me say my own. Because how can you be in a country, you are representing almost half of 50% of that country, then you allow another side to insert religion into the constitution without having a say on it?
You
are basically, hold on, let me finish now. You are basically disenfranchising your other 50% of the population
and
by
that's
allowing
why
that.
Try to explain why you need state police. That's what me and Ovia.
No, but you are asking for state police now. Maybe these are the fundamentals that you need to take care of first. Because what is going on now? You are saying
we don't have power.
Hold on now. Let me finish what I'm saying.
There is a big loss for the Christian. The loss, they take a loss on that.
Let me finish what I'm saying now. You've talked about.
And they had a president who is a Christian
today. You don't go.
Let me say something about Quara. Because what happened there was first they allowed that to happen, and then there's a demographic shift that is going on. Instead of them at that time to say, you know what, and I don't know whether anybody pays attention to the demographic shift that is going on, because they could have said, you know what, this Sharia thing you're mentioning is a no. First of all, then we have to codify it in the constitution that this country has to be secular. Period. If you want to do your
let me answer.
But they didn't fight for it. Instead, they allowed it to go on, and now we have to deal with the problem of having to either even repeal it or face the consequences of the country becoming further and further Islamic.
Let me explain.
Hold on, let me think, because the Islamic movement we have in Nigeria is not the type that wants to stop. The Islamic spread we have in Nigeria is not the type that wants to stop, because the population is increasing. It's not even up to them now. Their population is increasing, and they will keep expanding. They don't have a choice. This is what we are facing in Nigeria.
Forefather, when they made that decision, who controlled the power at that time? In 1999, it was going from No, listen, let me finish. It was going from Abdullah Salam. Is it Abdullah Salam? That's his name. The president.
Abdullah Salam, yes.
And it was going from him to Obasanjo. They selected. Obasanjo came out from prison. He had no power. He didn't have a base. His own people didn't vote for him. You understand? In the Southwest. So he comes into power.
We had a Senate president who was a Christian.
So is it Mark or something like that? That was a Christian.
No.
The great Kadibo them.
No, Adolphus Wabara was
strong man.
So what happened in that time when it came out in 1999? I followed this religiously. Was in 1999 when they were introducing Sharia law. You didn't have any power. You didn't control the army.
He wanted third term. He had a third term in his admission.
No, this is third term. I'm talking about 1999. There was no third term. They're talking about 1999.
Sorry. Let me explain something very fundamental. We are getting something wrong.
No. Let Gigi finish his point. I think that point seems to be quite important. Because 1999, I was in Nigeria, and I don't think ordinary people had that much power during that time.
The South, the Middle Belt, the Christians didn't have any political power whatsoever. In 1999, the governor of Zamfara said, we're introducing Sharia law. And then he said, it's in the code, but it wasn't. I remember it was even being interviewed. It was 6 months ago. And he was laughing when he said...
Obasanjo was choosing because Abiola fell. So there was kind of a level of advantage the Southwest was having, the Yoruba people.
Yeah.
Don't say that.
Let me explain something.
It was selected. Every president was selected.
Every president is selected.
He didn't have political power. He didn't have power.
I disagree. He
didn't have the power to say no. Because he himself was interviewed on BBC. He said, that Sharia will go away. That's what he said, that after some time, they will get over it. That's what he was saying.
What is the difference between the BBC and the power that
he was trying to sell it to the people? Instead of him to tell the truth, he was selling it to the people.
You see, one thing that you must understand about Nigeria that some of us in the South don't understand, recognize, and I learned this when Goodluck was in power, is that it's as if power is given to you. You may have the resources, but power is given to you. And one of the reasons why I support state police, and I told you before, is that it will give you the instruments of power that you don't have. That's
that is the same power Buhari had. That is the same power that Tinubu is having. You keep saying as if they are different. Power is given to all of them.
Please, let me correct something. Let me correct something very important we are missing. I don't want us to skip it. Please, let me correct something.
Yes, sir.
So forefather, you need to investigate this. So before 1999, there was Sharia in Nigeria system. So, in fact, before Nigeria was formed, there was Sharia, but that Sharia was civil. It was only for civil matters. What actually happened in 1999, it was a scope change. Yeah. They now include Zamfara, woke up, they included the criminal Sharia. That was what they were supposed to stop. Sharia has been existing among the Muslims, like for marriage, for settlement, for divorce, for a sharing of properties, all this kind of stuff. We had during the establishment of Nigeria was the three laws that we adopted were Sharia, which was originally the laws in the north. Then we have the traditional laws and the civil laws, which basically come from the Christian side. This is the three laws we had in the country. In 1999, what happened was there was a scope change. That was what happened. People don't understand.
What is the scope change? They said the power is leaving their hands.
It's not allowed. I don't think you allow about criminal convictions in.
You have it point. That's why I said it's political. It was
because
they use it to put pressure on Obasanjo too. That Sharia law, some of the governors use it to mount pressure on Obasanjo.
Yeah, but AY. I don't think Sharia is you allowed to do criminal law in Nigeria. I'm not sure that is in the Nigerian constitution now. It's not there. It's not the scope change.
Some states, not
the
Nigeria,
states are the ones
Nigeria.
Passing the law, but it's against the national constitution.
So the excuse they made is that the states can make their laws like the federal government. And they push their own state laws.
Let's admit the fact. The Christian took bribes. Let's admit the fact. The Christian
people, they were not allowed to go instead of them to
I'm talking about Christian.
And they sold out. And that's why I suggest, that's why I said that if states can make the law, can have judges, can have governors, can make law to say this is how we're going to govern ourselves, then they should have the authority to have this police to be part of that law, to enforce that law. And the reason why I say that is that if you don't do that, they're going to make their own laws very soon. You understand? So, and so, you see, I made that suggestion because I was looking at the dynamics that you highlight. As he said, population from 1999 was 110 million. It's one estimated 240. You understand? And that 240 is not coming from the south. It's coming from the north where they're having, so you're all going to be overwhelmed. And culturally, how are you going to prevent that?
We are overwhelmed already.
You see,
as long as it is done peacefully, I don't have any problems with that.
What me as
it's never going to be done peacefully. It's never going to be done
I don't
peacefully.
give a solution to Nigerian problem. I know why hear me.
If I was there, if I was the north, I'm not going to fight. I will just take over slowly.
See,
why would I fight people I don't need to fight?
Gidi, I think today is the first day I'm meeting you here. My solution to Nigeria, Aburi accord with that military of the region, regionalize the country. This one will solve our problem. Today, make it 6 regions. Let everybody rest. And I know they hear me.
We already have 36 regions. I don't know why. We have 36 regions. What difference does it make?
Reach there. We will get there. Just be watching.
Tell me one power the regions have apart from resource control that the states don't have today.
Do you know the importance of resource control?
The importance of resource control.
How can you control somebody's resources? Hold on.
This is why I have to colonize your village. We know why I'm not against regional. I'm after state autonomy. Let state have their power instead of regional.
You know what I prefer region. In region, most of the states are not viable. Only 3 states are viable.
Anyone when know they viable, you should join the others. You join the next. If they are not viable, if we don't know viable, we join them.
Are not viable. They cannot stand their own.
Yeah, but I should not suffer just because the neighbor know. If you're not viable, join the next one.
Let's be frank with ourselves. If you want to have viable regions, they have to be regions because at least if you have the northwest, you have Lagos.
You seem to like numbers, right? You agree Nigeria has doubled. When we are practicing regional system, what was the number then?
45 million. 45 million.
45 million per region.
Up to close to 60 million,
region, right?
Well, no, it was 45 million. It was 45 million.
Per region.
In 1960.
No, the whole country. The whole country.
In 45 million in 1960. I know, 45 million in 1960.
Yeah, around 45
That's what we are
million.
practicing. So by the time we get to 70, we are up to like 75 million. Now, what you will see, now we are complaining today because the one person has too much power to be controlling this vast majority. Yeah. Now, if you split Nigeria to regions now, what is going to be the population of each region? Let's say
population of each region should be
40 million.
Close to 40 something million.
Okay, yeah. Now 40 something million. 50 years from now, it will be how much?
50 years of now, those regions can be up to 100 million.
Then we'll be fighting again that there's too power.
You create more regions. You create more regions.
So hold on. Let's give power to each state. If your state no fit survive, you enter.
You give power to each state to 36 states.
Hold on. How do we arrive at 36 states? With they demarcate them, and there used to be 9, there used to be 19. If those states no go fit survive, a joint partnership with Lagos or the neighboring states. Lagos should not suffer. Lagos State should not suffer because those states they struggle or Casina they struggle. No, that's not
obvious. A lot of the states that were created were just political states just to get votes and create local governments.
So that's why they should need to come back. Everybody need to come back to Papa. All the benders should come to
no business creating Casina State and Jigawa State and all the states.
You agree with me? Delta State should come back to the former Bende. The Borno should stay.
Yeah, Bende should be a region.
Let's think about how the population is exploding.
Let's shift gear to a different topic. I found a little bit interesting that in Nigeria there's on this topic that is going on. This one is concerning the southeast and what is going on. I don't know how true it is. First, there was this trip that our foreign minister made to Ethiopia to go and see the prisoners in Ethiopia. And quite a lot of them were in Ethiopian prisons, and they were thanking her. I like the vibes that they had around, that they were singing and everything. So they signed an agreement with Ethiopia that whenever Nigerians are serving prison terms in Ethiopia, they will have them sent over to Nigeria. to come and finish their sentences.
Yep,
So, and somebody went on to say that majority of those people, vast majority of them, were there for drug, trafficking. And I doubted it until I checked, and it turns out that they were almost 99% of the people in Ethiopian prisons were there for drug trafficking.
Yeah, it's a transit.
And
Yeah.
yes, and for the life of me, Nigeria doesn't grow drugs, and we need to know, one, where they got it, where they get it from, and secondly, there's another lady that came online again and said something about the South Islamic people.
There's a lot of, they're not updated though.
Plenty labs in Nigeria.
In Ogun State, they just busted a massive this thing.
There are more drugs than banditry.
Industrial complex in Nigeria.
Are you saying that we grow heroin? We grow heroin.
They're bringing people from Mexico. They're building labs in Nigeria. So when you have a country that is chaotic, you open doors to so many things. So in the Southwest is right. They found not one but two. One last week.
I saw that.
Not yet. You are all going to share all this. Hold on now. Let me round up Let me round out the context of the discussion, because I'm quite happy I heard some things already, but I don't want to hear information about this. Maybe you're going to share more, because the way it's coming across online right now is that there's this idea that it's the Southeasterners that are causing most of all these things in the South. Like in South Africa, for example, the Southeasterners that are going there to sell drugs on a high scale, where they talked about 400,000 people in South Africa take heroin every single day. 400,000 people. Imagine their loved ones and all the rest taking drugs. And so there was this lady that I saw yesterday. She came online and she was like that 90% of the problems we Nigerians have, the bad names that Nigerians have overseas, is caused by the Southeasterners. So is there some truth to this, or is this false? I'm lazy enough. I'm lazy enough to admit that I never bothered to check the information online in terms of the level of criminality that are associated with Nigerians and where regions they are from, because I know in the early 90s, late 80s, when I used to remember about drugs in Nigeria, these things tend to be associated with Lagos. As a matter of fact, that's where Jagaban came from and all that kind of stuff. So why is it that now it seems to be associated with the Southeast? Is there some truth to it? So that is the context of the conversation. And I don't know whether we should have a break before we carry on, or should we have a break before we carry on, or we just carry on?
I'll speak to her.
All right, go ahead then.
One thing I've learned in Nigeria is that if one person is good in one crime, everybody joins in. So if you look at before, all Nigerians, a chunk of Nigerians have been involved in one crime or the other. So if you go to England, United Kingdom, I remember in the 80s, Nigerians from the Southwest were involved in all this credit card fraud, everything, all this, they call it Odo, everything like that.
Even in US.
Yes, and they were caught. They were heavily caught. You know how they were partying there, enjoying themselves, and that normally happens. And then now you're looking at the drug issue, where you have most of them nowadays that are doing it out from the Southeast. You understand? Because that means you have to have somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody to get involved in that kind of business. And then you look at the prostitution that was happening in Italy. It came from Edo State. That was where it came from. So when you look at it, I don't like saying, oh, because nobody says Southeast. They say Nigerians. They will say outside, they say Nigerians. They don't say Igbo or Yoruba, so they say Nigerians. Yeah, among ourselves, we can say Southeast are doing drugs the most in these countries. Yes, because if you go to India or you go to Ethiopia or South Africa, most of them will be Southeasterners because they're connected. And if you go to England, all this credit card fraud, everything you see there from the Southwest because they're connected, and most of them are there. So, but it's a Nigerian problem that we've taken from our corrupt society to those countries. So that's one of the reasons why, and that's what you export. You export your bad and your good. You understand? And we have to just accept that as a fact. But for me to say, that's it. That's what we've done. But I would not want to be pointing fingers at one or the other. The reason being is that they don't say Igbos. When you're in England now, they say crime Nigerians or scammers. They say Nigerians. You know, we all have to take the can of it. So when I see people just play this kind of ethnic card, especially when you're abroad, you're paying a price that you're going to lose out. And that's one of the reasons why some people say, oh, when we just attack Fulanis or Fulani all the time, we have to be very careful, because at the same time, what happens when other ethnic groups are doing it? So if you have to just be general about it, that helps. But for me, I won't want to be pointing fingers at one ethnic group or the other. The reason being is because Ethiopia doesn't know Igbo, they know Nigerians.
But some people just say that they found some things in the southwest now.
Two things are true here. Two Nigerians.
Two things are southwest.
Two things are true.
They bought drugs from Mexico. They bought Mexicans to come and work with them to grow drugs in the southwest.
I saw that.
They bought Mexicans.
Can I respond?
Mexicans coming in as technician, not Mexicans to come and build generator, to build solar, come and help grow drugs. The damage those drugs are doing to Nigerians today.
I fear that was going to be a problem 2 years ago. When I heard that they were using West Africa as a transit.
Two things can be true here. Two things can be true, right? Igbos are the most traveled right now. They are everywhere. They are the number of today, and they are in various cities in proportion. Now, there is every chance that if you carry out statistics, how many Nigerians they carry out criminal activity there, there's every possibility the data will show the Igbos because they are the widely traveled. Just like in our bushes, it's very easy to conclude that everyone in the bush are Fulani because that's their inhabitant. That's one. Two. What's funny? What's funny? Another two.
Bushes are Fulanis, okay.
The second one is political, right? The atmosphere calls for it. Like there's an Igbo man looking for presidency. If I'm the opposition, if I'm the opposition, the easiest target is to promote such narrative online and anywhere possible, right? So that's what I'm saying. I'm playing out here. There's a political connotation there, but there's also fact.
That's a good point you made there. That's a very good point.
Let me add something to the discussion, right? So forefather, what you are saying, right? If you check the Nigeria in foreign prisons, majority of the country, the reason why Nigerians are there is drugs-related cases. A lot of Africa countries, in India, in Thailand, in Malaysia, they are even on death row. So we have this problem. South Africa is a major issue that is at the forefront. You see, it's not only drugs. Nigerians, they do too much. We do too much as people. Sometimes I feel we are not discussing this issue enough because it's so easy to sit down, call the president out, call the governor out, call the politician out. Yes, they are causing their own problem. But we, the ordinary citizens, if I go back, what I have heard, what I have seen from foreign nationals in Africa, in other countries, I don't think we will live here. So I will just leave it there. I think Nigeria, we, the citizens, we need to know we are not the owner of this country. Our children are coming. Our grandchildren are coming. They should not destroy everything completely. We need to hold ourselves very accountable. I tell my friend when they come to abroad, I say, listen, Nigeria passport is damaged. The image is not good. You have to be your whole country. You have to establish who you are with countries in such a way that if they smell anything, your case is double. When I newly moved to abroad, I remember then when I was a student, we used to walk in greenhouse at night. Me and some of my Nigerian friends would go there. That was the first place I met almost everybody from Africa. Every African citizen, other countries you meet, they have negative things to say about Nigeria.
I know.
So initially, I used to think that Nigeria only traveled to UK, Canada, US, blah, blah, blah. It was then you start speaking to Algeria, for example, or Rwandese, or Kenya, or
Tanzania.
Even Tanzania will be all Africa country. I met Congo everywhere. There is no country in Africa, Nigeria have not committed havoc. Then the person would like, I used to be very angry about it. Like, I said, why are you disrespecting Nigeria? I didn't know, man. It's reality. So the person get close to you, They will not tell you anything until they become very familiar with you. Then they start telling you how Nigeria committing offense in their country. My friend in Congo, the first time he told me, he said they will come like this. They will collect gold, say, don't worry, I'm supplying this to US. When I come back, I'm going to pay you double. In the first time, they buy and give you money. You will never see that. Bro, Nigeria, they do it too much. That's what I'm going to say. They commit too much. I mean, okay, you get to foreign land, you meet, what we were in school then. I remember some Nigerian met my friend. They said, oh, you crossed the Atlantic to come and study and suffer in Canada? Oh, come, let me teach you how to make money. What are you doing? Stop suffering. I'm like, you are in okay, let's say our country is not working. How do you come to US or Canada or UK? Why don't you look for something to do? If you can't go to school, go grab a skill, go get a trade. You will make money.
The drug not be something to do with drugs. Why
will stop him?
That's why you never have my no get those Royce. Shame on you.
What father? I don't know what's happening. I don't know. Should I leave?
Come on,
hold on.
Oh, let our first lady speak. Oh,
she get those Royce.
I don't want that title. I just want to write.
Hello, have you started a Akara business?
Feminism. Look at them.
I don't see your face. Oh.
Hello, have you started a Akara business?
See. Don't start now.
You are free to speak whenever you like. You know that now.
You get those Royce.
Be sure no go see so.
Drug dealer.
Let our first lady.
You a drug dealer.
Boy for
you know you need to put your camera on before they come.
I'm not putting my camera. You people don't deserve it.
There are chances you are a drug dealer.
Look at that there. Look at that there. She not say
I don't vex. They will just talk. Forget the woman there among them. Now what for now?
We don't forget though.
After when you wanna go house, now what we go cook for now for house?
You are free to speak anytime.
All right, guys.
They will not bring drugs come out. You will deny us food.
All right. For me, I didn't want to come on, but I'm thinking when I come on, I moved maybe. You see this thing about
me. You won't hear my voice. You won't see my face. That's why you come on. Said it.
Yeah. All right. Let's carry on.
I love you too.
All right. So this thing, this law in Nigeria, especially is it a 1991 or 1999 law? 1991, yeah. That one that actually ruined everything. Yes. Don't you think that other countries, as their population grow, as their structures change, because you can't have a structure that is fixed, the population is growing, things are changing. Is the law not supposed to be updated? Then, yeah, let's say we made a mistake for some reason, something happened. Are we not supposed to have someone who has the majority of Nigerians, good Nigerians in their heart that, look, we are here now. I don't care about yesterday, but we'll learn from it. We are here now. From what we have learned from yesterday is that power can easily be abused. It doesn't matter who. They are saying, okay, it'll be this or that. If he is the president today, he can even be worse because you don't know what you're going to do until you're in that shoes. We are looking from afar. Because it's not only the president that rule the country. There are other strings attached that make that presidency work or fail. It's not just him. So I'm thinking with this law, where we are right now, for the only thing that will make Nigeria to work as one is a secular law. No religion, no. Yeah. It's not going to work because Nigeria has a lot of ethnicities that practice different things. The laws that allowed any religion to have upper hand has been tested, and every other tribes in Nigeria will not allow that unless you have to, buy all of them and then take over by force. It has to be by force. And even if it is by force, for how long? There will be no peace. There will be no peace. Some people will say they will buy rather. Yes. And one of them, like, I'm not a fanatic. I'm not an extremist. I don't go around forcing people or preaching to people, you must do this and that. I respect your religion, but don't come and force me to do what I don't want to do. I'm ready to die for it. That is how I grew up. That is the belief where I come from. I die for what I believe in. Yes. If you want to force me for your religion, I'll rather hang myself. I will hang myself 200 million times. So you know that this is a serious matter. So for everyone to move forward, nobody's religion should be above the other. We are all equal. No one is born a slave in that country. So that law of Sharia must be removed.
Yeah,
any Christian law that gives Christian people power must be removed. I don't support that. Because imagine, okay, then if they're going to allow Sharia, let's really Christian people that worship or Shongo, everyone with their religion now, with the over 500 tribes, let them have equal right like Sharia. Then let's see if there will be peace in that country. It will not work. Do you think who is stupid? Enough is enough. When someone speaks, they say, oh, don't speak, or they will catch me and hang me because they carried all our emanations to go and put it in some place. When all of us were busy doing, what's it called? We want to delineate, we want to have Biafra. They are busy, some people are busy gathering, taking all the weapons for themselves to come and terrorize others. For what?
Can I give you another side?
If you can be a terrorist, anyone else can be.
Hello, can I give you another angle of this that just to see anyway? Say Sharia is a kind of customary law like they have in the southern region where they have customary law because they don't have because most of their customary titles or positions have always been subsumed into the religion, so hence why they have Sharia as one of them. So if that is the case, does it make it acceptable for civil cases, just like we in the South have customary law for civil cases? Does that make Sharia acceptable for civil cases too?
No, never. Because growing up in my village, I know we used to have something we call Aladimma. In Aladimma, we have an elder in the compound, in each and every compound. It's not law, but it's the way of life that, this is how, everyone have to respect themselves. If you do what the land is forbidden, they will put you right. But it has nothing to do with the law. It doesn't work along the law. It's not law abiding because sometimes those powers can be abused because it's not written down. Can't go to court, doesn't have the wing of law or characteristics of the law to defend it. What is law if it's written and not followed? And then you come and with your whatever. No. This customary law you're talking about, it don't exist in my village.
How about the final argument? The final argument is that the secular law that we call the secular law is actually Christian law because it's based on Christian values.
It's not Christian law.
Let me explain. Yeah, Christian or Roman, they are all linked, or Western, this in European law. In terms of you have single, marriages. They don't have support polygamy. There are quite a lot of aspects of it that you can argue that it's basically Christian law, the way they used to practice in the European, Western European countries. So, but when it comes to the Sharia side, we want to push back and say we don't want it. But in reality, they too have to endure laws that they are not necessarily
let me Mr. Gidi,
can I just correct that point?
No correction, sir. You've been speaking for a long time. With respect,
I'm just trying to correct something.
No, I'm going to lose my chain of thought, sir. No, sir.
Yeah, we allow women to speak, especially.
No, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So I'm not against people having having a way of life. A way of life is intertwined with culture. But when it becomes law, it's when you use it to influence a standard of living that affects other people that may not even be that may not be in the same religion with you, but they live around you. It affects their way of life as well. So if I now go to live in those areas that there is Sharia law, and I have to abide, and it has to be enforced. But growing up in the East, it's not the same. It's not a law. It's not a law. Because when someone does something that is criminal, they are sued to court. A way of life around the village with the people is not law. That's why I'm saying we should not bring any of these little village ways of life. It should be, if you're doing customary, it should never be above the law. Wait, please. It should never be a law. There must be law that is universal for Nigeria.
And that's what secular law is. That's what secular law is. Secular law
that is secular law.
Secular law.
What makes it universal beyond Christian rules?
No.
Let me finish. Like in the UK now, people have a way of life. The Scottish have a way of life. Their culture, you can't, where they originate from, you can't wipe it. How they make their food, how they marry each other. Those are ways of life. That's why in the UK here, they don't accept customary marriage because they don't value it. It's nothing. They don't accept it. I know people who tried to do customary law because they couldn't travel home and bring one kind of paper that they did, because they don't accept it because it's not law. It is not law. It's not accepted. So there should be a standard that works for everyone across Nigeria, and nothing should be above the Nigerian secular law. That's what I'm trying to say. Forefathers, for peace to reign.
Right.
So that 1 minute, sir. So that no region will just stand up one day and say they want to control the other. That's the only way peace will reign. Otherwise, it's not going to work. They should remove anything that is religious.
That is not applicable to all.
Yes, not just applicable to all. A law is you understand law, don't you?
Yes.
They should make a law.
But that's what I'm saying.
It's a standard for everyone. If you break the law, this is the punishment.
Everybody should be wearing burqa. That's the law.
Forefathers, you're playing devil's advocate now. Don't do that. You know the truth. You're the one that. Let me say something to you. Without law, insecurity is babash. It's not going to work. You understand? Insecurity is security is law. You know, it's law and order.
Security.
You wrote it there. You see, security, law, and order, tech revolution. They work hand in hand. So without this universal law that cut across everybody, it's going to be unfair, and some will abuse it. So don't bring religion. Religion is not a law. It's a personal choice, a way of life, how you want to live your life. Don't lord it ever anybody else. Over 500 tribes in Nigeria. Are you telling me the people that worship Ahmadiyya and all those things, they should bring their law to court and say we are going to judge someone by the law of Ahmadiyya? For what?
Forefather and Okpaulo are here. They worship Ahmadiyya.
Or if I say now this issue that if he does something bad to me, I'll just send him to Ahmadiyya. Will it be good?
I mean, they call it that. That's one. This is why.
But hello, quick question for you.
If to say hello, now you know what they call it.
Okpaulo, let me ask hello question before she go. Hello, are you there?
Hello, sir. Yes, sir.
Have you started selling akara kuli? Because I need some.
I forbid that. When I'm I get
I
forbid that. Not for me.
Why? This is why I need Sharia. If to say we get Sharia now, she know what they call me only that in public.
Yes, that she go respect you.
We are Sharia now. She will be talking. She will not be talking.
She will not even be yes.
Sharia now. You people won't allow me talk now. You keep me.
I don't even allow you to talk to me, Sharia.
Women go get their own section.
Woman.
On a serious note, I agree with you. The Sharia law, the secular law we have separates the church from the state and allows religious freedom. So you can have religious freedom. That's what it allows. Sharia law takes that away from you. And actually, the point is that you highlighted inheritance, marriage. You had it before. Now you've brought in it's now political. It's basically part of your political personal status as well as civic law and criminal law. What you have, so it's you cannot have two laws.
You say
You can't
Sharia
have two
law.
laws in the country. Yeah, Sharia law. Yeah, you cannot have two laws in the country.
Wait, sir. If you keep saying Sharia, I'm just saying any religious law. It doesn't matter what law it is.
But there's no religious law outside. Only Sharia law is the religious law that we implemented in Nigeria. And if you have done that now, because one thing we must understand in Islam is a way of life, which includes the way you live, your law, and your way of and your practice. That's what is in Islam. That's why you have Sharia law in the Middle East. And that is what they want to implement in the North. They want it to be part of their livelihood. That means they cannot have the North without having Sharia law. That's the point they're making. And they're not going to get rid of it. And you can't change them. Once you do it, they can change it. That's it. It's not going to go
Sincerely. Let me add to it.
So-called secular law, I keep arguing, is that not technically Western Christian? Christian law.
It is. It is, Gidi, please. You need to.
I'm looking at it right now. I'm reading it right now.
It is. Let me explain this to you. You see, there is nothing really crazy about Sharia. It's just that if you don't know what Sharia means, as a Muslim, you are governed by Sharia, right? So, like what I said before, when it comes to criminal laws, even in countries in the West, like UK, US, you have Sharia civil laws that govern that Muslim can apply. The only thing is, the difference is the country laws still take precedence over those laws. So you have to basically walk along line with the laws in the country. In the UK, you have Sharia laws, the civil laws that Muslims can implement, but the country laws still supersede all other laws.
This is where Sharia law, I'm reading it out right now. 12 Muslim states have expanded Sharia law to include criminal law.
No, that's not my. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And the penal code for Muslims. That is what is documented.
For Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
The criminal law, Sharia law, that's what you need to remove.
And penal code.
Let Nigeria.
And penal code. The penal code. That means how you're going to be locked up, whether you can be killed or not. That's
what I'm saying. That is still under the criminal laws. So that should be civil. So Sharia should be restricted to civil matters for Muslims only.
You cannot so just to correct the notion. So no Sharia law is recognized as part of the legal system.
Okay? In the UK?
Yes, it's not recognized.
It's not recognized, but it's allowed. Read it. Read what you are reading.
It's done illegally. That's why you have a lot of protests.
It's recognized as part of the legal system in the UK. The law of England, Wales, and Scotland always takes precedence.
That's what I said.
Right. While there are no legal Sharia courts, there are informal advisory panels, commonly known as Sharia councils.
Informal.
Yes, informal. So it's not you can't say that Sharia law. And anyway, that's one of the reasons you are having riots of British nationals in the UK. England, the ideology of that Sharia law, they feel as if it. And don't forget, Sharia law comes with punitive measures.
No, you don't know Sharia law. You see, what do you know about Sharia law? Tell me.
This is what I want to say. Yeah. I have friends that are Muslims, and I know you're a Muslim. You see, but one thing we must realize is that the actions of a few and the silence of a majority means that the actions of the few are valid.
President, yeah.
So you might fall among the Salist Muslims that will come and tell us the sweet things about Sharia law and this thing. But we cannot discredit the look, let me give you an example. A girl was born in Sokoto, and the culprit is there's a video of them showing the lighter that they burnt her. Why?
Yes, sir. That is Jogo
Wait
justice.
now.
That is not Sharia law. There is no Sharia court.
That is you talking. That is you talking, but there is no justice for that girl.
No, it's Jogo justice.
No, see, hold on. The imams of that state said they must not touch them. The imams of that state said they're they backed those guys that killed that young woman.
Gidi, let me hold on.
And I know a lot about Islam too. So please,
Gidi, what you just said, right? Like that girl that was killed. When you say Sharia, you have to pass through the legal system. No Sharia court that girl they did take her to the court or whatsoever, and there is a judgment said by her. That was Jogo just, even though ordinary people supported, some people supported it, does not make it right.
Okay, so
that's what I'm saying. So don't attribute it to Sharia.
This is the big question. Now, those guys that committed that crime were actually Muslims. What is the Sharia law what Sharia law was used to administer punitive measures on them that killed an innocent girl?
Well, for me, my own understanding. Hold on. You hold on. Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question.
Sharia law say when you kill an innocent person?
Yeah, that's what I want to say. In Sharia law, when you kill an innocent soul, your soul must be taken. It's a must. Your soul must be taken.
So what happened? So why didn't, if now you talk about, you don't know anything about Sharia, why didn't Sharia law, why wasn't it implemented to ensure that
honestly, in Sokoto as at today, I don't know if they operate Sharia criminal law.
Sokoto is a Sharia this thing now. Sokoto is Sharia.
You are assuming there are no. It's not. Wait. Let me correct you. It's not all northern states that have criminal Sharia law. I know Zamfara definitely they have. I know some about 8 or 10 states they have. I don't know if Sokoto is among.
12 of them have.
12.
Kwara.
Sokoto, yes, Sharia law is practiced in Sokoto as one of the 12 states in northern Nigeria that extended Islamic law. Anyway, there's a trending video. I didn't really watch it because it's too gory. In Kaduna State, in fact, on Brekete TV, somebody came to deny the claim, and now somebody has posted the video. In Kaduna State, how a girl was handed over to a mob and she was killed. I think that happened last week or this week. No, my point is
what's our offense?
I didn't want to really.
This stuff happened. Even this week, there is one that was handed over in Plateau that was killed.
Mr. AY.
Yeah.
Mr. AY. My point is, it doesn't matter whether Jericho law did there or Mbadiwe law did there. All I'm saying is that we are where we are now because these laws didn't work for us. They have not worked for anyone, even for the people in the areas where these laws are practiced. I am saying, what is wrong in Nigerians coming together and say, create for us, level playing field laws, like a universal law for everyone. No, and we have to remove things that can cause sentiment.
You see, yes, I agree with you, Elo.
I mean, sentiment to act in a controlling way is not work for us, isn't it? Can't you see that religion can be a weapon to be used either politically or...
It has always been.
You know what I mean?
It has always been. Yeah.
Because if you remove it, politicians can use these religious scoring points to cause havoc for the poorer people that don't even understand that they've been manipulated via religion. I'm talking about no Christian law should be there. They should create something that works for everyone. That's all I'm saying.
My sister, you are right. My position about religion in Nigeria, I've always said, keep religion away from public domain, period.
Yeah.
This is the solution to keep religion away from, you see, people tend to, you have to make laws that work for everybody. Because when you see what religious people do most time, both the Christian, the majority, be Christian and Muslim, especially in Nigeria, it's all about dominance most time. So the person, a Christian that is criticizing Muslim law, he does not have problem with Christian laws. The Muslim that is criticizing Christian laws, he does not have problem with Muslim law. The double standard is very apt. In the South, we that grew up in the South, that were minority. See, I don't know why you argue. The civil law got
the common law.
from the Christian law.
The common
law.
Common law. You have secular law.
It's not civil law. The common law, Nigerian law is based on the common law. And the common law.
What do you mean common? Who formed the common law?
You don't have common law. You have secular law.
Go secular law. Go and check the road. The church.
There's no religion there.
Where are you checking it from?
I went online. I checked online.
Where? Which platform? Which platform? I can help you. Go. Fafana can help us. Which platform? Google or ChatGPT? Where?
I'm looking. I know how to use.
He got its source from Christianity. What are you talking about? This is common knowledge.
Secular law. Secular law in Nigeria is the constitutional principle.
Not in Nigeria.
States must not listen. States must not adopt any specific religion as an official.
These are grammar, man. These are grammar.
Let me ask him. See, if Nigeria was going after laws that are universal and tied to Nigerian or African values, which would assume it should have been, then some of the laws will not be there. You are probably going to see polygamy law. You're going to see all kinds of different laws that are associated with us. But if you notice, the laws themselves are tied to Western laws. And the only reason why they started separating it from Christianity was because of the period of enlightenment, barely 400 or 500 years ago.
That's the
when
truth.
They started separating church from...
I don't know where Gidi is really reading it from. This was go and check the Church of England. They have a lot of influence in the what you call the civil law. This is the truth. If you want us not to associate with religion at all, we go to Africa traditional laws.
And then we start jumping around.
Can you hear now, Father? This is what
I'm saying. But our traditions are not jumping around traditions.
Sorry, man. Let's talk the fact. They saw us and they took us.
No, but you're saying we are jumping around.
How do you think we were colonized?
Can you hear? You see, you want to. Oh, you didn't want to celebrate colonialism.
No, our colonization was a strategic issue. It had nothing to do with our direct.
But forefathers, if we go with that argument, actually Islam into Nigeria was actually colonization. Okay?
Not necessarily.
No, it's true trade. Don't say that.
It's not
colonization. It's not colonization. Arabs did not come here and defeat Africans.
Where you get your knowledge?
So what you're telling me is that Islam in Nigeria was indigenous to the people?
No, it was true trade. Islam came into Nigeria through trade.
They brought it, and our locals, they brought it in. Have you ever seen how that Arab soldiers came to Nigeria, fought a massive war?
What happened in the Usman Dan Fodio War?
That was Islam before Usman Dan Fodio came to Nigeria. What are you talking about?
Islam, but the spread of Islam outside the Hausa states to the Middle Belt and to the Southwest, and when you had that spread, that came through force. And that's why the Yoruba call it Imale.
They're coming through force.
They call it Imale, religion by force. That's what they call it. So, listen, we need to be honest with ourselves.
But Christianity is the same too, though. Christianity is the same.
Actually, Christianity is worse.
Secular law. Secular law, they came with even more force.
Yeah. Bible, it was force now.
Yeah, I'm surprised Gigi hasn't thought about this. I'm sure. I get a feeling that Gigi hasn't thought about this way before. You have not thought about it this way before. It's like this stuff is CTU's surprise. Most of all these things came by force. And most of our laws are descendants of the Christian, Judeo-Christian, ethos, and but with a mixture of enlightened ideas that came around 500 years ago to separate it from the church. Specifically, they literally carved it out from the church. They knew their ideas were.
It doesn't reference the church. It doesn't reference the church.
Yes, that's why they deliberately did it to carve it out from the church.
And that's why AY. When I say AY,
it's not divorced from their morality.
AY, that's why we go back to what you said earlier. That if we kept the Sharia law as it was, where it was civic for marriage, inheritance, for birth.
She's telling me, I think that is even the best.
Yeah, that's not, there would be no an issue. So the problem.
Yeah, here is the reason. Here. Let me explain to you. You see, when you are discussing Sharia or discussing stuff like that, you need to listen to the other side. That's where the problem is coming from. You cannot say a country that is half Muslim, you don't want them to have a say on how the country is governed. No, or a country that is almost half Christian, they should not have a say on how country is governed. You see, let me explain to you. You see, this is knowledge.
It's not about knowledge. I'm a Muslim myself. I'm a Muslim myself.
Hold on. Let me explain. Hold on.
Listen to me.
Hold on. Let me say. Hold on. Even before Nigeria was formed, I just explained it now. We had Sharia law in the north alone. That was what was governing the north. Then we have the traditionalists, which is the customary traditional laws. Then the civil law was really from the Christian and the British angle, which was mostly in the south. So during the formation of Nigeria, these were the three laws that we accepted. Sharia law then was restricted to civil matters. It was in 1999 during this political dispensation, the northern governors mafia that don't even care about religion, they try to bring political Sharia and include the criminal laws to pressure the president. This was what happened. It was political. That I repeated it.
We said that.
So I'm not. It's not for me. For me, I think Sharia law restricted to civil matters.
Check the backstage. There are people on the backstage.
There's nobody on the backstage. Don't mind them. Some people always say that.
We will see.
We're now in a situation where we have a religion. We have Sharia law in the north. That is no more just civic. Now it's now criminal law. It's penal law code. Now you're now in a situation where, because of that, it's empowered certain extremists to say we want more. That's what normally happens. You understand? That's what normally happens.
Have a point. Yeah.
And let me finish one point. And you can't reverse it. You cannot reverse it. And that's the point, is that if you can't go back and say remove Sharia, they will say no way. You understand? You can't reverse it. So it's not there permanent. But the worst thing is that is not spreading. And that's the point that Nigerians are not taking into consideration. Is now that, you know what, we're here, we succeeded, we're now going to push it down south. And that's what you're seeing. That's what you're seeing. And
my problem is there are two areas that I have issue with in terms of religious spread. One, the fact that our people grant foreigners soft power through religious allegiance, and secondly, the fact that they use force. Sometimes they use force to try to spread it. If those two were not there, personally, I believe in the competition of ideas, and they can compete and win. If one side decides that they are going to have more children because of their religious beliefs than the Christian side that want to be Western, so be it. As long as it's peaceful, I don't mind. I will watch Islam take over the whole country.
I'm an atheist. I don't follow any religion, but I respect religion.
You are forefather in the same club.
I respect religion. I don't follow any religion. I say, listen. I remember one time I was in a course.
Forefather will be very happy.
And it was Nigerians in the course. And they asked,
I'm just kidding, man.
No, Chief, they asked me, what is my religion? I said, I don't follow any. And they looked at me like I was a pedophile. You're not a Muslim, you're not a Christian. Nigerians are so religious people. And like, oh, no, I practice this.
This looked at me like I was a pedophile.
Honestly, because I don't follow any religion, there must be something wrong with me. You understand?
Exactly.
You can't, Gidi, let me tell you, you can't judge people with religion. I have friends that they don't believe in God. Some of them, they don't care about religion, even though they believe in God. Sincerely, they are even way more honest with the so-called Muslim and Christian. I would trust them more than the Christian and Muslim. So religion sometimes does not define people. There are people with morals. They just
look at Nigeria today.
Because look at the country, for example. Is it not Muslim or Christian that have been running the country down for 50 years plus? So All the religions are involved. Even the religious leaders, they are on top of it, supporting them.
They don't practice any religion in England right now, and it's safer.
The more I study
Sorry,
society,
forefather. The Chinese will call the worship idol, and we go there. Is there? They are the people that are supplying us everything we need. That's where we go to buy. So we can't even produce toothpaste. So to me, to be honest, is if you, I think
my
it's
finding,
a personal
let me add to this. What I find myself is that most people in reality are actually governing from themselves. Their governance doesn't have a lot to do with religion, and people use religion just as a way of life and it's a way of governing societies. But in reality, their big decisions are based on the interests of the peoples themselves, and whether the people do well or not doesn't have much.
Congo scored.
So, and I wanted to add something to Gigi.
Congo has scored. It's 2-1.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, I saw that.
So, what I wanted to say to Gigi when he says he's not religious, I actually think sometimes if you are a truth seeker, you actually may be more religious than a lot of religious people. Because the reason why I say that, because most religious people are closed off from the actual truth of the world, because they actually believe that what they have in their head, the spiritual world, is real than what God shows them with their own eyes. So I find that for me, less religious.
We all have one God in common.
I find that less religious than
and that is
people
money. We all love money. Money is our God. We love money.
Let me finish what I'm saying, Jare. I actually believe that the scientists may even be more religious than the people that claim to be religious, because the scientists are actually trying to study the creation of the creator itself. But the religious people, what they do is they say they know the creator and decide that this is exactly what the creator wants, and without necessarily checking what is actually true. I thought in terms of religion, they talked about seeking the truth. But if you find in history, religion has persecuted people that are seeking the truth. That's the reason why the Enlightenment period actually occurred, because they kept getting persecuted, burnt at the stake, and all of them. Scientists were getting persecuted left and right, and I think that similar stuff happened in the Arab in the countries too. So that's why they started turning against religion. That religion is stopping people from thinking, and that is not good. Yeah, because this world,
and that's why the West had the age of
the only
enlightenment.
thing that keep people thinking is money. Everybody like money. The scientists, the Buddhists, the Muslims, everybody love money.
The scientists in the West at that time, they were looking for
something more than money.
They were looking for answers. It wasn't about money. Those guys, the scientists in the time, if you did
that was then, but I'm talking about today.
Maybe now, but then they were looking for answers. They were looking for answers.
That was then. Now money. Once you have money, you get answers.
You know when you work
money takes you closer to your answer than anything.
When you work with the people in the West, one thing I've learned from them is that they believe that through knowledge they can create wealth, and that's something that has been enshrined. We don't believe through knowledge we create wealth. We believe that we can create wealth, and then we have knowledge, and we buy knowledge.
Why they have that belief? You know why they have that belief? Because they have infinity amount of resources to invest to seek that knowledge. You know what? They have
more resources. You have more resources in Nigeria. You have more resources in Nigeria.
Money.
We have more resources in Nigeria. It's only that we just cannot can't manage it.
We don't get resources. Any resources we will not.
I think it's life. I actually think it's life. Like when you say money, I think it's actually life. People want to live life and live life more abundantly. And often, if money can lead to that, if war can lead to that, if anything, whatever can lead to that, they will seek it. And that's why I actually found out that people that tell you that they put their religion first, I can reveal that you don't put your religion first, you put your life first.
Yes, the reality. Yes, just know that you have at best 100 years to live. If you are too lucky, 80 years above.
80 years, 85 years, I'm done. 85 years, I'm done.
That's one thing.
85 years, I'm done. I don't want to be someone carrying me up in my ass.
Do you know that many of us that are alive today may not, if you are young enough, let's say you are 40 years, there's a chance you could live to be 140, 50 years if the world goes in a certain direction. Because maybe even longer. Because if let's say they started finding.
If you have the resources, yes.
Hey, that's my point. If they start finding cure for aging and that stuff keeps going on, It's crazy.
They are less than 5
your,
years
your
away.
death to die becomes a big problem because you keep living and living and living, and the longer you live, the more they find more ways to keep you alive.
Unless
Except,
it's
of course,
a big accident, unless a motor
exactly by probability,
war.
you are meant to have an accident sooner or later.
You go
Like,
file date cheater. You go file date she may you disappear now.
You know one thing I've learned about in Nigeria, the reason why our politicians are very poor is because they're competing among themselves. When I go back and look at in the 60s, and I look at the Awolowo, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Amadu Bello, because we were competing against the British, the standard was so high, the way of thinking was high. They had a higher level of intellect and a higher level of approach in terms of dealing with the British. And once that was gone, they just went back to this kind of tribal, ethnic issues that we have today. So one of the reasons why we believe we don't have resources is because if you don't have the leadership to say, this is direction we're taking, then you don't see the resources or the opportunities there. Because either they share among themselves with their allies from the outside, which is what you said, Ovia, that outside and the government have controlled us, you know, and that is actually happening. You're 100% right there.
But I think mentally, we, especially with our life now, are poor. Mentally, we're poor.
Yeah, that's the right. You're right.
If we are not poor, let's say we are not. The way I'm saying that is, we don't think for the betterment of all. Let me use you as just an example, right? I guarantee you have more books behind you than your village. That's mental. You understand? That's a fact. It's not supposed to be like that. How do you expect your community to grow if only you just grow? So mentally, we don't understand. We are poor. It's not just money that we don't have, right? The sense of living, the sense of communal living, we don't have it, and that's what put us apart from every other animal. Ability for people to come together in mass and build something, build an inhabitants environment, cars and everything. We lack it.
Ovia is correct. Ovia is correct. The reason why I disagree with Gigi's analogy that because we're competing with the British, we are still competing with the British to an extent, but we were always serving them. Let's face it. I think they even said one had a handler. So now, the reason why I think we appear to be doing better then is because we had a common cause that is not only even in Nigeria. We are struggling for independence during that period. Yeah, and that common cause brought us together in a relatively peaceful way. It wasn't true
it
war.
wasn't peaceful. It wasn't peaceful. We had this issue. But you know why I said that? You know why I said that? When I looked at this recently, I heard Peter B say they asked him about 10,000 megawatts, and then he said, "I won't tell you. What's your plan?" He said, "When I get to come, I'll have a plan." And he said, "Why? Tinubu is not telling you what his plan is. I'm not telling my plan." And that's why I said that, because he's now lowered his standard to Tinubu standard. You understand?
No. You misquoted him. I listened to that interview.
Let me finish my point. I listened to it too, and the point I'm making is that he lowered his standard to the standard of the sitting president. That's why I said that when you look at leadership, if the standard is low, you too, your standard will be low too, and that's what you see. You will be playing the wrong cards. And the point I'm making is that
sometimes the opposition can raise the standard of the incumbent too.
And that's what we had in the 60s with the government. Those guys, the Nnamdi Azikiwe, they raised their standard because they knew what they were competing against. They were competing against smarter people. They had to raise their standard, and that is what's happening right now. And the point I'm making is that when you look at the quality of leadership at both sides, you're not given a choice, because when you're coming to leadership, you have to follow a narrative that is better than what is in that guy is giving you. That's your job, is to say, I'm going to do something differently. And you have to start showing what you're doing differently. That's how Labour came into government in the 1930s. They built the NHS before they came into government. They decided before they came into government.
Because these current leaders, they are not there to lead, they are there to serve.
Wait, the premise I was making, they asked him how. They asked him how he was going to do it.
Yes.
And the point he was making is this: look, no leader tells you his blueprint of how he's going to do it.
Dexter, electricity in 2026. Electricity in 2026. Please don't give me that.
Okay, let me wait. If it is electricity, if it's so easy, how come for the last 24 years we have not got it? You had
because
a
of
him and his colleagues. You had a fashola that told us that any serious government will get electricity within 6 months. Fashola was handed the weight. Let me land. Wait.
Stop listening to what they tell you. Listen to what they are doing.
Just
it's
wait.
Electricity, for God's sake. It is not nuclear. They are not asking for nuclear formula. It's electricity.
AY will tell you that to get Nigeria grid growing, it's not going to take.
Dexter, please.
You are talking. Stop using. You are in America. Stop using that as your yardstick.
Hold on. Hello. You know you can say whatever you want to say anytime. So feel free to jump in.
This thing are common sense.
Don't mind them.
Tell me. Tell us how you do it.
Dexter.
I can tell you.
Generating electricity in 2026, not be nuclear scientists.
It's not nuclear science.
Secondary school students will be that distribution.
Tell me how you will do it.
I will tell you. Can I tell you?
Can you listen to me?
You cannot tell me. Didi, tell me how you will do it.
I will okay, can I tell you? Can I speak?
Yeah,
can I speak?
When did
since you cannot tell me. Wait.
When you said
I don't
answer that. I'm
not answering the question. AY will stress test it. I will need AY to stress test what they are saying.
Let me
Yes, you will. But listen to this. When you said to be lower the standard, I didn't understand what you said until Dexter opened his mouth. Yes, lower the standard. Yes, we say. Now, distribution of electricity in 2026 is a common sense. Nothing secret there.
No problem. Since Opebolo knows about it, give tell us.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now. So the first thing is that the data, we don't even know what we have. But I'll tell you two things. When you look at the power system in Nigeria, the three stages you're looking at, the source, the first thing is governance, which we have put in place right now. Source, which is either gas, solar, wind, or hydro, and the other part is generation, transmission, and distribution. We can't do anything about distribution because we signed contracts in 2013 that is going to be released in 2028. So we can't do anything about that until then. But when you look at the two key things you're looking at is the generation. One thing we are missing out in generation is that we should be looking at solar and batteries, and we should be, where you can have mini grids and you can generate and distribute directly. And the other part, you look at the transmission. Now, how much does a 5,000 megawatt transmission cost? In this day and age, you're looking at something around like $4,000 to $5,000. Before it was $3,000. You know why I know this? I designed these kind of things in manufacturing plants. That's why I know about it. That's my background. So let me go back. When you look at Nigeria, you've got 13,000 megawatts.
5,000 megawatts. How much do you say again?
You've got a capacity of 13,000 megawatts. That's what they say. You've got more than that. That is what the government has officially. Unofficially, the people in the country has another 15,000 megawatts in terms of generation capacity and solar. Nigeria is actually importing 2,500 solar capacity to the country. What they should be looking at is bringing in batteries to support them, because then you can now start saying we grow the solar grids every year, 2,500 every year. That's something that should be a strategy that we should
Hold on.
Let me finish, please. When Yaradua came in, they bought a lot of
Sorry, Giddy. So just wait. Let me just line. Just pick Giddy so that AY can stress test what you do. Tell us your blueprint. Just give
my blueprint is simple. You have to upgrade your the transmission system. But what I would suggest is that instead of you having a national grid, focus on regional grids. Maybe 3 regional grids. It's much more easier to manage. That's the first thing you should be looking at. That reduces the overload you have in the country, and also our level of management, which is very low. That's the first thing. You need to also increase your generation capacity, because Nigeria we're talking about 13,000. If you want to industrialize, you've been looking at something like 60,000, 65,000. You need to actually say you can actually run industries, establishments, and people's homes. So you need actually more. People are not looking at that. So from a design point of view, one, you have to look at 3 key parts. 1, increase generation, expand your transmission, and at the same time wait until when those contracts end in 2028, and in 2028 look at new contracts for the distribution. That is,
and you need the political will to face your friends who are the corrupt criminal around the power grid. Kick them out. You need the political will.
Wait. I just want to find out one tiny information now. You said something about 5,000 megawatts. What did you mean by that? How much does it cost?
I said we have a 13,000 megawatt capacity, and we are generating only around 5,000 on a system that is being built in 1962. So you have got a system built in 1962, falling over all the time. That means that system has to be upgraded. It's based on the token system. That means it goes around the country. Most of the power generation is in the southwest and the south-south. So then from there, it goes to the north. The north only generates only 2,000 through hydro in the middle belt. So it goes to the north, that doesn't generate anything. Understand? And it goes to the north and then goes around the country. So if you have a token system, when you have any failure, the whole system collapses. Because if you overload the whole system collapse, the system is old. It has to be rebuilt, but it costs billions. We don't have that money. That's where we have a problem, and we can't get the investment. So
hold on.
Wait, now let's say why stress test this thing now, let's say why stress test
what now? What is this stress testing? I'm trying to say something.
Wait, forefathers, he told us he has the blueprint. Hey, why you have stress test that blueprint for us again?
Well, I think Gidi he says some good stuff, but I don't know why you are saying that the distribution should hold on. That's where I find really. I find it faulty.
I can tell you why. Because you signed a contract. It's a contract.
Thanks for your breaking down.
It's a contract that you signed when you privatized it. So because you privatized it and you sold it to your cronies, you can't do anything until 2028 when it comes back. That means the contract ends.
Yeah, you also are aware Buhari signed a lot of contract.
It wasn't Buhari. It was good luck. In 2011.
Gigi, you are done beyond what is expected of you. Obi is a politician. Nobody is expecting him to come and be solving mathematics formulas in the office. No. What we expect from him from that answer is that I have the political will to go after my friends who are the cronies who are making things difficult for around the electricity. How to expand and generate it is not rocket science anymore. If we cannot do it, we have money to go and bring the expertise to put it to ground. But what is the political will, and that is because his friends, his relatives are benefiting from it. It's part of the system.
Opebolo, name the relatives that his relatives that are benefiting.
I can name one. You are
making a point. Okay, so what Gidi? Let me say. So if you listen to that interview, there was a point to be made. He said that he went to Egypt. Egypt increased their grid.
And corruption don't make us get light. Now corruption.
25,000 megawatts. And he had a discussion to find out how they were able to do it. So, and what one main point he made, he said that which of all the people that were contesting with him had gone to visit to see where something has worked.
That is not the problem. It is corruption that does not make electricity work in Nigeria. We need the political.
What's the topic now, please?
So the Egypt deal.
OVA.
No, I need to speak to Dexter. Dexter, let me say.
People can make their point. We must not. Your point must not be the supreme leader.
No, this is a competence thing.
What's the topic? Power generation.
They are talking about power generation. They dabbled into that one and it caught fire, so they won't let it go now. And so,
because listening to everyone is like everyone is talking over the other. What's the point? I'm not learning anything from you guys, from your points. I want to learn as well. So it should be a constructive discussion, even if you disagree. So I don't understand all the points. It's like we're just shouting over one another.
Sorry about that. Sorry.
Because the issue in our common sense at this point is not technical and common sense. It's not somebody with a political hammer to come and hammer them come out. That's all we need.
I go hammer you.
It's not that complicated. It's not. Anybody can be a leader among us.
Sorry.
I can be there tomorrow. What is expected of him is the political will to deal with the corruption around the power sector. That's all we need. How to generate electricity.
But I'm curious. I'm curious what
I understand.
Gigi thinks about it, because Gidi, I mean, regarding the mobile power plants, because I'm aware that there are 20 megawatts out there, 50, maybe even 60 megawatts mobile power plants, and we all know cities already have distribution networks in terms of power lines and meters and all the rest. So why can't they situate mobile power plants at key areas in the capital cities of Nigeria to ensure that they get 24/7 power supply whenever there is failure from the national grid?
Father, I'll be honest with you. When you look at the Nigerian energy issue, you have to admit that there's no doubt that it's corruption. I'll be honest with you. And the corruption is so deep because Nigeria, unlike any other country, should not even be in this position because you have gas, which is gas. That basically means
that's why I raised the point. Why is it that they've not implemented the system, especially now that the private sector is allowed to do it too? So why are they not situating themselves to supply this power to the cities 24/7? Because these mobile power plants are relatively cheap too.
I went to a conference some time ago, and in that conference, they were talking about Nigeria, and they said, Nigeria, because of it's so far behind in terms of power, whatever they do has to be radical. Now, I'm going to say something right now. When Tinubu came in and started building that road, honestly, we didn't need it. That road from Lagos to Calabar, 11 billion, that just blew my mind. Because the only thing you should be doing right now is just building power infrastructure. I swear to God, that's the only thing you should be doing. 11 billion, 17 billion for that road. That is what you should be spending on the national grid. You're spending on a road and we don't have light. You can't industrialize, you can't build anything. So for me, one of the reasons why European countries are struggling, when we are losing jobs, Burnham just lost 100,000, they'll get rid of 100,000 people because they have an energy problem. Without energy, you can't perform. You have no resilience. So when you look at
I asked a different question. You're not answering the question. You're shifting it.
I'm saying,
why is it that mobile power plant? Okay, it's corruption is the reason why. But I'm asking what it is. No, there's a reason why I asked you specifically. It's not to be. I know everybody talks about corruption, but you are a power guy or somebody with experience within that area. Is it a viable way to power cities?
Well, it's a viable because if you look at Poland had 30,000 megawatts of power, and they now have renewables, which is 30,000 megawatts. So they've got to 75,000 megawatts of power, and that renewables is made up of solar, batteries, and also wind. So, and these are something that you can deliver. You can put 10,000 megawatts of power solar in Nigeria within a year, so you can move quickly, and especially in the north. So, if you're looking at Nigeria today, especially look at Pakistan, they've gone to 45,000 megawatts of power because they're using solar. So you can quickly turn that around quickly. And when you build solar,
what I don't like about solar is that it requires battery technology that we don't have.
Oh no, that's what I don't like. No, we have to say this is where we get something wrong. That's why I said you do need some leadership. Nigeria right now possesses two key things: the anode and the cathode. The anode is what you have from your fertilizer, that's the graphite, and the cathode is lithium. You have that. You have the anode that comes from Dangote's refinery. That is what you get at the bottom of the refinery. That is your graphite, and then you have the cathode, which is lithium that you have in Nasarawa, you have in Osun, you have in 4-5 states, and now you're processing it into carbonates. You understand? So you actually have all you now need to build a battery, which will cost you between $1 to $2 billion. You can start building batteries in Nigeria.
I think it involves rare earths too. So
no, you don't need rare. You don't need, and you have rare earth in Nigeria too. You have rare earth in Nigeria too, when if you want to. So you do need.
That's if we choose to start making it, isn't it? But we've not started making batteries at all. We are not even close.
But that's what I'm trying to say. That's why I highlighted that when I saw the construction of that road, I just said, this guy's not taking us anywhere. I'm sorry to say that. I like what he did earlier, but this is not going anywhere because we don't need that. You need to fix the roads, but not build a new one. Because infrastructures are also liabilities. When you build an infrastructure, it's a liability because you have to maintain it. And when you have something old, you fix old ones, you don't build new ones because that's another liability. So I cannot see the relevance in that road. But now you're building it.
I think the reason why they are building it because of the Continental Free Trade Agreement, and they needed to cut through from Calabar all the way to Lagos so that they can get to, because most other West African countries have already built such roads. It's only in Nigeria they never developed it. Personally, I think it's part of tribalism that we don't develop our coastal regions. Other countries do. If you look at Benin Republic, the road on the Benin Republic is so beautiful, it's unbelievable. So maybe that's why he is doing it. Strategic reasons.
So, forefather, there's a good video on YouTube about the brilliant South African roads, and then compare. There's another video that compare. I will send the link to you about the roads in South Africa and in Nigeria. They've got this, you know what we call A1 roads. Nigeria only has 4. Those A1 roads are roads that goes from Lagos to the north and from Port Harcourt to the north. Those are what we call A1 roads. We have got 4. South Africa has got over 12 or 24 of those in their country. And you're right, there's a road that goes to the coast. We've got a road that goes to the coast.
And again, I think we have passed an era whereby we'll be expecting our leaders to be more technical now. We need leaders with guts that will come and say, this is what I'm coming to do. I am coming to dismantle this. I am coming to prove that. That's what we need.
And Chief,
it doesn't matter the kind of language, how he's used to express himself. That is the kind of people we should get behind. Not somebody we are no longer.
In a way, that's what Dangote has done, though. Dangote broke so-called cabal.
There's experiment everywhere around us that we can use, we can copy. We have the resources to find with no fee. We just need those.
Yeah, but okay, though. I want us to acknowledge that.
Forefathers, I have a question for Mr. Gidi, if you don't mind, please.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So, Mr. Gidi, I understand the point that you
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you now.
Okay. I said I can understand where your point.
Look at that. The moment you start asking questions, your line starts breaking up. What kind of?
Can you hear me now? It's London. So
she live in big Bay area. That's the way that area is.
The window is open here. So how is anything?
That's NEPA.
The moment you start asking questions, it's almost like the abandoned people decide, cut her off.
That's NEPA now.
Then the moment you start asking, can you hear me? It clears again. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, before she resolve her issue, so Gidi, you may mention sincerely, President Buhari signed a lot of contracts in the power sector with cement. Sincerely, the electricity problem of Nigeria is our biggest disappointment.
It's a failure. It's a complete failure.
So Okpa will make mention of something very vital. We need people with guts to clean up the energy system. And I think somebody like El-Rufai would have been able to solve some problem in electricity. I will tell you, no. El-Rufai shows he have capacity to deliver in terms of.
Yeah, he's one of those.
He has been very consistent. He's very deliberate about what he does. See, we just dance around the new minister of power. Tinubu just appointed after Adelabu. When I listen to him, I say, "Oh, this is another wasted time." Yeah. Because the way they sweet talk, somebody that want to do the job, we even understand what he want to do. We be breaking down things for you, how he's going to improve our megawatt in the next 2 years, in the next 4 years, in the next 10 years. These people don't have a plan. They just talk bala blue. Adelabu was there. I remember discussing with some people on one. I'm like, bro, this guy does not have capacity to do it. He's not even speaking the language of electricity.
You know one thing you said there. El-Rufai, Wike, Festus, Kayamo, and even Amici. One thing I noticed about them, they may be corrupt or whatever, but they can deliver something. I noticed that. They can deliver. And I saw Amici when he was building that railway line. He took it personally and he delivered. And you're right about Rufai when it was in Abuja.
Rufai will give you result. Let me tell you where the problem is.
The current Minister of Interior.
Minister of Interior is also trying. Let me tell you where the problem is. Majority of the leaders, they are not even deliberate, try to solve problems. Sweat, fold your
I don't think he knows it. I don't think he knows what to do.
Sincerely, you don't need to have the technical know-how. If you are ready, you want to solve the problem, you can actually learn on the job, get people that have the capacity, push them to tell you, this is what I want. How do I achieve this? Go.
There are Nigerians everywhere around the world who are ready to come and take the
There are Nigerians. So sorry, let me finish this. That is where, when I look at Obasanjo, I look at the leader after Obasanjo, I still give Obasanjo some credit. Obasanjo was deliberate in trying to solve Nigeria problem. Obasanjo go to countries. Okay, I'm looking for this. Is there anybody that I'm looking for somebody that can solve this problem? But here we are. If it's not APC, you are not going to commit. Why are you interested in APC? Look for other position, ambassadorial, other position. Give to APC. Look for people that can get you results.
You remember in 2012 when Namdi, that was the Minister of Electricity. Namdi,
Namdi, yeah.
Namdi, it's Professor Namdi.
The guy that owns geometric right now in Abia State, that is powering local governments.
He had a breathtaking plan of putting 12,000 megawatts across the country. And he was looking at coal that was there. And okay, there was some conflict of interest. And this is one of the reasons why I despise Goodluck Jonathan. They put pressure on him and he got rid of him. Because sometimes you back your man. And he never backed his man. He never did it.
Let me add to it. Let me tell you, you just mentioned the genesis where we fail in achieving electricity. I know Batinaja, I really followed him. That guy is probably the only person I have known that even understand what he was doing in terms of electricity. Corruption make them remove him. They plan against him.
I know.
The cabal. I will tell you this. You know the way you measure coal now. Even in the 60s, now you say coal is dirty. Okay, I usually think.
But the Nigerian
hold on, that side. Here is it, right? You don't need to get one source of power generation. Why did you not build generate power with coal in the east? Let's say in the eastern region, in the old eastern region, and use that to serve that region. Look for generate electricity in Kaji Dam. Use it to feed the northern region. Look for what you can give to the west and look for that. You can build a nuclear power plant.
It's a Mambila. Don't do nuclear Nigeria before terrorists.
No, it's civil. It's civil because you civilian.
Are you aware of the Mambila? The Mambila Dam that was supposed to generate 3,500 megawatts.
Let's listen. She's back now. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I understand where where you guys are going with the grid, electric power and stuff, because without that, businesses and other things won't work. But my question is, with the level of insecurity we have in Nigeria, would anything work? I know corruption is part of the link. Corruption is at the center of it. Pardon?
Even before now, the insecurity was not that bad.
But I'm talking about now. I'm now, talking. Yeah. Everything I'm saying is about now. I'm not I'm looking back to learn. Yeah, use the history to learn to better Nigeria. Where we are right now is the number one issue now, not to stabilize Nigeria so that all these things, greed and all that, will be able to stay. Because I saw something on the news that people were looting cables, electric cables and stuff like that. So which is part of irresponsibility by citizens having criminal mindset, being evil in their heart. So our mindset.
That's why we need the police.
So even police will not work
AY,
because our
let me
see over here.
let me add to what you just said.
Let
AY,
me
in
finish.
in
Let me
uh,
finish.
Delta Edo State, the train derailed because somebody they went and stole the some
I
part
saw
of
that.
the.
Yes.
Yeah, wickedness.
Yes. So what I'm
That's
saying
why
is
we
And
that
need
you
state
tell
police.
me they should not
forefathers,
settle
let me
down one
finish
to
now.
buy if they catch him.
See,
Yeah, yeah.
I'm linking this thing now to the question you asked before. Why is it that certain people are saying they are carrying drugs or doing that? You know that criminal mindset, the gut to
Yeah.
think you deserve something that you didn't work for. That gut to
Yeah.
take something so easy that you don't merit.
Yeah.
You know, we've lost that conscience. I don't
Yes.
know if it's caused by hardship, like they
It's
say
caused
we
by
should go and roast
politicians.
that car and all that. So
Mm.
until our mindset, it is the foundation of everything. I keep saying it. We cannot vote the right person there. Even if the person is 26 years of age, if the mindset is thwarted, is not wired well, it's not going to work. Yeah, it's not going to work. So that's my point.
And that's a very good point.
I think we probably need to educate ourselves seriously on realizing that when we do some of all these things we are doing, it may seem like we are enriching ourselves, but we are actually impoverishing ourselves in the bigger picture.
Greed is too much. It's too much.
Because most of us think individually. We don't understand that what we are doing, we are actually
We take
building a
individual.
cage
Yeah.
for ourselves to be poorer.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's exactly what is happening.
Yeah.
We don't
We
care
are
about
not,
the
see, I'm
consequences.
thinking as well, yeah. We are not morally what's that thing? You know, there is this thing they say
Upright.
here that people, think of tomorrow. You work for tomorrow, but we want it now, 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 now. We are not disciplined. Our morals are not discipline
We
is not
don't
one
plan
of
for
it.
the future. Yeah.
Yeah. So I know we have respect, but that respect, we don't even use it right. You know, you have respect now. Someone will come from abroad, yeah, and then because they have skills, you think because of the color of their skin, they should deserve better than yourself, and that respect is gone out of the window. We have no conscience. We are wicked. We are evil. We are evil. Evil lives inside all of us. But when we come outside, we'll be shining our teeth, talking, giving a points. But we are naturally wicked people in Nigeria, very greedy people. The ones carrying drugs, greedy and wicked. And I do support that when
Those ones are
people
wicked for
carry
sure.
drugs, they should face the consequences, regardless whether they come from Igbo land or not. Because if you don't have money, you shouldn't go and take what belongs to another.
Yes. And destroy
It's
another
better
life.
for you to beg.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
You
Yes.
should beg
Not only that,
discipline.
the
If you're in position of power, your friend has abused it, even your mother, and it's to hang. Damn, do it. Do it. It won't take you may have sleepless nights, but the peace it will bring, the
And human
progress it will
trafficking is
bring.
another one
Hey,
that is
that's
going on.
even
The
worse.
human
That is
trafficking,
terrible. Yeah.
because there was this South African woman that was complaining that the Nigerians came to South Africa and told them that they are going to America, that America and Britain to leave, that the women should come along with them. And instead, they went and trafficked them to, I think, Ireland or one of these countries to do sex trafficking. So, and this is one of the stories the person was telling.
And it's
It's
true.
so horrible. Some of the things our people do. They go out there to go and do, and they are merciless when they are doing it. And then they will come home to come and be celebrated as rich people that are building houses. We don't know how horrible things,
They go
the
into
kind of
politics. They go into politics. Those are your politicians.
Lack of conscience, lack
Those are
of
your
conscience,
politicians.
forefathers. We don't have
yeah.
conscience. Criminality is a choice. If you are poor, doesn't mean you should engage in criminality. It's better for you to beg, to eat. At least you're begging, you're being humble, like you don't have this. And learn. If you see someone that is better than you and they are doing well in a genuine way, find out. You will learn one or two things. Don't compete arrogantly like you want to be better. For what? Sometimes all this wealth, some people have it, they don't have peace. They may not even have good health. So it's not all that glitters ain't gold, but we don't know that. So we look at people, politicians come like this, everyone will line up with their cars, they're competing in a dangerous way that the young people are emulating. You go to office, you think that, okay, now you are an Okada rider, you just go to office within 1 year, you have trillions. For what now? And people have been fighting, in a rightful way to be in that position. People that deserve to be in that position, that is educated, that merit that position. what they are doing. They've trained to be in that position. You deny them of that, and then you go and tell them to roast corn. Huh? I don't understand, Sha. This conscience that we don't have is a sin.
Let's switch topic.
I
Let's
just
switch
motherly
topic.
advice. Just one question, just one point I want to make. You know, when I said that the quality of leadership, and I highlighted it will be all of them, is low. And the reason why I highlighted that point is it's very low, all of them across the whole board. And that's because of what you're up against, and because what you're up against is terrible.
Some one of the most useless of opposition I've seen in a long time.
Yeah. So the reason
Let's not be using the principle of generalization.
No, I have to, and I'll tell you why I've done that.
Okay, tell us why you've done it.
Okay, yeah, fine, thank you. So I was going through an article that I came across, and it was an interview by to Lee Kuan Yew. You know him for the Singapore leader, the brilliant one. And they asked him one question, and they said, anything else besides multicultural tolerance that enables Singapore's success? Guess what he said? Lee Kuan Yew, this is what he said: air conditioning. Air conditioning was the most important invention for us, perhaps one of the single invention of history. It changed the nature of civilization by making development possible in the tropics. Without air conditioning, you can work only in the cool early morning, like we have in Nigeria, where you work during the dawn, or at dusk. The first thing I did upon becoming the Prime Minister was to install air conditioning in buildings where the civil service work. This was the key to public efficiency. That is leadership. Leadership will see things that everybody doesn't see. And that's why I highlighted that point. If you want a leader, you listen to what he says. Look at his background. Look what he says.
Sorry,
and if you cannot see that lead, listen, let me finish, please. If you cannot see that leader giving you the vision to say, you know, this is how I'm going to change things. Because you went to say, Peter B went to Egypt. Sorry, I went to Egypt too. You talked about Egypt before. We knew about Egypt years before. I know everybody knows about Egypt.
Gidi, you're drifting. Yeah, don't you're drifting. We're talking about Lee Kuan Yew, a statement he made when he was a leader, not an opposition. No. Just get it right. Mention the statements you know of someone who was in opposition, was not in leadership, was not at the helm of affairs. Give me the quotes of what he said. You mentioned Lee Kuan Yew ruled Singapore for 25 years. Okay, he set Singapore, he literally took Singapore from reins. The statement you're making about Lee Kuan Yew is we are talking about a statement of somebody who was in leadership and responsible.
You asked me a question. Can I answer that question?
Answer the question.
Okay. So I don't have a specific quote, but the Burnham, who was the opposition leader for Labour, in 1935, sat down and they had a research organization to look at welfare state of the United Kingdom, and they built the NHS. The NHS. Let me finish. They laid out the policy of the NHS in 1935 that after the Second World War, in which Churchill won that war, the British people voted against Churchill to vote in the Labour government because of their plan and strategy, which they published in 1935. They won. Based on what they published in 1935 to come into government. You see, one thing about leadership is that if you don't have a plan, how are you going to deliver it? You have to win us over. You can't just tell me that when I get to government, I will show you. I'm not going to go for you when you get to government. You need to tell me now the how. So when you get to government, that's why I'm voting for
as a matter of fact, in the UK, they have what they call shadow cabinets, where your ministers will be known and everybody will be known. So it's not only your policy that they will know; they will know the kind of people that you are going to have in your cabinet.
So that is a parliamentary system. In fact, forefathers have made a good point. In the UK, the shadow cabinet is actually running like its own parallel government.
And it's
so that in case, yes. So that is a difference. So what? Can you give me example? What's the?
I'll give you one. Frederick Turner. A man called Frederick Turner. He was the one that ambitious and said, once we can get to the Atlantic, the world is up for the taking.
That's not what I'm talking about.
After they conquer, hold on. This was late 1800s. After they conquer
After they conquered the North and South America, what happened? Didn't they roll the
That's
wall?
not the plan now. That's not the
That is
plan.
what
That's
Gigi
rhetoric.
is saying. You should have the ability to set a
Gigi is
vision.
talking. Gigi is talking. That is rhetoric. Gigi is talking about a precise plan of how you achieve something.
And you
That is that what you have said. No, what you have said. He gave me example. He gave me was the one in the UK. But that is
what you asked for was a quote.
Even when you are in opposition, you are even paid. You are allowed to set up your own shadow government. It is constitutional. In Nigeria, Gidi Patutomi recently talked about setting up a shadow government in Nigeria, where they were going to offer alternatives of how they would do things. The federal government came against DSS invited him. Are you not aware?
I'm aware, but what I would say is Dexter, I'm aware. Let me answer this question. Can you let people, let me ask this question. You know, I'm aware. You know, what is stopping him from doing that? What is stopping him from doing that?
Wait. So give me the DSS, when he made that statement alone, the DSS invited him for questioning.
I remember that.
So which country? So we're giving it's easy to say. It's quite easy for us to just stand here and say, what is stopping him?
Hold on. See, we are the problem. See,
the man's freedom is already being threatened. Do you know something Amechi said? Do you know what Amechi said?
We are the problem.
Amechi said that Nigerians are not worth dying, are not worth fighting for. Do you know why?
Stop quoting all these corrupt politicians for me, Dexter. You're
wait now. It's the same thing you're talking about. It's the same thing you're talking about. Are you going to fight for Showore?
We complain every day. Leadership is our problem. We say leadership is our problem. We never bother to say, at what tier of the leadership do we have problem, right? If at this point, men who are looking for power, if they cannot set a vision for the followers, they cannot organize the followers. How are they going to take power? And if they get there, how are they going to lead? The leadership problem that we have are not those in power, but those who are seeking for power. Obi has been a leader for more than 20 years. He was a chairman of a bank. He was an executive governor of a state. If he cannot set a vision, if he cannot organize Nigerians, then he has failed as a leader. We should stop giving them excuses, please. So is every one of them. Every one of them who are aspiring to.
Awolowo was in opposition when he said free education, free healthcare. And he said, how are we going to do it? And he said, how are we going to do it? And he delivered it. And he was in opposition when he did it. He did that in the 60s, he did that in the 80s, and in the 70s.
He laid out his point. If he don't show us his leadership quality, why should we vote for him? You have to be able to show us.
So, do you know that? Do you know what you're talking about?
Opara did that in opposition.
Do you know what you're talking about? Opara did that in opposition. He was the governor. You're talking about a parliamentary system. Alowolo was in charge of the government in the Southwest.
He did that in 79. He did it in 79. Alowolo did it in 79.
So, but okay, what was his position? He was minister of what?
No.
What was his position?
Awolowo in 79 was in opposition. He was running for presidency.
Okay.
In 79,
so if in 79, how did he deliver it? He was not in position to deliver it. Nigeria was running a presidential system. In 79, Nigeria was running a presidential system. Awolowo was not in government.
You asked the question, I'm telling you the answer. So in 79, he said we're going to build low-cost housing across the country. Low-cost housing. He highlighted those policies in terms of low-cost housing and free education. He delivered on them. He said how he's going to fund it. He delivered on it, and he showed how he's going to fund it. And you know what happened? The MPN then copied it and said we're going to do qualitative housing. And copied it. So, but people voted. People listen. Let me finish. Let me finish. People voted for Awolowo based on his policies, on what he said he was going to do, and he delivered on them. You understand? So the point is that there's nothing stopping you for saying you're not running the business.
These are our current imagination that don't have any plan. They work with the IMF.
You've just highlighted something. Awolowo said something it was his blueprint, his intellectual property of what he wanted to do. He made it public. The opposition stole the election. Okay, you know the 79 election, you know how they had to manipulate numbers. They now stole his plan and implemented it.
I didn't say they didn't steal it. They copied it.
They copied his intellectual. They copied his intellectual property.
Let Obi his own.
Since you know it, write it for your mouth.
Do you know why all our leaders no get blueprints? They don't have plan. Because as soon as they assume office, the globalist entity will come with their policy. They don't have their own policy. Every one of them, from Konkoso to Obi to Mohammed to Yusuf to Rebecca, they all operate on what? The global entity policy.
Including Opebolo.
Every one of them. Every one of them. Every one of them.
It's not Opebolo, it's not every one of them, okay? It's not everybody. Alex, tell me, Opebolo, Alex Oti is bringing about massive transformation in Abia.
Brilliant work. He's doing a great job.
So, Opebolo, Alex Oti is not in that bracket.
He's not in that, which bracket?
He's not in that bracket you're talking about.
He's in that bracket.
Can I ask you one question?
He's a human being.
When I thought, say we, he said that we don't understand how the world works, the system works, we are just too dumb to be following headlines. Right? How much did the Abia State generate from January of 2023 that they took power to December 2024? Do you know?
How much did they generate? How? What do you mean?
Yes,
how much did they generate?
The budget at that time.
What
how
much
much
was?
Do you know?
What point are you making?
What he has generated. You know what he has built.
What do you mean by I know what he has built?
I am asking you now. You just put somebody on the pedestrian. We should analyze it, which is what Oti. To you, Oti is changing the narrative. He's changing the narrative, right? And I'm telling you, please put foundation to your story. He's building everything. He's building infrastructures, right?
Don't forget to add Okpeole too.
I say all of
so wait, I want to understand your point. What's your point, please? What's your point, please?
You say you are telling me to exempt Otiabi. He is doing well. That is your accreditation. That's why I should not include him. He is different. He's changing the last bit of Abia State. On what?
In every indices,
what is he building on? On what? What is he building on?
Let me tell you one. Number one, on that OT, geometric took off. Geometric has not taken off for 20 years because they were not guaranteed gas for their turbines. On that Alex Oti, he broke that bottleneck because geometric needed gas, constant gas for their turbines. They couldn't fire their turbines up and then there will be shortage of gas. He was able to deliver that, and 10 communities, 10 local governments in Abia State are benefiting from that.
Hold on, okay, hold on there. For the past 20 years, the project did not take off.
It's not for the past 20. For the past 20, look, first of all, Alex Oti was the first person to give geometric. When he was in First Bank, he gave them the first loan to start geometric. I think in 2006, he moved to Diamond Bank. He moved the loan to Diamond Bank. When he moved to Access Bank, he moved it to Access Bank. He has been financing that project as a bank director. So my point is this.
Hold on.
Okay.
I am not disagreeing with what you are saying.
So what are you saying?
I just want to understand the context you are coming from, right? He started the project by giving loan with his own money, right?
No, with his own money. Not his own money. It was a bank that these people were looking for who would give them loan. Geometric was looking for somebody to loan them money, and he was the bank director that approved their loan. So it's not his money.
We are saying the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
Afribank gave them some money.
It's not the same thing. It's not his money. It's not his money.
Wait. So let's talk about Okpeolo. Let's talk about
No,
Governor
no.
Okpeolo.
What are you talking? Well, you just asked for something. I just told you about energy, and you don't have any.
Hold on now. I am not disagreeing with you. I just
Okay, so what are you talking about? My point,
Let's talk about Governor
we're talking
Okpeolo.
about a visionary man.
Let's talk about Governor Okpeolo. What he's doing here is
visionary.
So you believe in a leader that has vision. So you now agree that we don't have vision.
Wait, Alex
stop. You are being sarcastic now. That's not nice.
And start telling everybody. Before Alex entered office, he didn't tell everybody, I'm going to do this, this is how I'm going to do it.
Wait, I have a question. Please, can I ask Ovie a question, Mr. Dexter?
Please ask Ovie a question.
Oh, yeah, Ovie. After now, I go say I dey rude. Okay, I want to ask you now. Let's go. I can see you have Okpeolo picture beside you, yeah? You're obviously your champion. You're a young star like also. I don't know which side you belong. Is it? Wait, let me
also a young man.
Which side you dey?
Are they inside?
You dey inside. Okay, now that's very good. At least you have a side and you're chesting out publicly. That's good. So now put Okpeolo versus Oti. Say the positives and negatives of each. Let's start from the positive of Okpeolo.
You are asking the wrong person because I am from Edo State.
Yeah, but you have a picture. Why are you promoting someone you don't know or understand?
No.
What are you talking about?
I am from Edo State. I will ever put money
the budget.
So that is my answer. You are asking the wrong
please
person.
help him out too. I don't understand though.
No, okay, hold on. I'm helping you. I am helping you to answer your question. You are asking
You're not
the wrong
helping me.
person.
I'm asking you a question. Help yourself. You're not helping me. I ask you. You were look. I don't trust any of these politicians. So, I know that.
Question. If you know, since you want me to answer your question, yes. Talib now coined the phrase intellectual yet idiot. Intellectual yet idiot. People who don't have skin in the game. I have skin in the game in this one. I am from Edo State. There's no way I will talk down on Okpeolo. So you are asking the wrong person. Ask another person. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay. That answers the question. So wait, guys, let me finish. So it's because of the way you're behaving now. You see why I'm talking about that mindset. Nigeria will never be good.
He is the best governor in the world. The best politician that ever lived.
Oh God.
Hello. Okpeolo, let me answer her. Hello. So Okpeolo, in terms of if I was saying that today, in terms of infrastructure, is doing amazingly
Thank you.
well.
You're answering it, not like Ovie. Just
so is sincerely across, apart from the road project, is doing it across the state. Is doing some major capital project, like for example, I know he's building a mega market. He kind of turned that into more of a shopping complex across the three Santerra district. I know of a project he's building. He's building a nursing school in his village. Yeah. He's building a 150-bedroom hospital in his Santerra district.
That's good
too. His schools, that's just a norm. Is rebuilding and expanding schools, cleaning up schools across the state. In general, roads is a lot, to be honest. He is doing massive projects in terms of infrastructure. That I will give him an A. In terms of his security, he has done a lot. One of the problems that was really facing at those states was also cultism, especially in Bini Aziz. Okpeolo have really done a lot in cultism, in public cultism, where even a lot of beauty have gone down because of cultism. It's the area of kidnapping, insecurity in general. It's also doing a lot. You know, this thing is not easy. Probably with this state police, he will do more. I think where I don't really know what he's doing, area of recruitment, I'm not really conversant if he has actually recruited more people into the state government, civil service, or other areas. But in general, sincerely, when I compare him with the former governor, in my opinion, was just a wasted 8 years in Edo State.
Is it Obaseki?
Obaseki really did.
I like Obaseki.
He was. You like him? Yeah, because he speaks good English.
Obaseki was a wasted governor for 8 years.
How?
If any, listen, you telling me how? What did he
Yes,
do in Edo
how?
State?
But
Tell me one
it's
project he
just
completed. Tell me one project he completed.
so wait. Do
If you
you
know
what?
Obaseki, tell me one project he
People come from
completed.
Edo
Just
State,
one.
they tell you they follow
No,
us.
hold on. You see, the people that are not from Edo State, they are mostly the people praising Obaseki because he speak British English. I will vote Okpewolo million times. I don't know Okpewolo.
You
I've
will
never
vote
met him.
Okpebholo
He's
because
not from my place.
it's from your region now. It's
You
from
see,
your senatorial
Okpewolo, you see,
district.
that's the mistake. Okpewolo, we are not even from the same
We are
senatorial
not from the same
district.
place.
I've never met Okpewolo. We are not from the same place. So that's what I usually tell people. Edo State politics is completely different. Even the people in Benin, where Obaseki is from, they never like Obaseki cannot walk on the street of Benin where he's from today. He can't
Yeah,
walk
but
freely.
Mr. Ayo,
That
I like what you
AY.
have said. Yeah, the question you answered me, and that's how it is. You're being, you're being straightforward with the answers. Unlike when I asked Ovie, he was defensive.
I
He
wasn't
Ovie is a
has
defensive.
picture
politician.
I
of
Ovie,
say I am
wait. I beg,
biased.
no start now. I
You know
beg, I
they
go
hear
fight you.
English. I
Stop
will
now.
always take
After
a
now, you
sign.
will start
So
talking
don't
about
ask
intelligence.
me.
Stop. I beg.
Ovie is a partisan
Me,
politician,
I
so
don't
he's
I say I will
care.
be
I
biased.
mean,
biased. I
everyone
was
we
trying to help
approach
you
things
out
differently.
to
Say you where you go to
understand.
talk.
You don't
Okpewolo
Stop.
rescue himself from the
Ovie, not
case.
rescue yourself.
Nigeria.
Anywhere you run, I go hold you for neck. Wait there, I beg. Just sit down, quiet. No
Okay,
verse.
yeah.
See,
Hmm.
now you're defending. You have a picture of someone that you believe in, isn't it, Ovie? This is not having a go at you. Yeah, I am putting myself like as a young person. If I'm gonna put my neck on the line for a politician, which I will not, regardless that Alex Oti is doing stuff, I still believe that he still needs to do more. I will not be
Yeah,
satisfied with whatever he's done because I know these people
exactly.
can do more. Yeah. So I'm saying now, as we should not come cheap to these people and be promoting them when they've not even proven themselves.
Yes.
Ayo knows more of Okpewolo than you. You that you have his picture. Does he deserve you? Can you defend him? Now you don't even you didn't defend him, but you just do my gomago in front of me.
Come.
Ayo was the one that
I
actually
don't say
has some
come public they
points
talk
for
anyhow. I
him.
put person for my back. Is I no fit defend am. The picture alone speak for himself.
Okpewolo, no.
Why una they come inside there call they run una mouth? Una no fit
Who
defend.
run matter? I ask you his positives, but you
Hello.
not answer.
Oh,
You say you
And
know,
I
but
gave
me, I
you a
don't know. I
very
won't
simple
learn.
answer. I will be
Take it
biased.
easy.
I was
Take it
trying to
easy.
help you.
But I need to
You
Okpewolo.
know
know.
the
I
fit
ask you
think.
the
Can't you
points.
think?
I ask which kind of thing. I know. I
I
not
say
get
I
brain
am
like
trying
you.
to help
Isimire,
you.
hold
Why
on.
somebody
No
else
go
because I
that
will be
level. Don't
biased.
shout
Isimire,
me down. Don't
Isimire,
shout me
Isimire.
down. Wait, don't
I
shout
give you
me
a
down.
very
Okpewolo.
straight answer, a very
Don't do
short
that,
one.
Ovie.
I will be
Don't do that.
biased.
Me, I've
Take
learned
it
from
easy.
You know
Take
they
untutor
it
hear
easy,
online
English.
guys.
radicalization. Don't start that. Don't start that.
Take it
You won't
easy.
win.
Take it easy, guys.
Then you
I'm
will not
trying
This
in a
is
win.
very
not
simple way.
I
I will
beg,
be
wait,
biased.
Ovie.
Ovie.
I
That's
will be
okay. Ovie.
biased
That's
Wait.
in
okay.
London.
Wait.
Eh,
Just stay there.
Isimire, you know
And listen.
Okpewolo.
I don't know Okpeola, not send them anyhow way you want with the internet. We go
No,
do and no.
they give Okpewolo.
No. Enough is enough. Me, I be Nigeria. Get right like him.
No,
Now
no,
Who
listen
no,
at
person
me.
go
no.
why I go put person
Wait,
picture
let
you
me
say you say I no fit
finish.
defend am? Like how
Let
you
me
dey reason from
finish. You don't
Let me
understand
and
my
you
point.
discuss. Let me and you discuss it, though. Let me and
No,
you
he don't
discuss
understand
it.
my point. So me, I will discuss with anybody that wants to discuss with me. But I am asking every young person, like, if you are parading someone and another person who don't come from that state, I don't know Kweole, and I'm asking you because you were saying things down at another
well, you live in London. I
wait
answer you
now, you
very
won't allow me
simple.
finish now.
I will
You
be
were
biased. What is it that you
don't go
cannot
there.
comprehend?
Don't go
What
there.
is
Don't
that
go
true?
there.
I know if you understand I will be
Do
biased.
not go there. Do not go there. You're
Make I
looking
talk
for
about
trouble.
Hausa.
Do not go there. No
Hello,
speak whatever. Come on,
hello,
now, sir.
LOC, LOC, hello, hello,
Don't
LOC.
speak like that, bro. But
I
don't
ask you
say
is
that.
very simple. I will be
Don't say
biased.
don't
That's a
say
very
that.
simple answer.
I
Hello,
have
hello,
to
let
say
me
what
tell
I
you
want to
something.
say.
You know
I've
if you
learned from
comprehend
you
something,
guys in a
you know
positive
go
way.
talk.
You guys have taught me a lesson. I
Hello,
must finish
let
what
me
I
say
want to say.
something. Hello, let me say
Let
something.
me
You
land
see,
now because this thing I have in mouth,
because you are
people will
fighting
not understand.
somebody, I don't want you to be fighting. Let's
I'm not
go straight.
fighting. I'm not
Okay.
fighting. He's the one misunderstanding me. I'm saying if you're pointing a finger at Oti and you're promoting someone behind that you have the picture, and me myself, that I'm not from your state, I'm asking you now. now, OT versus this. Can you tell me the goodness of Okpeolo? You
Are
could
you
not,
dumb?
but Ayo,
Are
you
you
told me
dumb? I
politely.
said I will be biased. What is that
I
you don't
needed to hear
understand
them.
by that
I
word?
needed to hear them.
That's
I
an
needed to hear
answer.
them.
That's an
It's
answer.
not an
That's a
answer. It's
complete
not an
answer.
answer. You're
I
playing
will be
politics.
biased. It's a complete answer. Are you
Ovie, that's
It's not
okay.
complete. It's not complete. Tell me. I want you to sell Okpeole to me.
Isimere, let me tell you something.
Good.
If you don't understand the grammar
Don't
where I
make
speak, you
good.
will talk and tell me you don't understand what I mean by I will be biased, and I will explain.
I
Don't be saying you
understand,
go,
but it's not the right answer.
Don't say I don't
It's not the
understand
right
what you
answer.
mean.
You didn't answer the question.
I answer you. You don't understand my answer. You don't if you comprehend them. That's what you will say.
How
I
do you
answer
mean?
you.
How
I
do you
said
mean
I will
I
be
can't
biased.
comprehend
Ask
it?
somebody else. That's
How
a
do you mean
complete
let me say
you're going to
something.
be
Let me.
biased. If someone asks you, if I ask you, why do you support Okpeole? What good has he done?
He
If
said
you're
he will
saying,
be
if
biased.
you're talking
See,
down
see,
at
see.
OT,
We don't
if
understand
you're
English.
talking
Say
down
also
at
you don't
OT,
understand what I
if you're
mean.
talking down at OT, you need to tell me why you think Okpeole
No, it's
is
not
doing
talking
something
down
good in
on
your own
OT.
state.
It's
And
not.
If you
answered
don't
me.
understand, you could just tell me say you don't understand. I will rephrase them.
No,
It's a
I do
complete
understand.
answer.
I do understand.
Answer
Don't
you.
play
That's my answer.
silly game. Don't play that silly game with me. I do understand you.
You don't understand what I
See
mean.
the way how you
Okay,
answered.
what do I mean? What do I mean by
How you
I will be biased?
answered it correctly, and I understood it.
So when
Then you took it
what
as
do I
something
mean by
else.
I will be biased?
And
Ask
I am
somebody else.
done
What do
now.
I mean?
I am done now. Everyone else understood my question, but you did not. You say you
Answer
think you're
you.
smart.
Know fit comprehend my answer, and that's fine. But don't say you know understand them. I will explain now. I answer your question completely. I will be biased in responding. Ask somebody else.
You see, one thing I would say, right? One thing
I wanted him to break it down to me. What are the positives of Okpeole? Don't tell me on the periphery and talk down at another governor from another state. Someone is telling you they did this and that.
Ovie is a Okpeolo guy. He will not say he will be biased.
If it's very simple, there's nothing wrong in no shame in saying I don't know.
Okay.
Don't say you know
I don't know.
because I answer your question
what?
clearly. It was very clear. I will be biased in response. Wow. Ask somebody else so that you get a very satisfying answer.
No, you didn't answer the question. You're trying to be smarter than yourself. And then you turn it around. I didn't understand.
Okay, but do you understand what I mean by we bias?
Just stop that. Stop that now. Ayo has satisfied my answer.
Then why you consider they cry?
Crying.
She's not crying. It's okay. It's okay.
Oh yeah, you're too petty. You're too petty. Grow up now.
Oh. Isimere. One thing
as far as I'm
say,
concerned,
right?
when I put somebody you see somebody picture for my bad, that person can never do wrong. Nothing you want to tell me about him. I will always say good, but it's a bad person. So there's no point in asking. That's simple.
Even if he's a criminal.
Yes. He wants to share from my back.
Then you are one of the problems of Nigeria.
No problem. No problem.
Are you just knowing? You think that they fear you?
Isimere, you go live Ovie.
You fear me? Today you are just
Ovie never chop. Ovie what chop? Ovie never chop no like food.
No mind them.
And they support Monday 20. He cannot do wrong for me. And for
the next election,
28.
Tinubu how many votes?
No, for Monday, Paulo to be rigged in again, Tinubu must win. That's why they support Tinubu too. So Tinubu cannot do wrong. Come to 2027, he must win.
Mr. Ayo, can you see the reason why I'm saying confidently the mindset of our youngsters are so thwarted? And Ovie is displaying that. He's following his belly. He's following his belly to vote.
Ovie na rich man, no forget
how
that
many
one.
More years I get to live?
Ovie na godfather.
I will follow.
If you are contesting now, if he say you smart you, no play with Ovie.
I don't hear you.
Na chairman on you.
So now rigging. For Monday to come back 2028.
Stop supporting Okpeolo.
Actually, Okpeolo does not need rigging. He will win the election free and fair.
If I am
as this stand today,
say I be billionaire. As soon as they finish for Edo State, if they go federal, he go serve as president. If I have the money to finance it, now go cry tire.
Someone that can't even put a sentence together.
You see what is happening?
How will he get there?
Okay.
How can you compare him with OT?
Now, let me tell you something. You see what is happening across Europe, especially in Britain, that Keir Starmer resigned. That is not somebody that say, oh, he's not performing. No. That is a people who have been neglected by the system that are rising against the system that neglect them. That is a sign that you are seeing. The people who claim that they have been forgotten. So is Nigeria. Because we know Sabek speak good English. We not design a system that alienates us, forgetting that we are the majority. We are waking up. Now, war with day is an era.
No, no be war. Person like you are the problem of Nigeria.
No, now want me to fight too. I don't know about you. And if you cross my way in the war front, I take you out. No, now we are in a battle now. War with the fight. So now you know take the war. Now your own good. This is the war.
Please, let's go back to our discussion. Where is forefather? Here's one thing I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I'm listening to you. You make sense, Jare.
Yeah, here is one thing I'm gonna say. See, yes, Alessoti, from what I've heard, is doing good as well. But you see, for me, I don't support somebody absolutely. So
I'm not even a supporter of OT.
The area,
I'm just saying people should be,
Yeah, I want people to be criticized constructively.
Yes.
Even no matter what they are doing, they can do more, like you said.
People
Push them. If I have opportunity to get close to people that are close to Okpewolo, I will see some area is not doing well. I say, no, this area he needs to sit up.
I will tell him he needs a vacation.
The area is doing good.
Go and come in 2020.
I will remove you.
Look at him now. See,
if I see Monday Pablo today, if I meet him, I will say make him take a break. He should go and come back during sorry in 2028.
Obvious things, politics is making noise, and noise is intelligence.
We are winning. We are winning. We are winning. Monday is the government.
So the areas they are not doing good, we need to keep criticizing those areas for them to know that as long as you are a listening governor, I believe you can achieve a lot, to be honest. Listening leader, president, governor, people that are criticizing you constructively, they are actually helping you to get better. So look at the areas where they are criticizing, and do something about it. So Okpewolo in some area, I give him a lot of credit, especially infrastructure is doing well. Some people will argue that you don't need infrastructure. No, we are in a developing country. You cannot be a governor in Nigeria or president. You are not working on our infrastructure. It's impossible. That's why I was referring to the former governor. The former governor, when I was saying it now, Desta was like, that guy does not have any capital project that I know of. As we speak, he spent 8 years. I'm on a public platform. Anybody that disagree, come and tell us one of the capital project completed by the former president of Edo State. He was just a loser. He's a loser. He will learn. Now he can't even enter Edo State. He can't do anything. He can't contest for councillor in Edo State. He was a failure. So for me,
the way Nigeria is now, Ayo, do you think collectively? I know you're saying they've done something for their little things for their states. Collectively, do you think they are helping Nigeria to move forward to be where it should be?
You mean the APC?
Yes, as a government as well, because it's part of
APC are the federal. Sincerely, I have my issue with them. They've not done well. The country is not doing well. But in some states, there are governors that are doing some good stuff. But what they are doing to me is not enough. We have to push them to do more.
Absolutely, that's my point.
Yeah.
So I don't think we should carry any politician for it, because it's not about someone saying, okay. So I don't understand why we should be pushing any of these politicians. We should be demanding more from them, because the little thing they have done is tiny. Both Akwewole and the OT, they should do more. We want more, all of them.
AY, you have to, if you want to criticize the leadership that we have now. Yes, they are not doing well, but as we speak today in 2026, the country is under attack, and it's not visible. It's obvious. So then, if you see all the governors coming together, that is one of the reasons. When a country is under attack by a foreign agent, it is open upon the citizens to come together and fight, regardless of how that we disagree with the government. Iran is a clear example. They expect the people to disintegrate and start the leadership. No, but they have to come together. That's exactly what we are experiencing. Now, I criticize the leadership for not able to deliver their message in that way, but it is obvious that we are being attacked from every nook and cranny. again, I also have to acknowledge the fact that they brought this on themselves because they are all compromised. But that notwithstanding, we have only one place that will come home. So at this time, this crucial time, it is not about who is on top, who is not doing well. It's about how do we make sure the country does not disintegrate, because we don't experience that before. That's how that's how then said good luck to us. We all got against him. The whole Nigeria, and he was engineered from outside the country. And until then come out and finish now, everybody I can't regret say, oh, this is what happened. So that's exactly what is happening. So when you see all the 36 state governors gravitating towards the center, it's not necessarily because they don't know who is doing anything magic, right? But it's obvious to them who are the arena that something is happening that has not happened before. I said it from the 25th of December last year. The country has changed. Now people who show how system work, we understand what that means. They are trying to protect the system by every means necessary. And as far as I'm concerned, even though we disagree with the system, we are not the one engineering the disintegration. So we should be very careful. If an outsider is sponsoring the disintegration, they will be at the receiving end. So we are not the one engineering how to take down the system. So that's why when I say all of them are the same, they are bringing one message. But as far as I'm concerned, as a Nigerian, as a citizen of a country, it is upon me, when the fight is coming from outside, I will have to defend that sovereignty. And that's exactly what these current leaders are doing. Are they going to succeed? I don't know. But if they succeed, that will stand as their legacy.
Thank you. I think it's about time we call it a day. I think we are almost 9 hours going. And
oh yeah.
Ogbegolo and
you spare 4 hours now for solo.
Me? Oh yes.
Always.
We use 7 hours argue. We use 45 me and Hello. We use 45 minutes. They shout quarter. And
Simiri na your person. She be your person. Don't worry. I know the quarrel.
Only use the remaining 2 minutes make sense. The rest we waste them. But that's
I can't believe Gidi stayed all this while. Gidi, you are welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Today is your first day, right? You've done so well, man. Always come around, man.
Stay true it.
Always come around and come meet all this.
He is here to protect his investment. He's very involved in Bola movement. He's a member of the City Boys movement.
City Boys movement. All right. The guy has done his best, man. He's represented very well for hours on end, and he's almost like somebody that has been doing it before. So thank you for joining us, Gidi. Yeah, you are one of us now. He's just a newcomer. And he's not very well to be able to hang on for this long. And AY, as always, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate the contributions, and it was a good spirited conversation actually. No funny businesses.
It was good.
Until that gets
so are you going to go and eat? What are you going to go and eat?
Father is sitting. He just finished sitting.
Look at that.
He even shower. So Father is a polygamy man, so he has people that take care of him. That's why he's fresh. He's always fresh.
Oh, look at that. Don't worry. Guy Walele is there. Guy Walele, I can see you there.
The guy, you want this? Say Peter Obi media outreach. Yeah, they recruit people. So I think too far that I went for audition to be speaking for the obedience.
Yeah, but oh my God, that one is just mocking Tinubu. I think that's why I say Bala Blue Blue. Paul Bekeme, thank you for joining us. And Jiewin, okay, thank you for joining us too. Let's see what other name is there. I think Soji was here too, and that's Jagun. Tiffany, I can see you there, Tiffany. Thank you for joining us, Tiffany. And let me thank the people that contributed first, actually. Oscar Blackbone, thank you for the contribution. I appreciate you. And Kulata. Kulata also contributed. Enemy of Progress, but they are all doing very well, helping everybody, helping the channel. And I appreciate that. Aladdin Kelly, I see you there. Jaja, I see you there. And Brown Oguavon. Brown Oguavon, thank you for joining us. Brown Oguavon. And Deji. Thank you for joining us, Deji. Obino, I see you there too. Light B2L or B2I. Light B2I, I see you there. All Now Politics is also there. Thank you for joining us. It's also on the platform as always and giving us his opinion. A for Real is also here and also on the platform, on the panel too. Let's see who else is there that I've not mentioned. Hi, Kolata is also present. So thank you all for joining us today. And till next time, which is this evening, there's going to be a show coming up this evening, an interview. Endeavor to join us and the after show reaction. And the conversation will be quite interesting. Every Sunday is quite interesting. I really wish I'm doing Sunday programs actually, because I like all those philosophical, technological, or any kind of other conversation. You know, politics is always quite.
Yeah, I think today on the police something was very interesting because that is really
really I learned a lot. I learned a lot from that.
Thanks to me, I'm here. You know, I'm here to steer the conversation.
You're welcome. All right, then. Bye.
I'm going to be different.
Elijah Sokwabia, Gideon Sokwabia, Namu Abraham, Isaiah Onyamuma, Tito Putenken Sukabo, Anile Supa, Anto, Alva, and we're on your mouth, we're on your baby. Come on, and your pano, yeah, I have a canoe, Kanga, and you do it, yeah, you live a month, kill it, yeah, you live a month, yeah, you live a
mili malogwe na wogwaro nze kwenye uko kedizi kosi na yokelize kwena mili malogwe na wogwaro nze kwenye uko meberebe kuluzo ibari amu begweni nwogu egwu na mu masibili ebiziali yo ebiziali mamula namu bari amu rakani nwogu egwu na mu masibili ebilio ebiliali ibiribi bueno zo yego kelize kwebe tibo obodo oyibo atazia namuo na namu yekelize bwa mili malogwe na wogwaro nze kwenye uko kedizi kosi na yekelize bwa na mili malogwe na wogwaro nze kwenye uko meberebe kuluzo ibari amu begweni nwogu egwu na mu masibili ebiziali yo ebiziali mamula namu bari amu rakani nwogu egwu na mu masibili ebilio ebiliali ibiribi bueno zo yego kelize kwebe tibo obodo oyibo atazia namuo na namu
You will dance especially for me today. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Or else we'll say fine.